Morning, everybody. Glad to have you all here at this meeting for the May 1st meeting of the Gainesville City Commission. Today is before I call on the clerk, I want to point out there are a couple of special things today. It's always National or International Day of something or other, but today there are two that are special to me that I want to mention. One is National Day of Prayer. So if you're the sort of person who prays, then I urge you to join me in that today, and many others around the country. Today is also International Workers' Day, all over the world, except generally not recognized in the United States when we decided to shift it to September for reasons I won't opine on today. But I would urge you to look around you and thank somebody else who is showing up to work and doing good work wherever you are today, and thank you for being here and working as well. I take the labor movement very, very seriously, and I urge you to as well. All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're going to move on with the agenda. Just to let everyone know, we are going to leave the doors open just to try to allow some cooler.
So I got to say, the city manager told me she was going to turn up the heat on something, but I didn't realize she meant it literally. I'm kidding. That never happened.
All right, so we will move on with our invocation for the morning. Is President Jonathan Pritt from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Welcome.
President Pritt.
Thanks for joining us.
Good to be with you. Our loving Heavenly Father, we begin this meeting by bowing our heads to pray. We are grateful unto Thee. We love Thee and are thankful for the privilege it is to have life and health and opportunity to be civic members. We're grateful for this City Commission and for Mayor Ward. We're prayerful for them, that they may act in accordance with Thy will and the duties as they carry them out for the good of our city. Father, we are grateful for the opportunity to be brothers and sisters to one another. We pray that we will act in accordance with that divine truth. We pray that we will, as a community, obey Thy commandment to love one another, to demonstrate that love in action, in word and in deed, and in service to those that need our helping hand. We pray as we begin this meeting that the inspiration that is needed and necessary for decisions to be made will be present, and that the good members of the City Commission will be blessed and uplifted as they strive to do Thy will. For this we pray in Thy name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you for joining us today. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are moving on to the adoption of the agenda. We have a few updates here.
All right, Commissioner Book.
Thank you. I move adoption of the agenda with the updates listed and with what I would think is a very, very brief discussion with taking 2025-343, the local business tax rate, off consent. Perhaps my recommendation, Mr. Mayor, would be just put it up front. We listen for just a moment. So in transparency, we talk about that and allow us to hear that budget item. That would be the motion.
Second.
We have a motion and second to adopt the agenda as printed, distributed, and adapted. I don't see any of the lights. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Actually, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on these?
We have no public comment on that.
Okay. All opposed, like sign. All right. That passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan-Walker absent.
Next, we have early public comment, but again, we do not have anyone signed up. Do we want to hear for the agenda management?
Let's go ahead and put 343 in there. Is there, I don't know if there's any sort of presentation, Madam Manager, on the increase in local business tax rates?
We don't have a presentation, but we have an explanation for how the item is on the agenda.
We have the finance director here as well as Russell. The item is on the agenda because it has gone for a very long time. They could be more specific about it without any increase. And so we are suggesting that an increase be considered at this point in time. Russell, would you or the director want to come up and just kind of talk about this a little bit? These are we call them occupational license fees, but these are the business fees that are associated with the businesses that set up here in the city of Gainesville. You know, across the state, there is a fee to do that. It's renewed generally annually. In this case, it has not been increased in how many years, Russell?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. The business tax levy has not been changed since August of 2000. So this is the only fee the city has that has not increased in 25 years. A 5% increase is minimal. So a business that would owe $105 for the year would see an increase to $110.25. So it's not a significant increase to each individual business. But the other reason that we're asking for this is the Florida legislature several years ago banned cities from doing equity studies to recalibrate our tax tiers. So the only option that we have to increase revenue through this particular stream is by a 5% increase that we can do every other year. And this is the first time in 25 years that we've asked for that increase.
Okay. All right, don't see any questions. Commissioner Engel.
Excuse me, funds that come off of this, is this just general fund money or is this designated for something?
It is specifically into the general fund, so it's a general revenue source.
That was my question.
Any other questions or motion? Commissioner Book?
All right, thank you. The fees are modest, they're appropriate. They haven't been, increased, as you said, in essentially a quarter century. But I just think it's important from a transparency standpoint that we talk about that and make sure that we're showing people that we understand the business elements. So with that, I move adoption 2025-343, the recommendation to direct city attorney draft an ordinance increasing local business tax rates by 5% for this fiscal year.
Second.
This upcoming fiscal year.
Your motion second. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
We have no public comment.
Okay. All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Mr. Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we're moving on to our business discussion items for the morning. We have 2025-336 quarterly housing update with the recommendation the City Commission hear the quarterly housing update presentation from the Department of Housing and Community Development.
Thank you. Madam Manager, did you want to intro this for Mr. Harris, or are you right to it?
I'm good, Mr. Harris can
Okay.
carry on.
Welcome, Mr. Harris. And
Good
thank
morning.
you very much for the groundbreaking yesterday morning and all the work that led up to that and all the departments that were part of it. I hope we'll hear more about that in the presentation, but it's good work.
Thank you for attending. It's always a pleasure to see that leadership supports the initiatives coming from staff. So again, my name is Corey Harris, Director of Housing and Community Development, and I'm here to give you a quarterly update. And actually, this is going to cover the first 2 quarters of this current fiscal year. We ended up getting bumped a couple times and didn't make the first quarter presentation. So this will be over the first 6 months of the fiscal year. So we'll jump right into it. Oftentimes, I like to do a recap of your funding sources or the funding sources entrusted to this City Commission. I'm looking for the remote here to move the PowerPoint presentation.
Uh-oh.
Corey, they prompted it, so maybe they will
Okay.
listen and try to follow you.
All right, sounds good. We can move to the next slide. Again, as a we'll move. All right.
There we go. See, we didn't even have to get the police engaged on that. So we're good.
So again, here are your federal sources here, Mr. Mayor, and to the commission. You have CDBG, Home, American Rescue Plan Act funding, ARPA. From the state level, you have your State Housing Initiative Partnership, or SHIP. From the local level, we have some general fund dollars that you've entrusted to housing and community development, as well as Connect Free, our community land trust engagement. We have our rental eviction and prevention program, and our home buyer education from the local standpoint. Again, as we look through our ARPA, as you may recall, initially you earmarked about $8 million towards affordable housing. Of that $8 million, 7.2 was to act as a competitive developer subsidy. That amount was reduced a little bit, and funds were switched around because a couple projects failed to launch after they secured the funding. But currently, that's in that pipeline. There's $4.8 million in that pipeline as a developer subsidy. The bulk of that is to the Housing Authority for their Woodland Park Phase 2, and I'll give you a brief update on that later in the presentation. We have $250,000 of subsidized development of for sale housing. We have $100,000 for land acquisition for affordable housing. And again, this is just a recap for you all. The owner-occupied rehabilitation program, we have $320,000 that was earmarked, $410,000 to expand our down payment assistance program, and then the remaining $150,000 was to support in addition to our staff. So we're extremely fortunate for that $150,000 being earmarked for that. When we start talking about the developer subsidy, you have the 3 projects that are moving forward right now. Woodland Park, as I mentioned, they've begun the process or they received HUD approval to relocate the existing tenants out of Woodland Park. So that process has begun, and so what they're doing now is they're moving towards their financial closing. It is scheduled to close on May 15th. So we're keeping our fingers crossed, we're knocking on wood, that they will close and be able to begin demolition the end of May, sometime in June. But again, it's contingent upon them securing their bond financing and also making sure that their funding is in line with Florida Housing Finance, because again, that's the bulk of their resources is coming from those sources. We're just providing some seed money. You know, $4.2 million may not sound like a small seed, but really, when you're looking at a multi-million-dollar project, our bit in the whole process is a little bit smaller than what they're securing, because I believe this project is going to be a $20 to $30 million project. With Jesse's Village, that project is moving forward. Of course, they received site approval, and they're going through the building permits right now. And so with the NHDC, you can see they completed and sold all 5 lots that they've engaged with their contractor with. And this is extremely exciting because oftentimes when we start talking about affordable housing, you know, a lot of times people expect for dirt to turn the next day. And it is a lengthy process as you go through the planning, the engineering portion of it, the pre-development side of things, but NHDC has successfully completed their obligation under the ARPA agreement. The Community Land Trust, as you see here, they completed and sold the first 2 under the Community Land Trust. We had a ribbon cutting late last year. And so the next ribbon cutting is scheduled for 10 a.m. May 21st. That's going to be at the 703 Southwest 5th Terrace property, so really excited about seeing that. And I'm told, you can see here, when this was published, 1118 Northwest 6th Place, it was tentatively scheduled to close the end of April. It looks like it's going to be on Friday. So tentative completion date, construction completion date, they're expecting their CO by Friday. So that's going to be, May 2nd, until tomorrow. 703, that project is scheduled to complete construction at the end of this month. And then they've begun their process of using one of the lots to develop a duplex that they will sell, which will be 2 units that will be, again, for sale. And so they're maximizing the investment the city has made. So on one property, they're going to add a duplex. On another lot, the lot was large enough that they can do a lot split. So actually, they're going to produce more housing than what we initially anticipate. So we're really excited about our engagement with the Community Land Trust.
Let me pause here for just a moment there for a question. Commissioner Engel.
Did have a question on the Community Land Trust. So usually when I think of land trust, I think of it holding property. So Could you just kind of explain to me a little bit of the process of us constructing and then selling the properties as part of the trust?
Yeah, so it's a shared equity model, which is a lot different than a fee simple transaction, which most people are aware of. And so the land trust actually holds ownership of the land, and they lease the lot to the homeowner essentially. And the homeowner can realize a certain amount of appreciation over time.
Gotcha.
So it allows a property to remain affordable in perpetuity. It's a 99-year lease. And so it really is, I like to say, it's the interim step between a rental situation and a fee simple real estate transaction. It allows them to accumulate some equity to be able to move into that fee simple transaction.
Excellent. Thank you.
And so just as a recap, again, the city gave or provided the Community Land Trust, a Bright Community Land Trust, $1 million and also 10 lots. With CDBG funding, this is what was budgeted for this current fiscal year. We still have not received an announcement, surprise, surprise, from the federal government about next year's allocation. But we're running off the assumption that we're going to receive an announcement fairly soon, or we're hoping to receive a decision fairly soon. But we're moving forward with our applicant workshop and our applicant process, utilizing current fiscal year numbers or current year's numbers. So if you've been looking in your paper, you would have noticed that we has put out a solicitation for those nonprofit entities to provide the services under CDBG and Home. And that application deadline is, I had it in my notes, May 12th. So they have roughly about 2.5 weeks to complete the application cycle. And again, this will be pending approval of the award from HUD. Here are the agencies, the outside agencies that this commission approved to receive support during this fiscal year, 24-25. And so you can see that list and the amounts there. With Home, oftentimes we receive a little over $500,000 in Home. Since I've been here over the last 3 years, it's been ranging between $500,000 to $620,000. And so again, the cities typically will receive about $500,000, a little over $500,000 in Home. And what's different from Home and CDBG, CDBG can be used to support outside agencies around senior support systems, supports for seniors, also child care assistance, eliminating hunger issues and poverty reduction type things. And so with Home, it has to be used for vertical construction. So it's for the sticks and bricks. So here are the agencies that were approved for housing support under the Home initiative for this current year. It's CDBG CARES funding. So the city received an allocation to support around the pandemic relief. And so we still have some dollars there. So we've been able to provide some assistance to a number of internal partners. GFR, you can see they have a number of awards there. Impact GNV, our Risk Reduction Bureau Education Program. We were able to support Black on Black Crime Task Force. Also the Outreach and Engagement Program. The Brothers in Action, we were able to support that as well. And then we were able to provide some support for the summer program through Parks and Rec. With Home ARP, as the mayor alluded to yesterday, we had a wonderful groundbreaking. It was a great opportunity to celebrate the collaborative spirit between multiple city departments. And so what I wanted to do here today is to kind of share with you kind of a brief update. So what we are in the process is that we procured the services of a contractor. And the plan is once the project is complete, then we would go out for an RFP or RFQ to solicit affordable housing providers to do the day-to-day operations of this. And the day-to-day operations based on the funding sources that these dollars must be for the benefit of these populations. You can see the populations in blue there. So you got homeless, those at risk of homelessness, those fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, stalking, and human trafficking. Also, the commission approved an additional $400,000 to support the redevelopment of these 5 lots. So again, as I mentioned, the first lot, we've secured a contractor. The second lot, that bid opening is scheduled for Monday, Cinco de Mayo. So we're going to celebrate that bid opening on Monday. Our state source, we have not received our announcement from the state either about our funding for next fiscal year. But last year we were able to secure $1.1 million through the state. Here are our funding strategies that are in our local housing assistance plan, or our LHAP. Housing preservation activities, which is the bulk of the resources. And when we talk about housing preservation, we're talking about our owner-occupied rehabilitation program, which is broken up into 3 buckets. One is a roof replacement. One is a major housing rehabilitation, where we provide up to $80,000 in assistance to support the redevelopment or the renovation of property. And then we have a total house replacement program as well. The local funds. So through our office, as the commission directs funding towards GRACE, oftentimes the financial responsibility or the fiscal responsibility for getting that paid comes through housing and community development. And so as you can see, what has flowed through our office, or what will flow through our office through this fiscal year, 1.6 was for GRACE. Out of ARPA funding from the general fund, $100,000, and then from GCRA, $350,000, totaling a little over $2 million. And so each month, at the beginning of the month, they will request 1/12 of that amount, and we process those payments through our office. You also provide funding support for the Early Learning Coalition at $65,000 through general fund, and also St. Francis House through the Family Unification Program and Emergency Shelter Program. And one of the great things about the Family Unification Program, it allows for families who are homeless or facing some type of housing instability to be able to secure bus passes to a family member that's willing to take them in, no matter where they are within the United States. Connect Free funding. Connect Free over the last 6 months has benefited a number of contractors to offset their utility connection. Remember, Connect Free can only be used for water and wastewater connectivity. And really the goal of the program is to increase the number of ratepayers to the system. And so we're extremely fortunate that we still have some residual funds. As you're aware, that GRU is no longer collecting those and sending them over to the city. But we do have some funds. Maybe I shouldn't say that too loud. But we still have some residual funds in the program that we can still fund development projects. One of the things I want to say, linking Connect Free back to the ADU program, is that with the ADU program, is that internally staff has created these floor plans that could be used to support the increase of affordable housing units within our community. If a homeowner, in the interest of providing affordable housing, if they're willing to provide it as affordable housing, we can offset their utility connections through our Connect Free program. So that's an incentive to decrease the cost of construction, that the homeowner would decrease the cost of construction, and also decrease the amount of funding the homeowner would need in order to produce these units. Also, with Connect Free, has been used to support affordable housing development projects through like multifamily projects as well. Later this summer, we will come before you as Housing and Community Development, and we'll begin a process of collecting applications for our local government area of opportunity funding that would help support an applicant moving forward towards low-income housing tax credits. Also, our state apartment incentives and loan program, also Connect Free helps support that program as well. So again, it makes those construction projects more, it provides them with more support, and also it makes them look more favorable as they're going through this process. The city commission earmarked $1 million for the general fund. And remember, when you reallocated dollars over to Grace, they're freed up $1 million or $1.4 million in a general fund. And so this commission allowed housing and community development, or you approved $1 million to go as a competitive subsidy to incentivize the development of affordable housing. And also we had some money through our SHIP allocation of $650. So we put out this announcement here, notice of funding availability for $1.6 million. We received 21 applications. Their total request was $8 million, $8.1 million. Staff and the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, they've both completed their evaluation. The plan is to bring that back to you at your June 5th meeting. So we'll be presenting that at the June 5th meeting. Our citizens advisory groups over in Housing and Community Development, there are 2 citizens advisory groups that we help to steer. It's the Affordable Housing Advisory. Again, the Affordable Housing Advisory Group really is around our state funding. So they have a requirement by the state. They've been mandated by the state to do our incentives and recommendation report every year. They also, time to time, will look at how we're spending our SHIP resources. We're going to be having a workshop on our LHAP in our future on our future agenda with our Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. Our Citizens Advisory Committee for Community Development, our CACCD, they typically meet on the 3rd Tuesday, and they are really responsible for making a recommendation for our CDBG and home funding. Again, as I mentioned, that application process is open now. It closes on May 12th. And so once we get our announcement from HUD, then our Citizens Advisory Group will then look at all those applications. I was told that workshop was well attended. There's still an opportunity that if anybody didn't attend that workshop, but they would like to apply, have them to contact our office. But the workshop was well attended, and so we're looking forward to making those recommendations or working with the CACCD to make those recommendations over to the commission. All right, interagency housing coordination. So we partner with the county on a monthly call, and it goes extremely well because we can kind of see and evaluate what each party's doing to address our affordable housing and community development issues. And so the county had a housing fair or a housing summit last Saturday that yours truly was actually the facilitator of the panel discussion. That was over at MLK. And so we've definitely began to work closer with the county as a result of the commission's direction to have these monthly calls, these monthly meetings. Our next monthly meeting will be May 20th. Here's a snapshot of our owner-occupied rehabilitation projects. As you can see, we have 36 projects in the pipeline. Our waiting list continues to swell. The need is great out there. And so I'm encouraged that, as we continue to provide funding to support our owner-occupied rehabilitation program, that the number of participants will be served. And not only does this help the homeowner, but it also helps the neighbors around there. Because we know that if a property goes in disrepair, that affects all the property values around there. So really, when you're looking at owner-occupied rehabilitation, you're actually impacting not only the homeowner, but the entire community. So in the first quarter, this is the slide I like to celebrate. In the first quarter, you can see, again, October 1st through December 31st, through the total investment, we were able to invest $1.8 million into the community. Now, again, a large portion of that is through our Grace contract, but that's in one quarter. Almost $2 million this commission is investing to address affordable housing issues. So kudos to this commission, kudos to city leadership as well. In the second quarter, we did even better than the first quarter. We're at $1.9 million. So a total investment for the first 6 months is $3.7 million. And you can see how it's all broken down there. The funding support to our outside agencies, our house replacement program, our major rehabilitation and roof replacement program, and which funding sources they're coming out of, our mortgage foreclosure intervention program, as well as our water wastewater connection program. As a part of the city's Community First initiative, we have been charged with supporting the Pleasant Street community. And so we've been attending their monthly gatherings. They typically will meet on the third Wednesday of the month. It's an engaged group. We're extremely fortunate. During one of their last meetings, the Dunbar team was there to talk about the plans for renovating the Dunbar Hotel. So we've gathered a lot, and we've been able to gain a lot in our engagement with the Pleasant Street community. Also, over the first 2 quarters, and actually this is in the second quarter, we were able to partner with Neighborhood Housing and Development Corporation. They had a housing fair at the Santa Fe downtown center there. And so we were fortunate to be able to sit on a panel and also table at this event. As you can see, it was well attended, and that was February 22nd. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my presentation, and I'm here for any questions.
Very good, thank you. I'm seeing lights right now. Do we have any public comment?
We have no one signed up, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. No questions, Joe? Really? Okay. I'm thrilled with the work you all are doing. I think that's, if the commission were not, we'd be asking a lot of questions.
Okay.
So very, very pleased, you and your department and everybody associated. Madam Manager, thank you. This is a big difference in the last 2 or 3 years. I mean, we really prioritized and put our money where our mouth is for housing affordability and attainability. So thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your support.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2025-337, Gainesville Police Department fiscal year 25 second quarter update with the City Commission, with the recommendation the City Commission receive the GPD quarterly update.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, Chief Nelson Moya is here to present on behalf of the Gainesville Police Department.
Welcome, Chief Moya.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. Before I start, I'd like to publicly extend our deepest sympathies to the family and friends of Ms. Ontario Baisden, who is the shooting victim from Easter Sunday, who passed just a few days ago. I would also extend our sympathies to the other victims that have passed away as a result of gun-related violence, but I will not name them as to keep privacy for them and their families. Having said that, I am going to present to you with a heavy heart our quarterly numbers from January 1st that end in March 31st. As I say that, I will update you as to the most recent gun-related violence numbers, because we have had a couple of others that have touched our community as of late. Those are standing priorities that we have discussed before: violent crime, traffic safety, houseless outreach, and recruiting of our staff. Before you, you see our NIBRS numbers. These report quarterly from January 1st to March 31st, and respectively from 22 through this year. And of course, we do see good numbers there and decreases from our violent crime categories, including homicide. The only one slight uptick is that of sexual battery or of rape. These are reported incidents, and that number is from 31 reported to now 36, respectively, from last year, the same quarter to this year, which amounts to a 16% increase. Everything else is a considerable decrease by percentage. Following that, property crimes, burglary, larceny, and auto theft, those numbers continue to be even higher. The quarter gives us a net decrease of 21.88%. That number will change this quarter that we're in. Moving forward, these are the gun-related statistics that we report to you all. Stolen firearms, again, that number continues to trend down, which speaks to our community also safeguarding their weapons and their firearms, those who own them. The firearms seized and recovered by Law enforcement officers also has decreased to the tune of 22%. The incidents, confirmed incidents of shots fired, is yet another 30% decrease for the quarter. Number of persons shot was 2 this quarter for a 60% decrease, but that number will show a slight uptick this quarter. Homicide victims, that for the quarter, we had 1, as you know. It was a horrible case of domestic violence that will be covered by our investigations commander. And the number of suicides that we confirm remains steady from quarter to quarter, reported at 7 from last year to this year. The seized firearm statistics are in front of you. These are again for the quarter. We've seized 54 firearms. Those firearms are, as I've said before, from incidents of crime that we investigate. Again, these firearms are coming from the hands of the wrong people, ideally. Stolen firearms, out of those were 8. Convicted felon arrest, as a result of those firearms, were 10. And luckily, this is a good metric, is none of those firearms were from adjudicated delinquents, youth. This is just a heat map that you've seen before of the quarterly incidents of shots fired between those 2 same quarters, compared from year to year. There is a cluster right in the middle between Midtown and Downtown that you will see, but those did not result in injuries. They were just incidents of shots fired. And a couple of those officers were present when it happened late at night, after 2 a.m., after bar closing. Considerable crowds. I'll ask Captain Owens to come speak of the gun violence initiative, and then I'll come back. So currently, we are working 2 other cases where folks have lost their lives as a result of gun-related incidents and violence. One of them is still under investigation, so we can't categorize as to what that is. So forgive me for not doing that. And then the other one will be discussed at great length moving forward, because that is the shooting death of Ms. Basden. Any questions for me thus far until I return? Thank you.
Morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Captain Paris Owens, Criminal Investigations Bureau. So our gun violence unit continues to thrive, continues to do a great job. They're out there doing proactive work. As you can see, they had 103 traffic stops for the quarter. They also had 17 arrests for gun violence, sworn complaints and warrants. They continue to assist our major case crime squad with all of their investigations. They pursue those violent criminals who have warrants. For the summer, we're gearing up. We're making sure that we're going to be doing a lot of details. They're going to be doing a lot of assistance with other agencies, mainly ASO. They'll be out doing details and making sure that we keep all of those violent criminals off of the streets. So as the chief said, our first homicide, which also resulted in a suicide of the year, happened up in the Northwood neighborhood back on May 8th in the early morning hours. We received a call from Levy County Dispatch, who was transferred to our combined communication center. The subject was advising that he was on the phone with the victim, who was advising that she and her husband were arguing and that her husband was pointing a gun at her. During that call, the subject heard two gunshots and the line disconnected. Multiple officers responded to the residence, and upon entry, found both subjects deceased. And further investigation revealed that there was a history of domestic violence in that family. Unfortunate situation, but this gives us the opportunity to point out all of the domestic violence that we have going on. We want to encourage those who are maybe experiencing intimate partner violence or domestic violence, or who may know of someone, to report it to law enforcement so that we can deal with it in a swift manner. We also want to let you all know how great of a, we have an excellent, hold on, I'm getting off the point here. We're fortunate to have great partnerships with agencies such as the Alachua County Victim Services and Peaceful Pass. We recently had a meeting with Peaceful Pass where they introduced their new director to us, as well as their team. We also agreed to allow one of our detectives to sit in on their board, so we'll be getting a lot of information coming out of that. We also want you to know that the Alachua County Victim Services Center allows us to utilize 5 of their victim advocates who are assigned to our Gainesville Police Department Criminal Investigations Division. We have what happens during the initial call when an officer is dispatched to a domestic violence incident. They're mandated to complete what we call a lethality assessment. They go through that, and depending on the questions that are asked, that will likely assess the likelihood of serious injury or death for that victim, and then that triggers services for them. So once that case goes to our detective, then they will inform the victim advocate so that they can allow that person to receive the services. Any questions so far?
No.
Okay. I think that's all for. So next up, we have the Operations Bureau, Lieutenant Lisa Scott.
Welcome, Lieutenant Scott.
Good morning, Lisa Scott, Lieutenant Operations Bureau. So regarding houseless outreach, Grace Marketplace, Dignity Village, I'm going to highlight all of the focus areas. So Grace Marketplace, Dignity Village, there were a total of 486 calls for service for Grace Marketplace, and we continue to work with our partners there to deter criminal activity, especially outside the surrounding area. We refer to that as our safety barrier zone. Northeast Waldo Road, Northeast 39th Ave, that's depicted in the picture to the right. That was an effort which we worked with the property owners, GFR-CRP, and Animal Services to enforce trespassing. I believe 2 persons in that instance were connected to resources, a city bed at Grace Marketplace, so we thank our partners with those efforts. Southwest 40th Boulevard, those pictures are depicted in the middle, the 3 in the middle. We've been working with the owner and obtained a trespass enforcement authorization to, of course, enforce trespassing as well, and referrals to CRP. Department of Transportation properties, which includes Southwest Archer Road, Newberry Road, and Williston Road. Again, working with and increasing patrols in those areas. Some of the common issues, of course, are trash, loitering, and panhandling. In the middle, there's a picture of Winn-Dixie, which is on South Main Street, which is private property, working with codes enforcement in those matters. And of course, the picture to the right is the Rails to Trail. We worked closely with our GPD mental health co-responder team and GFR CRP to get an individual services related to that, but that area does remain a focus for us. Something that we want to stress upon property owners, private property owners, is the importance of a maintenance plan. So once we do go in and enforce trespassing, for them to develop something to either deter, which is cutting grass, just checking in on it, calling us if trespassing occurs. How do I do this? A little bit. There we go. Okay, so for community engagement, we've been very busy. To the left, you see a picture of GPALs at a peak literacy at Phoenix. Stepping Stones Transportation Day, where we partnered with our traffic unit and highlighted our vehicles, our motor unit, and talked about the importance of reminding your parents to put on your car seat or for them to wear their seatbelts. 5th grade fun days on the right at Citizens Field. On the bottom left, Pine Meadows Youth Event. In the center, Lieutenant Cardwell at a bike helmet event. And then to the right is a community event that was focused on crimes related to our elderly population. And our co-responder unit. Calls for service total for the quarter are 605. Baker Act or Marchman Act's 26. Voluntary transport, of course, there's no Baker Act. We're just taking them to a receiving facility, 30. Jail diversion, 7. So the cost savings that I want to highlight, Baker Act diversions were 26 and emergency room diversions were 6. Yesterday, our unit actually holds the quarterly training for GPD, ASO and UPD, and we often invite others from other areas, but that training includes going over certain calls for service, how to better improve, that kind of thing. Also resources and partnering, as well as trending things. So what they did yesterday is they prepped for the National Co-Responder Conference, which is actually in June. 2 of our teams are going to be presenting, and their topics are going to be about behavioral threat assessment management and co-responder teams having a seat at that table, as well as different theories about suicide and also the Law Enforcement Columbia Risk Assessment. So that's something I did want to highlight because we're really proud of them for presenting on that. Co-responders have also been involved with threat assessments lately at our department. They've been a resource for Baker Acts and as well as risk protection orders. And then I also wanted to highlight an article. It's from appliedpolicebriefings.com, and it talks about the cost savings, which you already know, of mental health co-responder teams, but it's a department in Delaware where the cost savings from 2020 to 2023 were $2.8 million, and that was the jail and ED's emergency diversion. So just wanted to highlight that. We're really proud of our co-responder teams, of course. All right, and I'm also going to present on behalf of the traffic unit.
Lieutenant Scott, let me.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Ask you. No, that's okay. The previous, the co-responders unit.
Yes, sir.
I continue to think that's one of the best things that we do, and my understanding is that we probably have more co-responders between the city and Alachua County and UPD. We probably have more per capita than anybody in Florida.
Absolutely.
So we should remind ourselves about that I think that really matters. It not only saves money, but it saves lives, I think.
Right.
Can you give us any information about how we're working with Meridian on the new
Receiving
unit
facility?
down there?
I mean,
Yeah,
the central receiving. I actually have my Sergeant Postal. Would you mind coming up? How's that been going so far?
I'm sorry to put you on the spot with that, but
Sorry.
we did the ribbon cutting on that a few months ago, and I just wonder how that's working. So.
Yeah, it's actually, first of all, thank you for having me, Sergeant Shelley Postal, Gainesville Police. So it's been going very, very well. I keep in close contact with their, the person in charge over there, Miss Jennifer, I forget her last name. But it's basically streamlined the process very much. And I've talked to a lot of our patrol officers, our sergeants, our lieutenants, shift commanders. The main goal was to get our officers in and out very quickly so that they can go respond to other calls for service. Traditionally, in years past, it can take upwards of maybe 30 to 45 minutes for an officer to drop somebody off either for a voluntary or a Baker Act. So now they're down to, I think, their average is like 2 to 3 minutes and getting the officers in and out. And then they're just the logistical factors, as in like their new Sally port, everything is just a lot more safer. And then for bringing potentially, volatile people in, as well as for voluntary clients that we're bringing in, they have a different area that makes it a little bit less overwhelming and kind of nerve-wracking for that person. So it's going very, very well.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I appreciate the update.
And in addition, Sergeant Postal holds I believe it's quarterly, receiving facility meeting with all the stakeholders. So if there's any issues, that's their chance to address. And we also always try to highlight a positive because we don't want it all to be negative, but yes.
Excellent. Very good.
Any other questions?
No, good.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so yes, traffic fatality victims. For traffic homicide investigations for the year for 2025 is 3. Let's see here, fatalities only for our quarter is 1. And then, let's see, for the year total is 1. So pretty self-explanatory. Let's see here. I think that's all I have for that. Does anyone have any questions about that?
Commissioner Willits.
Does this include the death of the motorcyclist on Southwest 13th? Because I know it was right at March 30th. It was right on the boundary between the quarters.
I honestly
Ms. Marston.
don't know that off the top, but I can find out. So it's March 30th.
Interesting.
Sorry.
Yes, sir. This is that fatality. We did have another one after recently that will be reported in this quarter, but that speaks of that particular case.
Okay, thank you. I just want to, I'm still so concerned about Southwest 13th with the 3 motorcyclist deaths in the past 24, 30 months. And so I'm just still concerned. It's a state road, but whatever we can do through our different interactions with the state highway department, there's just been too many in too short of a time period in a half-mile stretch. So anyways, I just want to bring that up and reiterate it because it seems like it's way too dangerous. And in particular, we have a lot of young people, students who do ride motorcycles as opposed to getting in a full car that their parents allow them. Shouldn't, but their parents allow them on a motorcycle. And Southwest 13th is where we just have, I think Southwest 13th it is less a highway than it was in the past, and it's much more urban road. And I think we're just having a conflict between the way it is signed, the way it is designed, versus its context in a more urban setting. So I just want to bring that up again. But thank you, Chief. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Commissioner Willett. So to be clear, on the left, the skinny column, that's total crash fatality victims. And the information to the right, that's bicycles to pedestrian, correct?
For the quarter, yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, okay.
So that was quarterly for 24, the bottom left, which is 4 this quarter, and 1 for this quarter that we just finished.
Thank you.
And just in follow-up to that, especially when we see problematic areas like you speak of, Commissioner, these are our traffic stop numbers because there is no doubt that enforcement does correlate to a deterrent and ultimately a decrease in crashes. We know that, right? Now, that enforcement can be both ticket writing, it can be warnings, so I categorize that in enforcement. Those are your numbers for the increased number of traffic stops from our police officers from 23 to 24 and then the first quarter of this year. So we have steady increases. As our staffing gets better, that number is expected to rise. That metric is made known to them as one that they need to focus on routinely, and those are the results that correlates to the efforts that we're trying to do in decreasing these crashes. So just wanted to point that out.
Okay, and then also in tandem with that is education and enforcement. So on the left, put it down, it's the law. I don't know if you follow our social media page, but we tend to post our enforcement efforts and then the results. So on the left is the PBT, portable breath test detail at the Midtown Hospitality area. So that was done on January 16th and February 21st. We held 3 SMART courses, so that's motorcycle safety. In the center, there's a picture of an event at Thomas Center, Vision Zero open house. And to the right is the Norton Elementary bike helmet giveaway. Although those just a few photos, we've done about 12 community events and then 12 FDOT traffic-related enforcement. Does anyone have any questions about those? Okay.
So you have the lunch right now.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome, Major Kernick.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Major Jamie Kernick, Gainesville Police Department. I have the honor of presenting our recruiting and hiring statistics. Our numbers look very good. Just for this quarter, we've had 152 applications come in. So if we stay on track, we will more than exceed our numbers for 2024. It says we have hired 7, but what I can tell you from April 1st to the beginning of June, we're on track to hire 22 non-certified police officers. Those 22 will enter the June Academy and will graduate from the Academy in December. Currently, during this quarter, we had 18 vacancies for sworn officer positions. We are hoping to make an extreme dent in that by we actually will be filling most of the police academy for that. So excellent numbers and things are going exceptionally well in terms of our recruiting. Just want to make sure we bring up and highlight our partnership for the Performance Protocol Group. This is a group where we received a grant earlier at the end of last year through the beginning of this year. That grant provided us, it's called ATMS. It's a tracking software where we follow recruits or people that we are going to hire from the beginning of the application process through the hiring process and have weekly, if not daily, contact with them to let them know where they are in the process. This grant also provided us with a 2-day recruitment training, which I think about 20 of our staff attended. And it's a way to loop in individuals who are geared towards our profession and to let them know what the job's about and to engage them in a connection with our department. So if you feel connected, as we have learned with many of the millennial folks and several of the other generations, we do find that they do complete the application and we end up in a very good hiring process from that. And so that training was excellent and earlier. I also have the privilege of going over our most recent department awards. So for our Officer of the Month, we have Justin Schnitzler. He is a patrol officer. He received Officer of the Month in December. We have Sergeant Shelley Postal, who happens to be here with us, who is our co-responder supervisor, also our community engagement supervisor. So she is at many locations all the time. In January, Miss Effie Black, she is one of our staff assistants and has been with us for many, many years. She got Civilian of the Month, along with Tiffany Minshew. And so these are some of our unsung heroes. Tiffany is actually the crime analyst who works on data collection in our Criminal Investigations Bureau. She actually helps and is part of the gun violence unit and provides information, helps track down individuals and finds criminal histories, all of the things that, and creates mapping. And a lot of that mapping helps us as officers and the detectives locate and find individuals who are responsible. But her sole focus is violent crime. So she's not someone you will see on an arrest, but behind the scenes. So she received January Civilian of the Month. And Walter Parmentier, who is our PST3 supervisor, who has recently been working, and he is very well known in our department for his barbecue cooking. So if you come to our annual barbecue, Walter is always cooking and does phenomenal with that. But he is loved by all the staff and helps us assist with all of the calls for service that sometimes may result in a wait. He's part of our field service training program, our FST program, and technician program, I apologize. But they answer traffic crashes. They go to, sometimes they will dust crime scenes and do forensic work for us. So definitely part of our good team. But these are all of our department awards, and this will conclude our presentation. And if there's any questions about recruiting or anything I can answer, can let me know.
All right, Commissioner Willis.
Where does the 18 vacancies compare to the past? I wasn't able to pull up some past reports in the past, 3-4 years.
Absolutely. So at one point we had 58 vacancies. That was several years ago, but we have slowly been implementing new strategies to recruit. The other part that we have done is we've actually trained an additional 7 background investigators who are within our department, who actually don't work within our personnel unit, who have experience doing this in the past. And we are expediting the way we do backgrounds in order to make sure that we are able to get 22 applicants into an academy. In the history of my tenure at the police department, which is 24 years, this is the first time we've ever had more than 15 people in an academy. And that time was several years ago, and we had to make a very concerted effort to do it. So the chief has asked my staff within the Administrative Services Bureau to get this number down to 0, Commissioner. And so 18 isn't good enough for us. My hope is by the quarter next year at this time that I'm allowed to stand in front of you and say we have 0 vacancies, and that would be an excellent accomplishment. But I'll let him reflect that in my personal evaluation at the end of next year.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willis. So, yeah, I mean, I was thinking when you said 22, that sounds like a much bigger number than we've had to report since I've been up here. So that's terrific news.
If I may give credit to Lieutenant Marquita Brown, she created a recruitment strategy, and she has been the one pushing this. And last year we hired 31 people, which was 10 more than the year before. This year we are on track to hire 40 at least. So I will tell you, it is her efforts and her unit that has done all the work on this, Mayor.
So I appreciate everyone involved with that, and I appreciate that 18 vacancies is not enough. Anything less than 0 is not enough. I get that. But I think I can speak for us that we are very pleased with the progress you've made. I'm glad that you have goals that are at 0. That's great. But we're pleased with the progress that you're making. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Just a couple of things, Mr. Mayor and Commission. Before I forget, although we're doing much better in terms of staffing, we're starting to recover. A lot of the folks that we've been able to hire, particularly around the end of last year and certainly this year, they're still in process, meaning they're in the FTO program. So I got to highlight our FTOs because it is difficult to do one-on-one supervision and training, and these folks are doing it consistently. And so we now have to focus on looking out for burnout rates of our field training officers so they can stay healthy, so they can continue to do that on a day-to-day basis. So I just want to highlight them because their work is nowhere near over. So I thank them. I do want to go back to this slide because if you take a look, the corresponder slide and the unit, a lot of those numbers are now decreases in percentages. Now, I don't have metrics of other people, other lanes, but I will tell you that what that reflects to me is that there are providers in our community that are also stepping up their efforts. Hence why we're beginning to see a significant decline in our co-responder-related costs for service. I could see if that was just one metric, but look at all of the metrics that we're beginning to see there. That to me is a trend. So I want to thank those in community that, whether private or public, that are doing this work, because it tells us that we're not the only ones. So I appreciate that. And then lastly, our battle against gun violence will continue. Although we are a little somber today, especially when we present numbers that should otherwise be happy for us to, still we're dealing with what we're dealing with. We will continue that battle. Our commitment is to bring those that harm others to justice and to give a message to the community, especially now, to continue their efforts in keeping everything calm, right, as we go into our summer months. We will do what we can with our partners in law enforcement in this county to make sure that we're out there, that we're proactive in our efforts. But look at me, I'm speaking for the agency, so forgive me. We need everybody's continued commitment. Thank you. Any other questions?
I don't say anything else. I do want to, I saw a slide that you had for our Police Advisory Council the other day that compared us to several other communities around Florida, like Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Ocala, and Lake City in comparison, and with a variety of crime numbers, including homicides. This is all of 2024. Homicides, other violent crimes, and nonviolent crimes, property crimes. And I'll be careful about how we talk about it, but what that told me, the numbers that we got from that, when you break it down per 100,000, the actual rate of those crimes, we are a safer city from those numbers than Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Ocala, Lake City. And I think it's important that folks watching at home know that, and the folks right up here are aware of that. There are always folks who will find some weird statistic that they can twist around and put on a website somewhere about how we're, the most dangerous city in America, and you'll always find somebody to say that. But the actual facts don't bear that out. The actual facts bear out that the Gainesville Police Department and everyone involved in public safety in this community and our community in general is focused on safety. And that the numbers bear out that we are a safe city. And I'm proud of the work y'all do, and I think it's important to talk about that and how we compare to other places. So
Thank you.
Just to put that out there.
Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Madam Manager.
Before the chief is seated, I'd like for him to address the issue of overtime, since this is an opportunity for the commission to have a little bit of insight into operations. I think it's important because we don't have any slide that addresses overtime, because it gets to be just a little bit too much in the weeds, but it is a significant expense in this department. And over the years, as we have had the vacancies, we've used those savings to really pour into overtime because we have not had the luck in recruitment that we're having now. And when you hear the budget presentation for GPD in another couple of weeks or so, you will see that overtime is improving, but it's not there yet. And I would like the chief to just introduce the whole overtime subject matter so that when we do have our budget discussions, you won't be caught off guard.
Very good, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So the best narrative I can give you is just a glimpse as to how the operational setup of the organization ties into overtime expenditures, and particularly what our patrol staffing looks like and how we are dispersed, meaning the setup of our schedule, how we're resourced. And up until not long ago, as you may know, we were on 10-hour shifts. 10-hour shifts decentralizes an organization, right? And what ends up happening is you have these overtime expenditures now distributed through 3 different shifts. Best practice in law enforcement today in policing speaks of our 12-hour shift. You see many agencies throughout the country go to 12-hour shifts. The 10-hour shifts is something that you rarely see nowadays. I know from my experience that working 12-hour days does centralize the resource. Instead of 3 shifts, you go to 2 shifts. It gives us better opportunity to manage when we need extra resources. And we did that. We shifted to 12-hour shifts. We paid better, closer attention to our overtime expenditures with some minimum staffing numbers, some better street management, which I pay a lot of tribute to our patrol supervisors in particular, and everybody for that matter. So for an organization our size, as I'm continuing to assess it, it looks like a reasonable expenditure of overtime on a fiscal basis will be right around 1.7 to 1.8 million. Last fiscal year, we spent 3.4. This year, we have already experienced 50% savings, which tells me that our prediction based on experience, not some sort of magic, is that when you centralize your resources and do a better job at managing and under that structure, you get better results fiscally. And we have to be fiscally responsible because we're one of several departments. And we know the hit that we impact our budget. So we have to come to the table always very conservative when it comes to our expenses. Ma'am?
Very good. Okay, thank you for that. I don't see any other lights. Do we have any public comment?
Public comment.
Okay. Thank you all for being here, being a part of this, and for what you do every day out there.
Thank you.
Madam
That
Clerk.
concludes our morning agenda.
All right, very good. Thank you all for your time and attention, and we will be back at it at 1 o'clock. Thanks for being here with us today and for our afternoon session. Lots of good work ahead of us and lots of good conversation ahead, I believe. That'll work.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to Gainesville History Moment presented by Ms. Donna Waller.
Welcome, as always.
Good afternoon. I understand you preempted my topic this morning, so, although Ms. Bryant says we'll dovetail nicely. Happy May Day, everybody. And I understand that you already know it's International Workers' Day. When I saw that I had I'd gotten May Day, I thought I can go one of two directions, political or cultural, and I decided to go political. And so today what I want to do is talk about a little bit about the history of working class organizations and politics in Gainesville. And I have to tell you right off the top that some enterprising graduate student doing a PhD in history, in labor history at UF, ought to be tackling labor history of Alachua County, because it's very, very hard to track down pieces for a 5-minute talk. But here's what I know. First of all, Commissioner Engel's union appears to be the first one ever in Alachua County. And as far as I can tell, the IBEW is one of the oldest American unions. It was founded in 1891. And as far as I can tell, Alachua County Local 1205 was the first union here. And it seems to have been established in 1940. Right before World War I. And it thrived through the 40s and 50s and actually had a kind of a burst of growth in the 1960s as well. But by the 1990s, its membership, mid-1990s, union membership all over the country was at an all-time low, and that was true of Local 1205 as well. But the one piece of good research I did come across was an article about how that union local turned the issue of declining membership around. And that article was in the National IBEW newsletter about the activities of the local in the mid-1990s, which absolutely involved widespread recruiting, setting up an apprenticeship program, and absolutely, in the face of continued decline, absolutely turned that issue around. And in doing so, that union local became a seedbed for bringing and establishing other unionized workforces into the community, including, and the only support I have for this is an interview, but including the founding of the Alachua County's Teachers Union, which I believe came out of the IBEW chapter's work. So it became a seedbed for the rest of the union movement here. And you folks probably know that the South in general is not union-friendly, and Florida is one of the least union-friendly states in the entire United States. But in the face of that, Alachua County is one of the most strongly unionized counties in the state of Florida. And that sort of feeds into the fact that statewide, at this point in time, the IBEW has been the anchor of the North Central Florida Labor Council, which represents Alachua County and surrounding counties. And the Labor Council now has over 40,000 members in this region of the state of Florida. So that's the story of organized labor. But there's a second story, and this one reminded me that no matter how much I think I know about Gainesville, I never know enough. And that's another thread. In the wake of the union decline in the mid-1990s, the National Labor Party, which I actually know about because I lived in New York City for a while, the National Labor Party sent out a call to form a third-party alternative to both the Democrats and the Republicans, who by the mid-1990s were paying not nearly as much attention to labor as they should have. And the result of that was the Alachua County Labor Coalition, which was founded in 1996. It began with that national move to explore third-party politics. And what the Alachua County Labor Coalition has become since 1996 is basically the umbrella organization for working class politics in this community. And it takes in both individuals and groups, and some of the groups that make it up are 3 individual union locals and the North Central Florida Labor Council. But in terms of working class politics, it also includes the Civic Media Center and the Veterans for Peace as well. And I recommend that you look at the Labor Coalition's website for what its stances are on issues and for the groups that compose it. I was very surprised when I saw that. And what the Alachua County Labor Council does is advocacy. You folks have seen the coalition members up here in front of you over everything from minimum wage to affordable housing, but they do not endorse political candidates. Some of you know I'm active in the League of Women Voters, and I usually go to Tallahassee for League lobbying days. And the last 3 sessions that I've been up there, the Alachua County Labor Coalition has done a lot of heavy lifting for this community and a lot of its favorite issues. So check out their website and see who they are. It's fabulous. Happy May Day.
Thank you. It's always okay to clap for Donna Waller, but we try not to clap in the chamber. Right. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to early public comment, but we do not have anyone currently signed up. So we're going to move on to general public comment, starting with Melanie Barr.
Very good. Welcome, Ms. Barr. And actually, before you start, Ms. Barr, I want to tell folks who are not, I see some new faces here and some folks who haven't been around for a while. So let me remind you that for any public comment, whether it's general public comment, which we're doing now, or if you're speaking to a particular item on the agenda, you get 3 minutes to speak, and we ask that you do sign a form so we can know who to call next and keep it orderly. You get 3 minutes. There's a little set of lights on the podium there. And as long as the light is green, you got plenty of time to talk. When the light gets to yellow, that's a heads up that you have 1 minute left. And when the light gets red, it means I'm about to ask you to wind down. So that's the system. And as long as everybody abides by it, everybody gets plenty of time to speak. So just keep that in mind when it's your turn. Welcome, Ms. Barr.
Hi. I have pictures, so I hope they're going to be showing up on the
There we
screen.
go.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. So I'm here today to talk about historic preservation and downtown revitalization. Downtown revitalization has three principles: economic development, historic preservation, and cultural enrichment. Cultural enrichment is not created by creating parking lots or demolishing signature buildings. Yet the owner of this block has pulled a permit to demolish all of the buildings. Economic development occurs when new businesses come in and existing businesses are supported. Historic buildings are the main difference between downtown and suburban sprawl shopping centers. They must be rehabilitated and reused to create a unique experience when visiting downtown. The two houses date to around 1879. James Brown began buying the property in the 1870s. He was a prominent orange grower, and his claim to fame was that he was mayor 3 times. Here's his property, here's the old courthouse, here's the commercial block of brick buildings. Now we do see the buildings in an 1884 map. Right here, here's the old courthouse, this is Main Street, they still stand. This is where the Woolworths building was later, that's gone. Almost everything is gone because they were frame buildings. These are survivors. They survived the fires of the 1880s and still stand. Here's James Brown. His claim to fame is mayor of Gainesville. This is from the 1880s. He's a significant person. The next person to buy the house on the right was Barton Thrasher, actually his father. He was an attorney, and when he died in 1882, this Barton Thrasher took over the law firm. Barton Thrasher became a judge in the 8th Judicial Court and held the position when he died in 1929. He passed the house and law practice to Barton Douglas. Barton Douglas was so proud of this house, he put it in his obituary. He worked in the same office, a 2-story Victorian-style building, that he used to visit as a teenager. In fact, one person that visited here as a teenager also was Judge Benmont Tench's son, who is a rock star and Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers now. And Benmont Tench, his father, also became a judge. So there was judges that operated out of this building. Here's Barton Thrasher, sole practitioner of his own and his own boss for 5 decades, on the front page of the Gainesville Sun. He was an advocate for historic preservation. He wrote about Tragic Scene of Destruction in 1979. And he was at Chamber of Commerce. He said the first member, he said, I think the main priority should be to revitalize the downtown area. He would not like to see what's going on now. The modern shoe repair building was added in the early 1920s. It's just about 100 years old right now. Here's the Barton Thrasher law firm in the 1879 building. The Wine and Cheese Gallery, the other building from the 1879, attracted famous rock stars to eat there. I personally witnessed this person. Who is this? Stephen Stills. I personally witnessed him eating there. This does affect the city because since the 1980s, you've been putting in your strategic plan that historic preservation is important to ensure the historical continuity and character of downtown. So this has always been a goal. And
I'm
in
going to
fact,
ask you to wrap up pretty soon. You're
they had
past time
facades,
already.
your 2024, and in your final vision. You talk about downtown being a strategic place to live and shop and to be revitalized. And I'd like you to consider how you can do that today when this block is supposed to be demolished. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barr.
Mr. Mayor, we have Bruce Frendall.
Okay,
Oh, sorry.
Hang on just a second. Commissioner Chestnut.
Ms. Barr. What do you suggest? Have you talked to the property owners to see what they're going to do? Are there plans once they level everything there?
Potentially, they'll use it for a new building. They have not been raising money for that. So that's a long way from now. It would be a vacant lot. They did want to use it for parking. I don't think a parking lot is acceptable to be on Main Street unless it's behind a building, but they've not raised the funds for a building yet. They have just finished or about to finish raising funds to restore the present buildings. So there's been no fundraising going on, so if this is demolished, it will be a vacant lot. And all the signature buildings right here will be gone. So they know that they are to negotiate with people to possibly buy or long-term lease or possibly move the buildings. They do have a demolition delay because they are significant buildings, which expires June 9th. So I'm trying to obtain property, people who want to restore them, and I do have feelers from people. Now, we need to look at them and get an estimate of how much it'll cost, because people want to do something, but if it's too expensive, then that's not going to happen. But I did hear from the director of the foundation, and he said that they will be entertaining offers, but he doesn't think any will come. But that means they're open to offers. And this is a very significant block.
Mm-hmm. Do you know if our Historical Preservation Committee has been in contact with them?
Yes, they wrote a letter and sent a resolution saying they objected strongly to the demolition of the block. And the foundation wrote back, Episcopal Church Foundation wrote back and said they're not significant and they're in bad shape and all that. And so we do know they're in bad shape. But anything can be restored if a person has money and the will to do it. And I have a picture of a building that was collapsing and it's restored. So anything, it can, as long as someone wants to do it and they've got the financing, and they're open for tax credits because of this significance of the block. So if you were to spend $500,000 renovating, you would get $100,000 off your income taxes. And if you only paid $25,000 tax every year, you wouldn't have to pay income taxes for 5 years. And then also the waiver for the renovation cost. That's not taxed for 10 years. But the trouble is you have to have the money up front. So once you've got the money and restored them, then you can have the tax savings.
Well, I hope something comes forward soon. I would hate to see just a vacant lot on Main Street, which we've worked so hard to make that a business district.
Right. And this would be mom and pop businesses. I would love to see a law office go back in the Thrasher Barton Douglas Law Building. I would love to see that. I do know someone who wants to put his home in there, and it could be a home.
Yeah. Well, there must be funds somewhere because it costs quite a bit of money to buy all of those buildings.
There must be what somewhere?
Money somewhere. It costs a
Well, in
lot to
fact,
buy all those
they
buildings.
expect to spend $288,000 demolishing them. So I was suggested that they use that money as seed money for preservationists, and that saves them the $288. And I also suggested keeping the Episcopal Church thrift shop because people loved shopping there, and the volunteers loved working there. And so why not keep that building, let the church restore that. The volunteers want to work there. The customers, that's foot traffic, love buying things there, very unique things. The Wine and Cheese Gallery, that's a kind of a big building with a lot of damage, but I believe someone can take it over. And as I said, the law office, already somebody wants to restore that and as their home. So there's possibilities for all the buildings.
I just hate seeing vacant buildings.
And vacant lot, and it will be. Think about the
Vacant
Firestone,
lots.
the Firestone building. Right across from that is a big vacant lot. And then on South Main, where the streetery is, that lot's been vacant for 20 years. Then go down East University Avenue on 7th Street. That's a big vacant lot. None of that is downtown revitalization. It's all detrimental. So to revitalize these buildings, they're right across from the top. You come out and look at them. They're beautiful. The trees are beautiful. I'm afraid if they're going to be moved, the trees would be have to be demolished because it's a tight lot. I really don't see how they're going to move them. If someone wants to move, that's the last resort, rather than having them completely gone. And I want to say that once you've destroyed them, that downtown history is erased, and Gainesville history is erased, and they're some of the oldest buildings. So I do appreciate your interest, because I think we do need downtown revitalization, and that's not achieved with a vacant lot. And I think the city made it clear in all their strategic plans for downtown that they want downtown revitalization.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bruce Rendell?
Welcome, Mr. Fredwell.
I'm a volunteer at a thrift shop, too. I know what she's talking about. Good afternoon, Mayor Ward, City Commissioners, Chief Moya, fellow citizens. I am Bruce Frendall, known to the homeless community as Gator Bruce for obvious reasons. I've been a homeless advocate in Gainesville for many years now. I attended the first planning session for Grace Marketplace. Believe it or not, a guy with 2 college degrees from UF and a 34-year professional career in architecture was actually homeless several times years ago. I am addressing you today for the 3rd time in a year regarding the current situation in our community. Once again, things are not going well. Life on the street is not fun. Thankfully, the cold weather is gone. I interact with the homeless almost on a daily basis. I know some of them by name. They know my vehicle. I wave hello, and they wave back. Recently, I made 2 late-night visits to Grace. I was appalled at what I witnessed. There are about 20 encampments outside the gate there. One had a fire going for warmth. I am told by these people that they either feel unsafe inside Grace or that there aren't enough beds. Either way, it's not good. The city of Gainesville is trying to cope with this unfortunate situation. I understand there is a new director at Grace, and that is a good thing. Chief Moya has assured me that GPD does its best to be accommodating and helpful to those caught in this trap. In my years of dealing with homelessness, I have come to the conclusion that eradication is not a practical goal. People drift in and out of homelessness all the time. So what I'm here today to ask you is to endeavor to continue assisting your fellow citizens, provide whatever additional funding is needed, and please have a heart in dealing with this problem. Keep in mind that your friend, neighbor, co-worker, or even relative could become homeless at any time. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Frendall.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
We are going on to our business discussion items for the afternoon. We have 2025-321 downtown parking update with a recommendation the City Commission direct the city manager to continue monitoring parking operations and adjust as needed to facilitate the user experience and provide annual reports to the City Commission.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Deputy Leisner, Department of Transportation. So we are here today to review the changes and the effects of downtown parking. If I can manage this. So we'll provide an overview. We had a survey. We'll go over the results of the survey and some of the changes that have occurred and some issues that we found through this process. So as you all know, we had the in March of last year, the Commission adopted the parking changes to promote turnover, expand options for long-term parking, and facilitate the user experience in downtown. In August, the program was launched, and we started with enforcement by mid-September. So this gives an overview of what it was before and what was approved. So pretty much the center, the spaces and the core were free and were changed to pay at 50 cents per hour with a 2-hour restriction. Spaces in the periphery were converted to either free or some spaces to 25 cents per hour with no time limit. Some of the lots were, Lot 3 and Lot 4 were paid and were converted to free, and the spaces at the garage for hourly parking were reduced from $1 per hour to 50 cents per hour, and the parking permit cost at the garage increased. Another change was the Lot 13 and Lot 5. The pricing remains the same, but time restrictions were lifted. And then we also extended the hours of parking enforcement and added 5 new pay stations for convenience. So this gives an overview of all the outreach efforts that were done before and after the implementation of the plan. We distributed vouchers, pamphlets, did some direct campaign for the downtown employees. We issued several warnings during that period between August 1st and September 15th. And then during this process, also since implementation, we had the downtown ambassadors starting in the downtown that helped with this, providing information to the public and helping with any perceived safety issues in the area as well. This is an example of things that were distributed. We had that pamphlet, a voucher for an hour free parking for people to try the mobile payment app option. So this is, as the enforcement officers were enforcing during that time, they were putting this information on the vehicles together with that educational warning that gave some information about the program and what was to come and dates. So this provides an overview of before and after. We did an occupancy count during the same period in February 2023 and then February 2025. So you can see that there was a shift of people parking from the periphery to the outside areas from the core to the periphery. You can see a lot more use in the parking garage and in the lots, and also a little bit more on the streets as well.
Commissioner Engel, did you need to just stop there?
Yeah. Did have a question, you could back it up one. Am I reading that right, where parking went up everywhere after?
Yeah.
That's odd. I mean, it's strange that it would just drive up more parking for everything. I can see where we drive more parking in some areas.
Probably more parking available. This was based on actual occupancy counts during those days.
Huh. Okay.
So this graph provides an overview of how are people using those parking options downtown. So this reflects the period between August and February. So you can see that the first few columns are the garage. So the garage is more during the day, not so much, but after 6 p.m. You have the hourly parkers there. And then the lots in the green area where long-term parking at 25 cents for the green and 50 cents for the lots. You can see the peaks during the morning, so people parking there for extended period. And then another peak, light peak, again on early evening. But then on the orange, which is located in the core, you can see that there's more of an even distribution, people parking there throughout the day with and you see again a peak for the dinner crowd. The lot 6 is only is reserved during the day, so that's why we only have activity there after 6 p.m.
Ms. Lester, let me pause you for a second. Commissioner Eastman.
And going back to that last slide, that's when payment occurred, right? So
Correct.
like that
That's
spike
based
in the
on
morning
payments.
could be folks coming in at 9 a.m. and then paying for 4 hours at a time, or would 4 hours at
Correct.
a time extend over the course of all the
Correct.
hours?
Yeah, or it could be people paying for 10 hours because it's unlimited. Yeah, they can
Okay.
choose to pay for.
Because it is really striking to see both Lot 13 and the 25-cent parking, which is, as you mentioned, on the periphery, and there's this huge spike right then and there,
Mhm.
which is, I guess, yeah, as you said, people paying for 10 hours at a time.
Yeah.
All right, that was my question. Thank you.
So this shows general performance during this period. You can see, like on the graph on the top right, that the blue is daytime activity, the gray is nighttime, but we have been seeing kind of a steady, small growth over time since implementation. And in October, that spike. October you have fest, so a lot of people here, so that's usually the spike there. And then the graph on the bottom shows the distribution based on number of transactions via mobile pay for the orange area, that's the core, the green, and the lots, the second bar, and then the third bar is the garage. So we had, during this time that is reflected here between August and in February. The program generated about $411,000 in revenue. We had, looking at the payment, how people are paying, about 90% of the transactions are completed via mobile pay, 8% with parking meters and 2% with the pay stations. And then of those paying with the mobile pay option, the vast majority do that through the smartphone app. And then a little bit, about 3% via the web and less than 0.5% via phone call. Looking at the pay station performance, we had one pay station at the garage, and we added 5 more stations throughout the area. The ones at the very core by the downtown plaza and by the Hippodrome, and the one at the garage are performing well, but the other ones are a lot lower. We had a delayed implementation of the credit card option just because of issues with vendors and things that was fixed in January. But we'll continue to monitor the use, and we may have to relocate some of these units to improve accessibility and use. There were some concerns about how the potential impact of this parking fees in the downtown businesses, to downtown businesses. So we looked at sales tax proceeds, so this data from the Florida Department of Revenue. So it shows that for the 2-month period that the data was available, the downtown revenue sales tax collected increased by about 3%, and it had decreased slightly in the other areas that were used as a control group. The survey, I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but we had the survey open for about 2 weeks, and it had almost 400 respondents. We had made it available and broadcast the opportunity, provided flyers to kind of increase participation. Most of the participants were very familiar with the downtown environment. What we have here, this shows what the respondents come downtown for. So this one shows that most come by vehicle. The next one, looking at what time of day they visit downtown, a lot during nighttime and weekend, but also so distributed throughout the day. Here we're looking at comparing to the previous survey that was conducted in 2023, how long does it take you to find a parking space downtown? So we can see like a big improvement here, that a 20% increase in those saying that they find parking spots within less than 5 minutes. This graph is showing that 60% think it would be adequate time to find parking. So we're inching towards that. I think this shows that there was an improvement. And then this one is how often are you able to find a parking space at or near your preferred location? So the majority here responded that always or usually, or sometimes somewhat positive. Free parking continues to be the preferred parking option, but it's interesting here too that paid on-street parking in the core area there at 50 cents per hour was the next option. When asked about the difficulty of finding parking, paid parking, very easy to find. Free parking, not so easy to find. That was the same response that we received on the previous question regarding free parking. About the factors that are most important for the respondents were distance, price, and safety. Majority paid by mobile app or parking meters. And then this asked about how often they park at the parking garage, and I believe about 40% said they did park at the garage. So the next questions regarding the garage, we're only looking at this subset of people that actually use the garage. Of those, 60, close to 60% did not have a parking permit for the garage, and then you can see the distribution of the types of permits that are used. And then we have kind of satisfaction with the downtown and availability of parking at the downtown garage. So 44% reported being satisfied or very satisfied, and about 24% neutral. And then overall satisfaction with the current parking environment. It continues to show more towards a very dissatisfied, but when you look in the context of the previous survey, we can see that there was an improvement here. So we have about 16% of the people responding satisfied versus 10% before. So I think we're moving towards the right direction. Satisfaction overall, again, what factors affect satisfaction? Cost and ease of finding a parking space were the top aspects, followed by distance from the destination. And then clarity of parking instructions. Appears to be still some confusion about signage, but that may also be related with the variety of parking available downtown. That's not just city parking, but there are several other private options. And then preferred parking locations, respondents were asked to place a dot on a map on where they visit and what in their preferred parking location. And as you can see here, it corresponded with the areas that in the core, primarily where we have implemented the changes to paid parking. So this just provides an overview of overall factors, still preference for free parking, but overall a slight increase in the satisfaction, cost the priority, and about clarity. So here we're looking into what were the issues, some of the issues that we faced and how we addressed them. There were some lack of familiarity of understanding about the long-term and lower cost options. So we enhanced outreach, we posted more flyers, we hand-delivered flyers, we targeted the downtown employees, specifically trying to promote the garage or the lot options and some understanding about those either free or low-cost parking in the periphery. The time restrictions, there were some concerns about inability to pay before 10 a.m. So we changed that to 9:45. And then some parkers were unaware of the time limit in the core, so we added a 30-minute extension there as a grace period if that is available. And then there's the map on the bottom here shows infractions is like repeat. We are having some issues of people preferring to pay regardless of having multiple citations and multiple warnings and multiple flyers, and they continue to show preference for parking as close as possible to their employment or preferred destination downtown, regardless of the options available. So that's something that we will have to continue to work with in terms of education and outreach. We talked about clarity and variety of parking spots downtown. There's a total of 7 parking lots and 1 garage that are not controlled by the city. So most of those are served by mobile payment options, as you can see here. And then on the top there, providing the city options vary between 25 cents to 50 cents per hour with a flat fee of 35 cents convenience fee. And then the private options are at a much higher cost, beginning at $1.50 to $5 per hour, and even higher in the evening. But the big difference too is the convenience fee is a variable convenience fee for those, depending on the amount of time that you stay at those places, and convenience fee is starting at 85 cents per hour. We received some reports of some parkers stating that they were led to fraudulent sites and some concerns about that. We worked with Passport and to enhance, see what they're doing to try to curtail that. And then we're going to be adding QR codes to the signs like you see in the other sites throughout downtown. So that would also facilitate the user making sure that you go to the correct site to download the app if you're paying through an mobile pay. And then some challenges with zone numbers being missed on the old decals on the parking meters that would leading people to a wrong zone. So there was difficult to pay or impossible to pay if you're on the wrong zone. So those things we addressed over time, and then some delayed implementation, as I mentioned, of a credit card payment option on the pay stations, and that was added in January. We also looked for opportunities to enhance parking. So we had 9 spots added along Southwest 2nd Street, and we're going to be adding 25 more spaces along Northwest 1st Avenue and 1st Street right there as highlighted. That's under construction right now, so it should be done towards the end of the summer. And then we also had changed the first floor of the downtown garage to short-term parking to facilitate the use and encourage more use of the garage for like short-term needs, but that was not being used effectively, so we decreased that by half to meet the demand. So in conclusion, in staff's opinion, and based on the data and the findings, this has been successful. It resulted in a shift of parking for those with the long-term needs to the periphery, freeing up the spaces in the core, making it more available for those needing to come and visit for the businesses. The public perception appears to be improving, but then there's also a need for continued outreach. So the staff recommendation is that we leave the things as they are and continue to monitor and to make some minor adjustments like the ones I mentioned, and to provide annual reports to the commission.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Leisner. So I don't see any lights. Anybody have any comments? I have a few comments if nobody else does. Commissioner Eastman?
Yeah, I mean, well, first, thank you to staff for all the work on this. I mean, the numbers, I think, kind of speak for themselves. What we were trying to do when we were doing the downtown parking, and I know nobody likes to, no one wants to pay for parking. It's a pain to pay for parking. But what you want is for someone, when they're coming into our downtown, to be able to quickly find a place where they can park, they can get out of their car, they can go to the restaurant, they can go to the retail establishment, they can go to where they need to easily if they've not been to our downtown, and that it is a simple thing for them to find. And what you had was we had paid parking along the periphery of downtown, so those were mostly empty. You had free parking right along the main, most vibrant and vital centers of our downtown that were almost entirely taken up by freight employees that were in downtown. There's, according to our downtown strategic plan, there were 9,500 people that work in our downtown area, and there was about 300 on-street parking spaces that we have. So it's just the numbers don't work out. And so it's I thought it was savvy, and I thought it was a good step forward that we were saying, how do we price this correctly? How do we have more free parking along the periphery? And we did, as Ms. Leisner mentioned, we opened up a couple of parking lots that were paid before that are now free, a couple of streets that were paid before that are now free, and then we priced, I think, correctly the area that's right there in the middle. I was Ms. Leisner, the only complaint that I have heard about the new pricing, well, I've heard plenty of complaints about the new pricing, but some of the stuff that, one of the things that I think is something that is well within our control is folks talking particularly in the evening where they're going into that that the 2-hour spots that are there within that main area, whereas someone, which is fine if you're, taking a quick lunch meeting in the middle of the day, but if you want to go to get dinner and then go to the Hippodrome, for instance, or you might want to go out for a little bit longer, that 2-hour cap can be difficult, particularly for evening users. If we looked at where we're putting the 4-hour versus the 2-hour cap since this has been implemented.
Yeah, a decision was made to cap that at 2 hours to kind of incentivize the use of the peripheral spaces, because if we keep extending it longer and longer, people keep renewing the space, and then in essence becomes long-term parking in the core, and then we don't have that turnover.
Yeah. It's I don't know if I would make a direction here today to look at that, but it's the one thing that I had heard from folks is they're trying to figure out how they can enjoy the course of a night within downtown. Where can they park? And for folks that know where to park, and this has always been true with downtown, where the free spots are, you'll know when the GRU lot opens up, when these various things happen. But for folks that are just they're maybe not from here, maybe they're here for graduation weekend like they are this weekend. They're just trying to come in, they want to be able to have a long dinner. And I don't know if there's a way to open that up more at nighttime potentially, or like when those would get utilized more, but I think that could potentially make it simpler depending on the because downtown's it's very different during the day than it is at nighttime, right? It's a very like the nighttime economy of downtown's very different than the daytime economy, and I don't know how our software works with all of that, but I think it's something worth looking into.
Yeah, we did implement an extension of 30 minutes. So after 2 hours, you can extend for another 30 minutes, but that's all for now. But then you have the extended parking options at lot 13 and the garage and lot 4 or some of those on-street spaces, but we can look at maybe extending some of the additional periphery, or maybe moving that from 30 minutes to an hour.
Yeah, that's possible. It's also if I remember right, when we collected the data, we were kind of looking at first all as one data source, right? That you have that kind of core area that's there, and we were looking at on-street utilization there, but then north of University Avenue, have we dug into what the utilization is within that section there as well?
It's higher on the south of University than on the north.
Right. It may be worth looking at some of the areas, like you said, that are in the periphery, maybe north of there, and seeing if that would make sense as 4-hour parking, things like that, and then still keeping that internal core area at that 2-hour level.
So I think that's what staff was envisioning, like having the ability to make these minor adjustments as time goes on, and we can continue to monitor and evaluate things and adjust, like for small time periods and stuff like that. So if that's
is that current? What we passed, that currently allowed within, this wasn't an ordinance change or anything like that. This was just.
No, and we can make tweaks as we move along.
Right. But then you'd have to reprint signs, do all of that, reprint sort of educational materials, right? So it would be a change at that point. I'm comfortable with that, continuing to make tweaks as we go along and getting that sorted there. Right. So I have this, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Willits.
Yeah, I want to thank Ms. Leisner and staff for staying on this. This is what the commission wanted, so that we can kind of, as we hear feedback from the community, but also you gather data. Particularly, thank you for looking at the sales tax data so that we have an understanding. And then really looking at the different kind of zones, the garages versus lots versus on-street, and bringing back that data to tell us when it gets used, at least paid. It was good to see that the orange is used, sort of that orange in the core, sort of all day. My experience driving by in the midday has been that there are spots available. So the rest of the data that suggests that more people only have to spend 0 to 5 minutes looking for parking makes perfect sense. Part of that is, I think, though people will say that price is their number one, issue. When someone has looked for a spot for 10 minutes, they suddenly will think price is less important than the time they spent. So my experience has been, anecdotally, that it has achieved a little more. It has achieved part of what we wanted. That there are spaces, so that if you really want to be right down there in the periphery, almost at any time, there's a couple spots, which is my understanding. That's kind of the goal. I forget the exact numbers, what you need available, what percentage at any given moment. But that's been my experience, so I really appreciate that. It's good to see the data that the app is pretty well used. The kiosk less so. So it's it's a big investment into kiosks if they're not being used, but that's something that I supported and others supported. So that's good. And the looking at those extra spaces as well. I appreciate it, Madam Manager and your staff, the attention to the commission. The continued tweaks, because we understand it's not just one done. So thank you to all your staff. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for a very thorough report. I was one who was most opposed to the app. I have mastered the app. And it makes parking very easy downtown. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Engel.
I kind of want to echo what Commissioner Eastman said. A lot of people talk to me about like 2 hours being that right, like weird level of you're either rushing to get done with a long dinner or you can't quite catch a show or some of those things. So I think having that extra half hour to be able to extend on that is important, and whether we tweak it to an hour or don't officially announce it but let you do it or whichever, I think that's going to be an important addition on there. I also agree with Commissioner Chestnut that once I figured out how to use the app, it's pretty convenient and easy to deal with. But sitting down on a sidewalk downtown and having some people pull up and listen to people talk, I know a lot of people get really confused coming into it, especially people that have only seen it once or twice. Do we have any data on how much of this is repeat users and how much of this is people that come in for like a one-off and we don't see again, or do they break it down that way when they send it to us?
I don't have it with me, but it's possible that we could get that.
I'd just be kind of curious how much trouble it was causing for one-time tourists or people coming for graduation or faster, things like that don't normally see it. And then the other thought I had on this, and I don't know that it's even particularly our place to do it, but it looks like there's, I don't know, half a dozen, 8 private parking options downtown as well. It seems like if we could get some type of coordination so everybody's using the same app, even if they had their own prices or they had their own whatever. So instead of having to download Passport and Park Buddy and Park Well and Park whatever else they've got. So I don't know if there's some outreach that can be done just on trying to coordinate with these other parking things so that it might be a little bit more convenient for people coming down there. Outside of that, that's all I got on this one right now. Thanks. I was not part of the commission when we had the entire parking system set up, so I'm still getting my feet under me on this one.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. So just a few thoughts. I had a conversation with parking staff a couple days ago about all of these things. I think we might want to think about better branding the city lots just with signage so that people know the difference between the city lots, which are significantly less expensive than the privately owned lots. Privately owned lots, I parked in one for lunch a couple of months ago that was, I think, $12 when you could pay $1.50 across the street. And I think branding more clearly for, this is a City of Gainesville lot might be useful to us. It may not. It may not be worth spending the time in the sign shop and the effort to put the signs up. But I think a little more clarity would be useful to folks parking. I agree, Commissioner Engel, that there are 5 or 6 parking apps, at least 4 of those in use in Gainesville, but wherever you go, it feels like, if you're in another town, somebody wants you to download a different app. And it's always a hassle because you're only going to use it once or some number of times. I think I've got 3 different ones on my phone from just different places that I've been that require me to have an app. So it's a hassle, but it's one that we share with every other city, it seems like. And I'm not sure, because they are privately competitive, how successful we would be with trying to get them to standardize. But it's a good thought and something to consider. I appreciate adding 34 new spaces that we're in the process of doing. I know that was something that was important to the Downtown Advisory Board, so I'm glad that we're moving forward with that. I'm also curious about potentially using revenue from this for not necessarily all of it, but a percentage of this revenue for downtown marketing. I continue to be concerned that we have a downtown that isn't marketed. And I'm not sure it's the city's responsibility to do that marketing. Matter of fact, I think it's probably not the city's responsibility. But successful commercial districts tend to be marketed as commercial districts. Celebration Point markets Celebration Point. Butler Plaza markets Butler Plaza. People come to something downtown, it's because they were coming to that specific thing, not because anybody marketed downtown Gainesville. I know we have some money set aside to do that through the GCRA, to think moving forward, but I just wonder if it might be useful to target some of this, or not. Just a thought to put out there. I'm not looking for any kind of motion on that at all. Just a thought.
Mr. Mayor, my response to that would be, this revenue goes into the general fund.
Okay.
And so in order to earmark it, we would be reducing,
Right. Okay.
Expenditures somewhere else in order to make this work.
Gotcha.
And so my suggestion would be for us to fully utilize what we have in the GCRA budget, because we really haven't.
Right.
And so we need to be more aggressive about using those funds to meet the goal that you just stated in terms of marketing downtown.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. I will, just one or two other things. I think it's working pretty well. We will never do a parking survey in any city that comes back with 80% of the people saying, I love paying to park. That's never going to happen. I hate paying to park personally, but it's part of living in a city. It's a thing that we do. It is a thing you do if you go to Ocala or Jacksonville or Tampa or Orlando or anywhere around us, because it does raise some revenue, but primarily it keeps spaces moving so that there is a place to park somewhere near where you want to be. Otherwise, people will camp out in those parking spaces and you will never see any turnover, and then it becomes honestly a problem to find a place to park. So I do believe that it's working well, and we will never get 100% agreement because nobody wants to pay to park. I don't want to pay to park. But the reality is that it seems to be working as intended. So thanks very much for that. Commissioner Eastman, and then we'll get public comment.
Yeah, and in speaking to that same point, I mean, I think all of this is important to figure out when you have a limited supply of parking, and actually it's a significant amount of parking. It's all sort of tucked in around downtown. How do you make sure that is priced correctly so that people are moving to where they want to move? But also increasing the supply of parking is important. And which we've done for on-street parking, which is probably our most in-demand parking. There was two things that have come up recently that I think we gave direction to staff on. One was related to Alachua County Library District and that parking lot, and then there was also the new courthouse that's being built. Do we have any updates on that in terms of, because that's a significant increase in the supply of parking, particularly with the new courthouse that's getting built?
Welcome, Mr. Persons.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Andrew Persons, Chief Operating Officer. To the first point, Mr. Mayor, about the library parking, we did explore that. I think we had even spoken, I believe, at a library board meeting about that. I believe Commissioner Chestnut maybe had as well. We also explored what the cost would be to the city if we took out an insurance policy. It was very expensive from my recollection. I don't have the figure off the top of my head about how much the liability insurance would be that the city would have to carry, but it was not insignificant. With respect to the county's parking garage, I believe the last indication that we received was that it would be remained closed and not available for any public parking, whether it's during the day or in the evening. It's approximately a 500 space parking garage. It does, I think, to that point, we do have a interlocal agreement with the county for use of the city's parking garage for juror parking, and that we're currently not sure how that will work with the new garage, whether they'll still desire the use of the city's parking spaces for court services or whether this new garage will take over that, and how that affects our agreement with the county's use of our spaces in the garage.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Parsons.
thank you, Mr. Parsons.
And I hope that we can continue to work on that. I mean, I think what makes downtown a downtown, and this is true with all downtowns, is you have a density of things that are all within walking distance of one another. You have offices, you have residential, you have bars, you have restaurants, you have all of this stuff. Parking takes a lot of space. It's about, I remember reading about 320 square feet per space. So of course, people need to find a place when they come downtown to be able to park their car. That's, but it takes a lot of space. So when you say you're going to shut it down right at 5 o'clock, right when your particular business ends and you're within that downtown context area, that creates, that's land that could be used for other things. I think it's important that we use the limited land we have in downtown. It also creates dead spaces in downtown. I mean, I would encourage anyone to walk to, I think it's for right there by the library district. You got the federal building, you got the parking garage there. So just a complete dead zone right in that section, because you have an empty parking lot over here, you got an empty parking lot over there, you got a courthouse behind you, you do have a parking garage right over there, but it's mostly a wall. It would enliven that area up if that could be more usable. And I think it would be the same thing for if you shut down that county courthouse right at nighttime, there will not be people coming and going from that section. That creates a very large dead space within that entire area of downtown. So I hope the library thinks twice about it, and I hope I think the county would do well to also consider whether or not that they want to create that kind of a dead space, and whether, with taxpayer money, would they like to have this be open to folks so that it could, enrich downtown after closing of business. That's all I was, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eastman. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. So should we add that topic to the joint meeting with the county to discuss their parking? Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be great.
Let's go ahead and do that. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. I don't see any other lights, so Madam Clerk, do we have public comment on this?
Yes, we have 3 speakers currently signed up. First is Lauren Miller.
Welcome, Ms. Miller.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, we appreciate that you're looking at this issue on an ongoing basis. I think, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to quote you, was something we would all agree with when you said that late last year that the psychology of parking is something almost everyone deals with, and that sometimes we think of it as the common enemy, which I know you're trying to make improvements, so we appreciate that. I live in downtown after graduating from UF way more years ago than I want to think about. But 10 years ago, my husband Jeff and I moved to downtown. We live in Union Street Station. We love it here. Parking does affect our existence as well as that of our community. And after hearing the discussion and the report today, I'm actually going to kind of change my focus here, because you've touched on what are some of the, I think, the biggest problem issues. One is the time limit. I'm thinking primarily about the core of downtown parking, and when you have a 2-hour limit on parking, it does create a real inconvenience for those. Even if you in 30 minutes or an hour can add a little bit more time, it's really not enough time to have a great day downtown if that's what you want to have. And not everyone is able or willing or knowledgeable, or is it convenient to park in perimeter lots. You've spoken about, the difference, and maybe that's a key to it here, is really trying to incentivize people who you don't want to take up core parking to use those core lots, which seems to be happening to some degree, but really somehow incentivize people that work downtown or could use longer term in the day parking and get back and forth to where they're going, to really get them to use those lots so that you could open up the core more. Because what we see happening, honestly, in our great town is that a lot of businesses closed during COVID that have not reopened, and there's been more new space developed, and those spaces are sitting empty, for a very long time. And that is making our downtown feel desolate and kind of a sad cityscape, rather than a vibrant area with lots going on. I mean, all of us have been here. Well, now we've been here 10 years. A lot of people have been here a lot longer. We have seen our favorite spots go, and that's okay if something replaces them, but so many places have been sitting empty for so long. And it really, it's changed the feel of downtown for us. And so maybe that's a key in addressing the parking situation, to try to revitalize core availability of space. Also, I know that you received a pretty detailed financial analysis from one of the business owners downtown in our building, and that he reflected the thoughts of others, that we may think we've opened up those spaces, but business owners are not feeling that people can get in and out of their businesses, and they are hurting. You know, they're not seeing the benefit of the revenues that are coming in when their business is going down.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a key, and appreciate you looking at it.
Okay, thanks.
Mary Anderson.
Try to remind everybody, the green light means you got plenty of time. Yellow light means start wrapping up. Red light, I really ought to ask you to stop. So.
I thought the presentation was very thorough, and I support the core marketing that you're talking about, I think would be crucial, particularly with the comment that was just made with regard to empty businesses downtown. I've noticed that just as a pedestrian, okay? Not a car driver that just drives through. What I want to comment about, though, and share with you, is just an experience that's been brought up as a topic before, that for these businesses downtown, there may be some truck delivery problems that could conflict with pedestrians. Just today, what is that, Southwest 2nd Avenue and Southwest 1st Street, there's like a wonderful ice cream shop right there that needed ice delivery. What I'm saying that needs to be, I would like to see discussed is there any way to increase the job market by getting them to agree to smaller delivery trucks? Because this is what happened to me today. When I was trying to cross that intersection, they had almost like an 18-wheel sized truck blocking the intersection. They had dropped their lower end down, which would also block the crosswalk at the time that I happened to be crossing. So, and then when you're talking about some of these other issues, I still have to come back to, we've got RTS service. When you're in the marketing, and some people, we already know from parking, they're using it mostly for entertainment at night. I still become concerned because I've experienced it as a pedestrian, almost getting hit by cars. I'm still very concerned about people getting behind the wheel and driving under the influence. If we can get them switched over to buses, that'd be great. Okay? Really great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Linda McGurn.
Welcome, Ms. McGurn.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Madam City Manager. I am Linda McGurn. I am Chair of your Downtown Advisory Board. I have written you emails and letters about the board's position on the parking. At our April meeting, we wanted to have parking on our agenda so that we could advise you what we felt about the reports being provided by the city. And we were extremely concerned that the reports on on-street parking were not separated from the numbers presented on the garage. We think it is critically important, if you are looking at the impact of your on-street parking, that you know the difference and what you are collecting just for the streets versus the garage. I know they are intertwined because you have changed rates in the garage, but we did not feel with that information that we could make a decision on the dollars. And hoped that you would have gotten that information, which is why we wrote you in the beginning of April and again in the middle of April when it didn't seem you were getting that. We are also concerned that other parts of Gainesville are using the cost of downtown parking as a basis to tell businesses that want to locate downtown or are already downtown, they would be much better going out to someplace like Butler Plaza, Celebration, or any other place that has free parking. That creates a definite problem for landlords who own property downtown. We had requested in September several items, one saying we don't think you should have paid parking in downtown, and certainly not during the day, because that is not when your high demand is. And we had requested it be terminated, and we were looking forward to what was then going to be a review of the program in January. Additionally, the 2-hour maximum is definitely a problem, as you heard from Ms. Miller, and as we've heard from other businesses such as Dragonfly, who has a 2-hour wait if you park. You don't even get in by the time you're waiting downtown. That really needs to be changed. It is not good for downtown businesses. Our last recommendation was that there's a lot of parking on Southwest First Avenue, which is just blocked off, and there's no construction even planned until December. On a personal note, how it's impacted me is I used to invite people to come down to lunch all the time, meet me for lunch, great places to eat. I now find that I feel somewhat guilty asking them to come down and deal with paid parking. And so now I find that I'm meeting them outside of downtown much more than in the past. That is not good.
Thank you, Ms. McGurk.
That's our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I don't see any further waits. Going once, going twice. All right, thanks everyone for your participation in this, much appreciated. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our next item, which is 2025-155, Structured Parking Text Amendment, LD 24000114, with recommendation the City Commission approve the petition with modifications.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rabinovich, before we get started, I want to mention that I sent an email a little earlier, had an email sent to the commission and to some staff members, and distributed some letters that I assumed had been sent to the entire commission, but apparently were only going to me. I only mention this because I haven't seen this before, and it apparently is I don't want to say targeted, but it related to this topic. Apparently a group, United for Better Communities, had solicited folks in the community about this, and we got a total of 14 letters that are all very similar to each other, that appear to have been funded by this United for Better Communities group, and there's nothing wrong with that. I just, since the rest of the commission didn't get these until today, I wanted to mention that there seems to be a concerted effort behind this, apparently, as best I can tell, in favor of the amendment. And I'm curious about the group and about the funding of the group and all that, but that is separate and apart from the actual petition. But I wanted to put that out there before we get started. So, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commission. My name is Ari Rabinovich. The presentation today is for item LD 24-000114, which is an amendment to the Land Development Code regarding structured parking requirements. This is a privately initiated text amendment, which would amend section 30-7.5A3B. The amendment would exempt multifamily development built outside transect zones from structured parking requirements based on the number of parking spaces provided. Effectively, this amendment would allow developments with greater than 200 parking spaces to enact surface parking, where the current code would require that they build structured parking. Staff have proposed modifications to this request. Staff modifications would amend section 30-7.5A3B and section 30-4.31, which is our affordable housing inclusionary zoning provision. These staff amendments would incorporate an exemption to structured parking requirements as an additional offset for developments that comply with the affordable housing set-asides of 30-4.31. This would allow service parking for developments with over 200 parking spaces that set aside at least 10% of their units as affordable to residents earning 80% of the area median income. So here is the applicant's proposed text amendment, which would exempt all multifamily developments outside of transect zones from parking structure requirements, provided the number of parking spaces are less than the existing maximum number of parking spaces. And here's the staff proposed amendment tying the exemption to section 30-4.31, the affordable housing provision. The new exemption would function as an offset that staff could utilize to ensure costs associated with affordable housing contributions are fully offset. And this is the amendment to the affordable housing provision, just adding the structured parking exemption to the existing list of offsets that are available. The rationale behind staff determination relates to the relative risks associated with permitting surface parking more broadly, weighed against the potential benefits of broadening available offsets in the code for developments that set aside a percentage of their units as affordable. As written, the requested text amendment poses some concerns to the city's goals of compact development, discouraging sprawl, and ensuring efficient land use patterns that lead to development which is sustainable in the long term, as well as encouraging public transit. Permitting surface parking for developments outside transects, which with parking equal to or greater than 200 spaces, poses a risk of incentivizing development on the periphery of the city, away from the center, where fewer parcels are zoned transect and land is more easily acquired. This increases demand and cost associated with supporting automotive infrastructure, pushes destinations apart, and inhibits public transit goals. However, the staff modifications balance these potential impacts against the increased benefits to low-income residents through an increased provision for affordable housing. These modifications allow the city to pursue comprehensive plan goals surrounding supporting residents of broad economic backgrounds and providing diverse housing to accommodate the needs of all residents. Both the applicant and staff have recognized that costs associated with the construction of structured parking can be prohibitive to new development. So through these amendments, staff intend to avoid undue and unintended impacts from this development cost on projects that serve our more vulnerable communities. So as previously mentioned, excess surface parking poses potential negative impacts on the goals of our public transit agency, as well as on conservation and resource protection goals, infill housing, and mitigation against extreme weather, climate change, and carbon emissions. Allocating land for surface parking consumes space which could otherwise be used for more productive uses and has the effect of inducing demand for driving. The staff report cites data that causally links increased parking to greater percentages of trips being taken by private passenger vehicles. Comprehensive plan goals inhibited by this outcome include those directing the city to mitigate sprawl and reduce single passenger vehicle trips. Other data points to the impacts of surface parking on the ecosystem service value, which is a quantification of the economic benefits of various ecosystems and natural resources like air and water purification functions, temperature regulation, biodiversity, and carbon sequestering. The Davis et al. Study that's cited in the staff report calculated a significant decrease in the ecosystem service value when land is used for surface parking, which points toward a consequential trade-off when surface parking is prioritized over the benefits of the natural environment. And the University of Florida's Warrington College of Business cited the book, The High Cost of Free Parking, to connect parking excess and sprawl, indicating that excess surface parking pushes land uses apart, which makes walking, cycling, and public transit less effective as modes of transportation. The report also highlights that additional infrastructure needed to support locations across broader distances is costly to the city, and costs only continue to increase as residents of the new distant community require additional services. In Gainesville and across the United States, cities have eliminated parking minimums, giving businesses the opportunity to right-size their parking and reduce development costs. The result is that more uses like apartments and offices have begun to offer fewer spaces per unit of housing or per square footage of interior floor area. The city of Gainesville eliminated our parking minimums in 2022 with the same goal, giving developers the chance to unbundle parking costs from housing costs. And a study from the University of Utah indicates that lower income residents are more dependent on proximity to employment opportunities, and that higher sprawl neighborhoods lead to lower lifetime earnings compared to more dense neighborhoods. Additionally, when sprawl pushes residents further from each other, more affluent areas of the city tend to receive greater access to public services, with poorer neighborhoods left out of the equation, resulting in inequitable provision of public services. The current code provision gives development the flexibility to determine their own parking needs and can choose to decrease parking to avoid triggering the structured parking thresholds. Parking structure requirements are in place for the same reason that elimination of parking minimums was enacted. With structured parking, the sprawl associated with automotive use is condensed and reduced, relieving some of the burden on the city and on neighboring developments. However, staff and the applicant have both recognized the increased burden to developers associated with the cost of structured parking. And one unintended potential consequence of this requirement is its impacts on affordable housing. The city recently implemented our inclusionary zoning program in section 30-4.31, which requires developments in transects U5 to U9 and downtown with greater than 50 units, legally set aside at least 10% of those units as affordable to residents who earn no more than 80% of the area median income, and allows other developments in other zoning districts to voluntarily comply with the same provisions. The section includes various offsets that ensure the city meets state requirements that inclusionary zoning programs fully offset the cost to developers associated with providing the affordable housing. So adding this as an exemption, adding the structured parking threshold exemption for these developments gives the city access to an additional offset, which would help bring us closer to affordable housing and economic comprehensive plan goals surrounding affordable housing, and it functions as a counterbalance to the potential negative impacts to the desired urban form. And several of these goals, objectives, and policies in the comprehensive plan are provided for you in Appendix D of the staff report, including the future land use element, transportation mobility element, housing element, and conservation elements. So with that, I do thank you for your time. The staff recommendation is for approval with the proposed modifications. This item was presented to the City Plan Board in February, and the board has recommended denial of the petition. For context, at the time, the Plan Board was inclined to defer the item to the following month with the intention of giving staff and the petitioner additional time to confer and to explore other options. However, the applicant stated that in order to keep to their project timeline, they preferred that the item move forward with a vote rather than to defer and return to the Plan Board for another month. So for the record, staff recommendation is for approval of LD 24-00000114 with modifications, and Plan Board recommendation is for denial of LD 24-000114. I thank you very much, and I'm here for any questions. The applicant does have a presentation as well.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Rabinovich. So let's go ahead and hear from the applicant's presentation. And Mr. Attorney, this is not quasi-judicial, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Attorney, and Manager. My name is Patrice Boyes. I represent Hill Point. With me today is Seth Coleman in the audience, who is General Counsel for the client group, and Nicole Neugerberger, who is a land use attorney with Stearns Weaver, my recent past law firm. I'm now with Holtzman Vogel. I want to start by saying that I think staff's position demands a little bit more complexity than a monolithic reading of a planning text would suggest. We are in pretty close to a housing crisis in this country, and particularly here in Alachua County. Our work over the past 30 years has shown workforce housing currently is being built in places like Newberry, where it's affordable. Attainable is the word. It's being built on the outskirts of High Springs. We need to get working families closer to downtown where the employment centers are. They simply cannot afford to live in the city cluster. Moreover, with children, they can't afford to live in the mid-rise and high-rise products that we're also bringing to the downtown core. So to provide an abundance of housing and reduce the costs, attract our working families closer to the downtown core, keep them off the roads, prevent sprawl, prevent leapfrog development into the outlying cities, we need to reintroduce the garden-style apartment product back into your housing portfolio. Doesn't hurt anybody. It's 3 stories. It is about 18 acres to 20 acres typically. You've annexed a lot of property over the years in the southwest part of the city along Williston Road, where a lot of these were built in the county. They're now in the city of Gainesville. My client is proposing to add a 300-unit project right across the street from the Hideaway, down the street from the Polos, generally in that area where it's very compatible. Back to my point, though, my larger point, if we're going to provide an abundance of housing for this demographic population that tends to live outside the transect zones, we have to remove economic barriers. When my client proposed this project, they ran smack into the recent, I guess within the past year or two, update to the code, which requires a parking garage for all multifamily, whether you're inside the transect zone or out. When you put that parking garage on an 18-acre development, first of all, who's going to walk across 18 acres with their groceries to get to their apartment? That's number one. So there are practical considerations that need to be taken into account. But number two, it raises the rents about $350 a month on these 2-bedroom, 2-bath units, which are, by the way, rented by the unit, not the bedroom. So we think this is an unintended consequence of your express intent to prevent large field commercial parking, which we agree that's where you're seeing an inefficient use of land. When you see the site plan, when Nicole comes up, you'll understand this is a very compact development on the site. And our requested relief, simply put, is that multifamily outside the transect zone be relieved of the parking garage requirement as long as you stay below the maximum number of spaces that the code, allows for that use. There are not that many properties that would qualify for this, so you don't have a floodgates concern, in our opinion. We were processing this amendment with staff very well. In the 11th hour, there was a staffing change, and suddenly we were confronted with, well, okay, we'll go along with the requested amendment as long as you submit yourself to the inclusionary zoning ordinance and allow that, consent to that being put in. That just, we can't cut the knot with that. We can't take advantage of the bonuses offered out there in the suburban, outside the city, the core. We can't take advantage of the bonuses. We've got a height limitation. It just doesn't work. And so you don't make the developer whole for providing those affordable units in that context. Moreover, it's probably a little soon, less than a year since you adopted that ordinance, to be without additional study of the product type that you want to apply it to now. Just do this very quickly on the fly. So we would ask that you grant our request without staff's modification. And Mr. Mayor, we conferred, we don't know anything about, United Communities.
United for Better Communities.
I'm so sorry, we don't know anything about the group. I'm aware of 3 letters that have gone to you. I've not seen the other 11, if my arithmetic is correct. And with that, I'll ask Nicole to come forward and show you our slide deck very briefly. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, commissioners. Okay, so as Patrice mentioned, my name is Nicole McInnes. I am a land use attorney at Stearns Weaver in Tampa, and I want to quickly go through some slides to give a little bit more of a visual presence to the great points that Patrice made. So as Patrice mentioned, we're here today on behalf of Hill Point. They are proposing a 300-unit multifamily project off Williston Road. The entire site is about 26 acres. Along the southern half of it is a conservation easement, so that is all not developable. There are several buildings that are around the project, and it's currently entitled for multifamily, so there is no rezoning or anything like that. They can build that today. They just have to go through the site plan process, which is where we ran into the structured parking requirement. Right now, they are about 85 spaces less than what is the maximum allowed in your code, so they are not developing up to the maximum number of parking. They're a product type, they're a very unique developer. They are geared towards attainable housing, so they focus on the 80 to 120 AMI bracket. This project is slated to be right around 100 AMI, or about $2,000 per unit, which is less than the maximum 120 AMI by quite a bit, actually, if you look at the 2025 updates. They are proposing a 3-story product here. And as Patrice mentioned, one thing I want to point out about this site, so right now, a project like this would have to build structured parking. And when you're looking at this site, where do you put a garage that allows people to practically be able to live here? So if you put it on one side, you have someone who would be walking across 18 acres of property to get to their unit, if their unit's on the opposite end. If you put it in the middle, you have people walking across 9 acres of property to get to their unit. And that's a lot of walking for families who may have groceries and a child with them. And so from a practical perspective, having structured parking with this type of product type just doesn't practically make sense. It makes sense when you're in a high rise and you're going up an elevator to get to your unit, not when you're walking outside across large acres of property. So our solution to this is to propose a very limited exception to the structured parking requirement for multifamily outside the transect zones, as long as you are not asking to go above the maximums that the city already set forth. So very limited, only for multifamily, only outside the transect. And back when this code amendment was adopted in late 2022, a lot of the discussion and staff's point of view of this was to stop large-scale commercial parking lots. There was actually very limited to no discussion of how this would impact a residential development. And there was comments by the former mayor and by Andrew Persons about that this might need to be changed in the future, that this is something that is very unique to Gainesville, and it may need some modifications. And so we're coming back here today with how we saw this practically affect the city, and we're asking to make this modification. As Patrice mentioned, the difference in cost for a structured parking garage versus surface parking is significant. It's about $23,000 per space for structured parking and $2,500 per space for surface parking. So the effect on the affordability of housing is significant when you look at these numbers. This correlates to about $350 increase in monthly rent per unit if you have a structured parking garage. And here's a map that shows the properties that would be affected by this. So as I said, multifamily only outside the transect. In red are the properties that would be affected by this amendment. It is not large pieces of the city. It is not going to dramatically cause surface parking lots to pop up all over the city. This is very limited to just these properties in red if they decide to be developed as multifamily. Some of them are zoned multifamily. Some, like this parcel, also have an office component to them. And so that's if all of these get developed, here's the properties that would be affected. And a lot of the properties in Gainesville, you may not be as familiar with how many garden-style apartments there are, but there are actually quite a few. The properties that are highlighted here are garden-style multifamily projects, which is really 3 to 4 story multifamily apartments. Those are all the ones that are in Southwest Gainesville, which is around where this property is. A lot of them were annexed into the city from the county, so they were originally built and developed in county and then moved into city. But this use is compatible with Gainesville. This use is compatible with this part of Gainesville. And it's not something that we would be introducing as a new product type to the city. Staff's approach, they are supportive of the notion of the request, but they are asking that we comply with IZ. I went back and listened to the IZ hearings, and I thought it was really interesting talking about the purpose and why Gainesville wanted to do this, and that this is something that is new. I work all over the state. Gainesville's IZ ordinance is very unique. It is something that may need to be tweaked, and there was a lot of discussion about, do we go outside the transect zones, do we not, do we include the entire city? There was a lot of discussion about that and a notion that this might need to be changed in the future, but we want to give it a year. It's been about 8 months that IZ's been in effect, and so now with staff's proposal, this would be expanding the IZ ordinance to allow for these projects. The problem with that is with IZ, to offset the cost of restricting the affordable housing, you get a height and a density bonus. Well, on these garden style projects, that doesn't have the same effect that it would on a mid or high rise product. And that's because the cost of construction to go above 3 stories is significant. So while you may be able to go up in height or up in density, to actually build that, your construction costs go way up. And so then you're losing your offset from not having to build the structured parking. So it just doesn't have the same effect when you look at a high-rise or mid-rise product versus a lower-rise 2 to 3 story product. So where do families live in Gainesville? Because there's been some discussion about this. So we looked at a lot of census data on where is your college-age population living and where are your families living. And it was really interesting. It found that 86% of your college population is living in your urban transect zones, and 13% of your family population is living in those. But by contrast, in your non-transect zones, 92% of your families are living in those, and only 5% of your students. The project we're proposing is not in a transect zone, and demographics show that that is where your families are living. It is not where your college-age population is living. And here's a map that shows Gainesville. As the colors get darker, that is a higher number of rentals with children under the age of 18. Now, there are some college students who may have a child under the age of 18, so those numbers can be slightly impacted, but this is generally where your families are living, and that is on the outskirts of Gainesville. It is not in your city core. And something I thought was really interesting, we looked at the age of housing in Gainesville, and a lot of the housing that was built here was built between 1960 and 1999. Average life cycle of a project is 40 to 60 years, depending on how well it's maintained. And so we're going to start seeing Gainesville's housing stock age out and need to be redeveloped. And we need to be able to address that housing and make sure that we're planning for it. And so being able to provide the garden-style multifamily type for new construction in Gainesville is going to be really important to address Gainesville's housing stock that it is aging. So with that, we respectfully request your approval of our text amendment without staff's condition. We are here, the applicant is here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To city staff, you didn't provide a map of the non-transect properties that allow multifamily. Would you say that the map in the applicant's presentation is accurate? That those are non-transect?
Yeah, I would say that it was an accurate map of multifamily that was outside of transect zones.
Okay, thank you. That's my first question. So do we have design standards for parking in garden-style apartments? Do we have design standards about what a parking lot would look like that is not, structured parking?
We have design standards in the transect zones for parking in multifamily developments. We don't have those same parking design standards outside of transect zones.
So despite the layout that we've seen, a potential, this is a potential, which, that's all based on whether we change ordinance or not. There's nothing that binds them to a parking lot that looks, let's say, perhaps more like what I'm familiar with garden style, particularly in Gainesville, where parking is kind of serpentine. It kind of snakes in and out of buildings, some curves, as opposed to one large mass of parking. There's nothing in our non-transect land development code that's going to, limit what that parking lot would look like. Outside of, you need strips of greenery on, if it's 20 spaces, I forget what it is. That part still applies to non-transect, but not, let's say, the massing.
Right. Strictly for design standards and where you'd place the parking, no, we don't restrict that outside of transect zones.
Okay. I would just say that I think that one of the issues is that we should have better, specifically for garden-style apartments, so that we should actually have design standards on parking lots, because I think a lot of, we're familiar with it, we've seen it in other places you've been, lived, went to college. Garden style has lent itself to that by the definition of, as the applicant said, like people tend to want to be closer to the parking spot because they're more likely to have families. It's, you're not in a garage underneath a tall building. People want to get there easily, so it tends to snake through, but there's nothing that requires them. I'm familiar with what I consider to be a well-meaning project where where in order to line the buildings around a street to have a good street feel, it ended up with a sea of parking on the back of the piece of the property, and we don't currently control for that. So, and then is there the 200 parking space in our current code or ordinances? So it doesn't scale to the size of of a development, right? So like if, if you're developing 600 apartments, you'd still need more than 200 spaces, ergo you would need structured, correct?
That's
Structured
correct,
parking.
yeah. If you exceed the 200 parking spot threshold, then current code requires that you build the structured parking garage.
I mean, I think one thought is that we would scale it so that where that kicks in, but I also understand that would lead towards what you could lead more towards very, very large developments that then also have parking garages. And if you've taken that parking, put it in a garage for that many units, it ends up changing what the end product is going to be, which I understand. But I still think that idea of scaling could help in this situation, where if you're going to bring 300 units, and if you want, let's say, 300 spaces, but we're talking about closer to 515 spaces for this. So I'm very familiar with the garden style apartments. I'm familiar with almost all of these, because a bunch of them exist in my district. I think the last one that got built was the Marlowe. In my brain, it's right on the edge of what is considered garden style because they're 4 stories as opposed to 3 stories. They have central hallways with stairs at both ends, which is less what garden style. I think we're stretching the definition of it in the Marlowe, but the rest of them, I've knocked almost all those doors. I'm familiar with them. I think garden style apartments are fine. They are higher density than a lot of other typical it's kind of suburban patterns, and they are where working families live, working people. That's where I lived in garden style apartments multiple times in my life when I was just either a young student or a worker. But I have an issue with changing this and not getting design standards out of it, and just assuming, oh, it'll always work out. So that's I like staff's recommendation because it gets us closer to a different goal. That if we're going to do this, then let's if it's going to be workforce housing, then let's include some of that at, I guess you could consider not workforce housing at below 80% AMI, as opposed to closer to whatever this applicant or future ones are aiming towards. I have a problem with going with the applicants, what they put forward. I don't think I could support that. I think staff is going somewhere. So, Mr. Rubinovich, if we went staff's recommendation, is that in essence, let's see if I asked this right, that's in essence applying IZ to a lower density zoning only if they need more than 200 parking spots?
It would allow the developments in those zoning districts to voluntarily comply with IZ if they choose to develop greater than 200 parking spaces and do not want to build structured parking.
And then where does the making the developer whole fit in there? Because, clearly it is much cheaper to build surface lot, and I see potential for a huge amount of money saved, sure. But how does that fit into the potential idea of IZ and making the property owner whole?
So from what I understand, inclusionary zoning requires that we make the developer whole, particularly in the cases where it's a mandatory requirement. So in the transect zones where it's mandatory that we implement it. This would be a voluntary choice by the developer to adhere to the IZ specifications if they do not wish to have structured parking. So I'm not certain that voluntarily complying with IZ in this case would require that we make them whole.
Okay, that helps me understand a little bit. I wanted to extend IZ to these other areas, non-transit areas. That's what I wanted for exactly this type of housing, for garden style or otherwise. That's what I wanted, and so there's not as big of an issue with me with this idea that we're branching out. It is 8 months later. It's not a full year. That's why I think staff's suggestion is a little more elegant. So but I also think this is something that needs a lot more fleshing out than making a decision today and being able to make another decision, 2 weeks from today on a second reading or whatnot. Does this need a second reading, Mr. Rubinovich?
I believe so.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'll wait to hear some more from my colleagues, but I'll just say I don't think garden style apartments are the worst thing in the world. They're great. They're higher density than some. I live in garden style apartments. I live at what I think is about 18 units per acre garden style, 4 buildings. I forget how many parking spots we have. Our parking spots are over close to our doors. It works. I understand it's not the densest, but it works for a lot of Southwest Gainesville. We run buses through there, particularly because it's student heavy, but that's changing a little bit. And I do appreciate the applicant bringing the data about the age of housing, because we have not built as much in the past 20 years of garden style, and we're, particularly not the last 10 years, and we're going to need new apartments that appeal to different types of people. And so yeah, I really do appreciate that part, but I think that we're going to need to really flesh this out more, and I'm still interested in having design standards for that type of housing, but that's perhaps a future conversation. So thank you, Mr. Ruinovich. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Engel.
Just so I'm sure I'm looking at the right numbers here. If to voluntarily comply with those IZ requirements, what exactly would those IZ requirements be?
So the requirement would be a set aside of 10% of all units as affordable to residents earning no more than 80% of the area median income.
And what are we putting that as a number?
Sorry?
Do we have that number of what we're looking at right now? I know one of us does.
I don't have the exact number.
I'll bet you Casey does.
The income, what do you want?
So the rent, if we were looking at 80%.
Rent for a 2-bedroom, 80% AMI, $1,872 per Florida Housing Finance Corp. For Alachua County.
And 100% would be what?
Somewhere in between. I have 80 and 120, so somewhere between 1872 and 2808. I'm sure the applicant probably remembers what 100 is. Sorry, I just offered that. Sorry, just jumped in. Thank you, Commissioner Engel.
And that would be on 10% of the units. I've got a couple other more things to say about it, but I think I just shouldn't go ahead and hear from the public and everything first. So I'm good from where I am.
Right, let's see. If the applicant can, it seems like you can offer a little more information.
Sorry, I just had one question, and you're gonna probably think this is crazy, but as an idea is while I'm sitting here listening to Commissioner Willetts and your comments about parking design standards. So real quick to go back to our plan. This plan has been submitted to staff, and our outstanding comments, we have comments related to parking. And so that's really the last thing before this plan goes forward. If you guys were amenable to this plan and the way that the parking looks on this plan, this is the plan that is going forward with the developer. They're not going to be filing a new plan. If you wanted to come up with design standards, something you could do if you were amenable to the way this looks is implement zoning in progress for parking design standards outside the transect zone today, so that all future applications are subject to design standards and we let this one go through. So that was just my kind of crazy idea to see if that was something that would be a compromise. And that's all I'll leave you with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I thought that you had something to add to Commissioner Engel's question, but that's okay. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Would you come to the microphone, please? Thank you. Okay, what was the vote of the plan board on this?
The vote was a recommendation of denial.
No. What was the number?
It was unanimous.
It was unanimous to deny? I don't believe so.
My apologies.
Hey there, Bobby Murmer, Plan Board member, actually here on behalf of the Plan Board. They voted unanimously for me to represent them on this topic. There was one dissent from the Plan Board. Mr. Ackerman voted no on the motion to deny the petition. But I did want to point out that the original motion that was on the table, made by me, seconded by Nick Hill, was that we continue the meeting until the following month so the applicant can get with staff specifically to hash out design standards to prevent these oceans of parking on one side of an apartment complex. And if you've spent any time in North Tampa or New Tampa, you know that that's a very serious threat. They invite parties, make it difficult to have a good quality of life if you're a resident there. So the original motion was to discuss design standards, sort of like what she just threw out there as potential compromise. But at the meeting itself, when we threw that out there, we were asked to vote to deny by the applicant.
Okay,
So,
all right. Thank you. My next question then. So let me see if I understand. In a transit zone, the structured parking would be required.
Correct.
Okay, and this property is not in the transit zone.
No, it is, so this, this text amendment is not in relation to a particular property or development, so this is, we were looking at the entire city here.
I see. And we were going to wait a year to see if IZ works and the 10% set aside works. Correct? Forrest?
Thank you all. Commissioner, Mr. Mayor, Forrest Edelton, Director of the Department of Sustainable Development. The conversation was that it would be looked at over the period of a year. And so this application actually came up. Of course, we've been discussing it for months before it got to this place. So it came up some 3 to 4 months shortly after the commission voted to approve what is in text today.
Okay, so do we have data to show the effect of IZ and the 10% now? Are you saying you've been looking at it as we go along? Do you have that data now?
Not as it relates to a request for the parking structure or structured parking. This would be the first request where something like this came up, where this was in conflict, so to speak.
Okay, I have a problem with this because we were going to look at the data over a year. I'm not sure of how effective it's going to be with IZ and that requirement and the 10% set aside requirement. Hopefully, so I'm really waiting to see that, see the impact of it when we come back in September of how successful or unsuccessful it's been. That's one. So you really are not asking the applicant to voluntarily submit to the structured parking. It is, if they don't submit to if they don't do it, then you're not really supporting their proposal? Is that what I heard you?
So really, roughly, what we do in code is the ball is in their court. They can provide what parking they feel is comfortable for their development. If they do ask for 200 or more spaces, then our code is requiring them to provide structured parking. But they are not required to have 200 spaces.
Okay. What I like about this proposal is that it finally, it is family housing. It is sold as a unit and not as a rooms to go, but not as single rooms as we see so much of student housing, which is important. So the demographics are important here. I don't see requiring or pushing this on the applicant at this point, because it goes beyond what we really require. So I'll listen to others. I'll stop for now, but I'll come back.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Commissioner Willis, I think you articulated a lot of, I thought, good points that I would have made that I agree with 100%. I mean, there's nothing inherently wrong with garden-style apartments. They're certainly more dense and less impactful to the environment than, say, like single-family homes where you're going to have, houses with lots of roads in between each thing. They tend to be workforce housing. I think where we kind of sit right here is we got 3 different options, right? We can accept the applicants what they've put forward here, which then means that we have sort of this. What I didn't like about the way that the applicant. What is before us with this particular application is that it is, I think, planning staff has made clear it creates a sort of weird dichotomy between what you have in the RMFs that tend to be on the periphery, what you have in the transect zones out there. But I also agree that the kind of having a cap at 200 structured parking, kind of what it does is it forces you to either split up your development between multiple developments, or it forces you to spend money to create a structured parking, which I'm not sure that really solves any of the. I don't think that solves the problem that we're looking for in any of this. I thought what you guys put forward was it's really the only flexibility we have in our code, right? Is that we put this inclusionary zoning portion in there. It's just that 30-7.5 is not one of the flexible, not one of the criteria that someone could opt out of in order to move forward with it, right? I mean that seemed to be why you guys brought this forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. What we really saw the opportunity for was to add this as another tool in our toolbox,
right,
to be able to offset that affordable housing requirement if and when it did come up for a proposal.
Yeah. And so then from the applicant's perspective, what you guys came forward with is said that that the density and the height bonuses doesn't necessarily offset where you are. But I was curious, I mean, you mentioned before the rent that you're charging for these. They tend to be, did I hear, about $2,000 per month for an apartment? Is that, did I hear that correctly? Well, what rate are you guys looking at charging for rent?
Our rate is looking at a base rent that's around like $1,950, $1,900 a month. So we're pretty close to the 8 AMI just because the rent numbers actually just went up in the last couple of weeks. So we're really looking at about 90 to 100 AMI. I don't want to lock them in today because they're still going through all this, but that's what this developer builds.
Okay.
Now, obviously, no, sorry.
That's for a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom? What?
2-bedroom.
For a 2-bedroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like this, what staff has brought forward here gets you close to being able to press go on this project, right? Very, very quickly, you're only setting aside 10% of the units close to a rent that you're already planning on charging for it. It seems like an approval of staff recommendation here gets you guys moving forward with this project relatively quickly and without a huge amount of changes to your financing and all of that.
Certainly I think I'll speak to my client about it. Certainly I think that would be better than, the commission voting no on the application. One thing that we kind of brought up earlier, it's a question of does the city have to make the developer whole here because we are, as staff put it, voluntarily asking for the waiver from structured parking. You just can't, and maybe it's an amendment that you need to your inclusionary housing ordinance for garden style outside the transect area, but the bonuses that are offered with that, you just can't really utilize them with a project like this just because construction costs get so much more expensive and then you ruin the pro forma to be able to provide affordable housing at that rate. So I can speak to them, but certainly it is closer in the direction of obviously where we would like to go.
Right, but what we tried to do with our IZ is we included a whole bunch of the design standards that were in there. I mean, there's a lot of different things, and some of them are very site-specific, things related to compatibility buffers, related to a number of different items that aren't necessary. I know when you think about IZ, you think about density, you think about height. That's the traditional way. But, I mean, what they put forward is a number of hang-ups. I know when I've spoken to builders, they said, oh, this is an issue, this is an issue, this is an issue, that we try to include within there so that site-specifically we can say, this is something that we can solve for you that would help offset that particular issue.
Right, and so my concern is if we say we can go comply with IZ, is if there are design standards in there that are really built towards or designed towards the mid and high-rise buildings, but aren't really looking at something that would be lower density compared to what you're geared towards, that could actually affect the project and be able to design it that way. Just because I think when designing that ordinance, it was, okay, we want a lot of density, we want a lot of compact development, and we want it to go vertical. And so when you have design standards that are geared towards that type of development, that does not comport with this type. And so some concerns that there's gonna be design standards that, a garden style developer can meet is definitely a secondary concern.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying, for our IZ, I guess what I'm saying is what we try to do is grant more flexibility when you went through there. Not necessarily, I don't think if we were to pass this, it doesn't put any further design requirements on you guys than what you guys have already designed around, is my understanding. Unless I missed something from staff. I didn't walk into this meeting necessarily feeling comfortable. I wanted to see design standards potentially coming forward with where we are with parking, all of this, but I actually think what staff came forward with, I feel comfortable with. I think it moves the project forward and it gets affordable housing in a place that we don't, where I agree with you, Commissioner Willis. I was not comfortable voting for this only to be within the transects. I think it's the same issue that you had with this, is when you have different standards for our infill developments versus our periphery developments, it ends up pushing things out into those areas. And I think this helps kind of even the playing field between where we have with our more intercity transects and with our RMFs. That I think staff came forward with something that would, I think, actually works out well for the applicant at the end of the day. But I'll hear from my fellow commissioners. But yeah, I like what Liz come forward with, and I'm happy to move forward with that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Engel.
So, just running some numbers on this. We were looking at roughly 300 apartments that this development is looking at. 10% of that would be 30 units. To comply with this IZ requirement, you would have to have 30 of those units be at $1,872, which is $1.25 less than what you're typically charging for one of these units. So if you get 30 times roughly $100, you're looking at about $3,000 a month difference in total rent for this by complying with IZ than you are not complying with IZ. From what you're telling me it would cost to build a parking garage, it would be about $350 a month more in rent. So $350 more a month in rent would be, for 300 apartments, would be about $105,000 a month. So the argument that we're not making the developer whole here by canceling an obligation that would be $105,000 a month and replacing it with one that would be like $1,500 a month or whatever it is, just seems ridiculous to me. Like, right now we've got a code. Code says you have to have a parking garage. You came and said, like, listen, a parking garage is going to make this unaffordable. So we said, well, heck, instead of a parking garage, let's put this very mild requirement for, some affordable housing in this. That's basically like slightly less than what you're claiming you're going to charge anyway. It's going to cost you very little money, and we are going to let you completely out of this very expensive requirement that is a code requirement of the thing you're trying to build. That seems like a really good trade to me. So, like, I think IZ is a pretty small ask here when we're canceling something that's that big a requirement. And I'm going to follow it up with, like, I think that this is exactly the type of housing we need. We need more of it. We need workforce housing out there. Sometimes, when you make a code change, they don't actually build the thing they were talking about building when we're talking about it in the code thing. And not about you guys particularly, but across all of these different code changes, it could be any type of multifamily housing. Maybe it's not good for affordable housing. Maybe it is good for affordable housing. Maybe this project dries up and some other people come in here and try and build something else. So putting some requirement in there for affordable housing, instead of just saying, if we don't require this parking and we save you a lot of money, hopefully you'll pass that on to the people that are renting from you. This may be a great company and they may do just that. Hooray, good on you. But sometimes we get people that wouldn't do that. They would come in, not build a parking garage, get out of a very expensive obligation, and then keep the difference and still charge the higher rent. So I say, like, if we are going to back off this requirement and give away, like I said, we're going to say right now there's a requirement for parking garage. In exchange for not enforcing that requirement, we're going to ask for a tiny bit of affordable housing. That, again, if I've got the math right, it's going to put you out like $3,000 a month, which would save you like, I don't know, close to $100,000 a month versus a parking garage. This just seems like a no-brainer to me. So we've got a code that requires a parking garage. That parking garage is causing you consternation. We'll get rid of that parking garage in exchange for this tiny consideration for affordable housing. I think that's a great way to move forward on this. I'm 100% for it. And as I said, this solves an awful lot of problems to me. Done.
Mr. Mayor, maybe I can shorten things for everybody. We appreciate the consideration, only because the income limits and rents have gone up in the past 2 weeks, which is long after we submitted this application. My client has made the business decision that he can live with the 10% requirement in the IZ ordinance, so.
All right.
Great.
Very good.
That's a change. Now, having said that, I do want to address for the record the proceedings before the plan board, because I think it's something the commission does need to address in the future. There was an announcement, I hate it, before we even came up and made our presentation. That hostile environment is largely why we made the command decision to please just move us on to the city commission where we'll get a fair hearing. So I wanted to address that. But anyway, we consent to staff's condition and look forward to your favorable vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I have very little to say then, now that it's my turn. I appreciate everybody's input and really good, deep thinking on this. That's what we're supposed to do. It's how it's supposed to work. So I appreciate that. I do want to note, I'm glad to see housing getting built or potentially getting built. That is positive any way you look at it. But I want to note the scale that we're talking about. Just for context, you're going to build 300 apartments, so it's going to be between 600 and 900 people living there, basically. That's bigger than 3 individual cities in Alachua County. City of La Crosse, City of Waldo, City of Micanopy, and maybe Hawthorne. I didn't check Hawthorne, but just for context, that is bigger than a third of the cities in Alachua County. Now, the city of Gainesville is almost 150,000 people, so the scale is different. But it's important to add context to these things from time to time. I look forward to this process moving further, and with that, we'll open it up for public comment.
Dr. Murmur, you signed up for public comment, but you already spoke. Were you interested in 3 minutes?
Yeah, I can still comment.
Okay.
And I would, this is not directed to you, Dr. Murmur, but just generally speaking, if you're speaking for this, be aware that it sounds like that everything's going in your direction. Don't talk us out of it. So,
Thank you. I actually am going to be commenting, Bobby Murmur, commenting in 2 capacities. One as a representative from the plan board. Most of the concern that the plan board had that evening was we did not see a map like this serpentine development. Like, this is the kind of design standards we were floating when we were talking amongst ourselves right up there. So this particular project, I think, would be looked upon favorably by maybe all but one plan board member. Taking off that hat and putting on the ACLC hat, as coordinator of the Alachua County Labor Coalition, we love inclusionary zoning because it creates affordable housing, but it's affordable housing that is also integrated with market rate housing, right? So you avoid the concentration of poverty. You get the best of both worlds: affordable units and socioeconomic integration. So it's great. Did not come here today thinking that it looks like I might be able to report some good news back to my board, and I don't always get an opportunity to do that nowadays. But yeah, 30 new affordable homes. Looks like a great project, so thank you. And I ask you to vote yes on staff's recommendation.
Very good. Thank you.
Our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is in my district, and I know we're not voting on this one project. Let's be clear. We're talking about the general idea of what we're talking about. But we're talking about garden style. We're talking about parking garages. A lot of the individual parcels that this would apply to are kind of on the edge, the periphery of our city. Though our city is not, we don't go so far into the hinterlands that we're talking like. It's still in the city, but it's on the outskirts. An example of just this property, it backs up to Oak Hammock. I asked one of my constituents at Oak Hammock, who emailed me about something else. Hey, what do you think about this? He's like, a parking garage on the back of that piece of property does not sound appealing, right? Though Oak Hammock has structured parking, they have structured parking. I think it's only one floor of structured parking. So I think I can get down with this with staff's recommendation. I look forward to, I still like the idea that we should have some parking lot design standards. I'm surprised we didn't already have it, so that we avoid, particularly on, larger, that we avoid the sea of parking. There's always gonna be lot specific things. If you have a very small development and you can still, you can put half an acre of parking somewhere so that you can maintain your plan. But I want something, and I prefer something that looks much more like this, that we bake in to the rules, so that people don't do what's merely allowed and easy, but they figure out in ways like this, so that parking is broken up. And what I suspect, I don't have proof, but when you break it up like this, you provide more opportunity for green space and trees to be incorporated everywhere, as opposed to just one portion. So you're actually getting to shade some of your parking, which I think we all agree is probably a good thing, except for people who like clean cars, right? But it's a better thing. So I will support this. So I move 2025-155 with staff's recommendations, changes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and before I get to you, Mr. Edelton, how do you feel, Commissioner, about adding direction to staff to bring us back design for?
Yeah, I would and direct staff to bring back a conversation about design standards for parking in this or similar context. I don't know how to phrase that to cover exactly what kind of zoning we're talking about.
I think I have some addition that might help with that.
Are you comfortable with that as the seconder? Okay, all right. But Mr. Edelton, go ahead. I'm sorry. Okay, we'll make it separate.
I can make it a separate motion.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Mr. Edelton.
So we do, just as a point of clarification, we do have standards for parking areas and parking driveways and for parking spaces. Where we don't have standards is for parking structures specifically themselves outside of the transect zones. So I think that was where largely a lot of the plan board conversation was more design standards for the structures themselves.
But so just to be clear, sorry, do we have design standards that prevent a sea of parking on something like this? Could they just wrap the entire outside with the building and then have a sea of parking on the backside?
Sea of parking we do not have defined specifically in our code, but I think that I understand what you're saying. And yes, we do have things that break up continuity of parking spaces, like what I think you were speaking towards earlier, is the 10 spaces for each tree island, and then the tree islands have standards.
I will also say, I don't particularly like a sea of parking with just tree islands. Similar to, let's say, like a college parking lot where, it's big. I'm looking for something that literally leads more towards a snaking around. Hideaway is a really good example. The Polos in my district, where, and I know that garden style lends itself to it because you're trying to put the parking close to every doorstep. It does lend itself. But in Hillsborough County and Pasco County and other places, I can show you really bad examples where it is a sea of parking and it's not like this. So I'm still looking for bringing back a conversation of what that would look like. So,
all right, well,
in a different motion.
We'll look for a different motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
Anybody need to add anything to this motion? All right. Ms. Boyes, did you want to add something to the back of that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, we're
Sorry.
talking in the back. Our application's been pending close to a year, and we don't have any objection to design standards for folks coming after us. And we're happy to work with staff on reasonable matters, but this application will be coming before you for development plan review. We'd like to not be held up by another legislative process, if that's all right.
I think the intent is to have future conversation about
Okay.
about building this into the code for.
Thank you very much. I wanted to clarify that for the record.
And if I'm incorrect, correct me, but.
No, that's for the future. We should hold up somebody.
Right.
Now.
Okay. All right, so for the lights, all in favor, please. Oh, is this a roll call or?
It is a discussion item.
Okay, all right.
Bring back the ordinance.
Yes.
Okay.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passed unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker and Commissioner Book absent. And then you have another.
I move we direct staff to bring back conversation about parking structure standards in these non-transect zones.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and second. And we've already covered it pretty extensively. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passed unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker, Commissioner Book absent. All right, thanks everyone for your time and attention to this. I appreciate everybody's involvement. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2024-344, update on the HUD Choice Neighborhood Planning Grant by the Gainesville Housing Authority. With the recommendation, the City Commission General Policy Committee here's an update from the Gainesville Housing Authority on the HUD Choice Neighborhood Planning Grant and provide feedback. And I will add that we do have a Zoom participant with a presentation.
Welcome, Mr. Connor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commission, Malcolm Kiner, Gainesville Housing Authority. We are excited to present this item to you on this lovely afternoon. Just a little context and a little background for our new commissioners. On March 16th of 2023, you all hosted a joint GHA City Commission meeting. And at that meeting, we provided a presentation on the work that we're doing at the Housing Authority, and the Choice Neighborhood Grant was brought up. You all made a unanimous vote, both City Commission and Gainesville Housing Authority Board of Commissioners, to have our staff, GHA staff, pursue the application and the grant. And in September of 2023, we were so fortunate to be announced as one of the 14 participants of the Choice Planning Grant. So the handouts that you're receiving are executive summary as well as a market study, housing market study that we did on the actual Choice area. We have Adam Rosa on the line. He's our lead consultant with Collabo. Collabo is a planning and urban design. They specialize in neighborhood revitalization. They have helped over a dozen cities throughout the United States with either the planning grant or even the implementation grant. So with that being said, I will turn this over to Adam, and if there's anything or any questions that I can answer, myself and Ms. Davis are here to provide any backup. Adam, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Malcolm. Good afternoon, Mayor Ward and all the commissioners. It's great to be here. I've actually enjoyed listening to the last couple hours of planning related discussion and everything from historic preservation to parking to affordable housing. So I think a lot of those topics also connect in well with what we're going to be sharing here today with the Choice Neighborhood Plan and providing you an update on where we are overall in the process. As Malcolm mentioned, my name is Adam Rosa. I'm principal with Collabo Planning, and we have been working with the Housing Authority and the city and the residents over the last nearly 2 years now on this effort. And our role is really as the planning coordinator. So we've been taking a lot of the feedback and facilitating and distilling it down into some strategies and some plans that we are continuing to refine. But let me just roll here. So I'm going to cover, who we are as a team, a little bit about Choice Neighborhoods for those that may be new to this, why we're doing this, what we've learned so far, and then what's coming next. So the project team, this has been a joint effort between the Gainesville Housing Authority and the City of Gainesville, in particular the GCRA, to really plan for the transformation and redevelopment of the East University Avenue area, which really includes most of East Gainesville. I mentioned I'm from Collabo. We also have a more local partner with Community Planning Collaborative who are based in Jacksonville. And so they've been instrumental in helping us develop this plan as well. So what is Choice Neighborhoods? So it's really HUD's place-based program for the revitalization of distressed public housing sites, outdated and distressed sites, but doing it at the centerpiece of a larger neighborhood improvement strategy. So you're not just thinking about the site itself, you're thinking about how it connects into the community, everything around it. And then there's the added layer of the people plan, which is really the most critical piece. And that's all about connecting residents to opportunity. And so we've been working over the last year and a half plus with the residents of the East University Avenue community, including the Lake Terrace and the Pine Meadows properties, which are GHA sites. And we've had really robust community engagement from larger meetings, community-wide meetings, to pop-ups at various locations within the city, to a lot of resident-focused meetings that occurred on site. And so this has really been a bottom-up type planning process. This isn't the type of approach where a developer will come in and just propose something and say, how do you like it? This is really about having the community craft the vision and the strategies, and then we move it into implementation from there. So as I mentioned, the three core elements are people, housing, and neighborhood overall. So the people element is about items such as economic development, education, health, and safety. Housing is about creating mixed income housing communities. So these are, in the future, these would no longer be solely very low income public housing sites, but they would be mixed income in nature. And then the neighborhood is everything around it, including parks and open space, circulation, connectivity, and supporting local commercial and business uses in East Gainesville. So this is the planning area that we've been working in over the last couple of years. On the west is Waldo Road down to Southeast 11th Street. On the north, we go up to about Northeast 8th Avenue. On the south, it kind of jogs from Southeast 8th Avenue to Southeast 11th Avenue. And on the east, we essentially go to the city limits. And the number one on the map here is the Pine Meadows property, and the number two is the Lake Terrace property. The number three that's shown here is the Cornerstone development site, which is a really catalyst redevelopment going on within our footprint. And so we've talked about how this plan integrates with a lot of the work that GCRA and others are doing at the Cornerstone, both housing, people, and neighborhood projects overall. This is the process that's unfolded, beginning with listening and learning, visioning for the future, developing strategies, putting those together in a draft plan, which we submitted in March of this year. And we have a final plan that is on the way in September. So we really have the next 5 months or so to refine our draft plan, set ourselves up for implementation, and continue to move forward. So we're doing this because it's really the idea that we can create a new form of community that's going to uplift the current residents that live at GHA sites, but also connects them in with the broader East Gainesville neighborhood. A lot of times, public housing sites and residents are somewhat isolated from their surroundings. And so part of this effort is to really connect people back together and to connect them with resources overall. So the vision that's been developed by the community is on screen here. Rich cultural heritage, community-based organizations, a thriving, healthy, self-sufficient, proudly Black community that really builds off the legacy, the current and future residents of the area. So the plan itself that we submitted to HUD in March of this year really outlines a comprehensive analysis to both assets, challenges, and opportunities. It provides direction and resources to start to promote community growth. And it sets up a structure to help implement goals around mixed income housing, connecting residents to services, encouraging redevelopment, and then the people strategies around education, health, and employment. So as mentioned, we've done a lot of great engagement work, hands-on activities, surveys. We've surveyed all of the GHA residents of the two sites I think we reached somewhere around from 60 to 70% of the households completed a 65 question survey that gathered a lot of great data. We also received almost 500 surveys from the broader East Gainesville community that have helped to direct the strategies as they've developed. You also see here, we've done quite a bit of youth engagement along the way. That's been really critical because what we're building together is not for us, it's for really the next generation. So some of the high level takeaways that we've learned about desires. So programs around financial literacy and career counseling to help people kind of branch out of their existing housing environments. We know we're going to need some land use and zoning amendments really to support current needs of people and businesses in the area. We want to improve infrastructure around transit and walkability, including bus shelters and better service. We want career guidance to pursue paths in healthcare, computer science, and business. These are this is what residents have told us are the career pathways that they are most interested in. Updated housing to support the needs of senior residents, access to fresh and affordable food, and we want to ensure that commercial businesses help to create a vibrant community. East Gainesville has always been lacking in commercial investment compared to other parts of the city, and so we're trying to right that balance as part of this plan as well. Malcolm mentioned a market study that was done as part of this project, and the market study really bears out that based on the existing conditions over the next 5 or so years, there's market potential for somewhere in the range of 540 new rental units within our area, along with potentially around 30 homeownership units. So we use that as a stepping stone for starting to create our housing plan. And obviously there's a lot more detail within that study itself. I'm just kind of giving you the broad overview here. We have worked with, we've created working groups around these 4 core topics. And these groups met multiple times over the last 6 months. And so we have a community ownership group, opportunity group, a care group, and a connection group. And so a lot of these things are interconnected, but it really helped us define the core strategies of the plan. So some of the themes for each of these groups: community ownership, communication of funding resources, and development procedure streamlining. And so we want to make sure that we make it easier to build in areas that the community would like to see new development, while still protecting existing, historic neighborhoods and resources. They've been looking at code amendments, looking at homeownership project support, toolkit and program promotions, placemaking initiatives. We know that there's quite a few vacant properties in the area, so how do we bring those back to life in the short term? The opportunity group has been focused on youth and teen centers, financial literacy, career pathways, communications of programs. That's often the case, is that people just don't know what's available. Thinking about a community liaison program, which will help guide residents to opportunities, and pedestrian safety. The care group, mental health was probably the #1 goal and strategy that came out of the care group in terms of perceived need. A grocery store feasibility and food security. We know that the city, GCRA, and others have been working on this issue for a number of years. We want to continue to move forward on it and think about what are the stepping stones to getting to, a full-on, fully built-out grocery store within the neighborhood. We know we have Walmart just to the north, but there is a need. We're still in a food desert in East Gainesville. They wanted to target crime hotspots, a health and wellness program, and just an overall GHA safety program so residents of the properties feel more secure overall. Connection, ideas around a youth and senior shuttle. And we know a shuttle program has been launched before, and so we want to learn from, what happened with that particular program, what we can, how we can retailor that. I mentioned transit stop improvements. We all know how hot and muggy it gets, and sitting out, or not even being able to sit out, but standing out at the side of the road waiting for the bus is not an ideal situation for anyone. Mobility resources, intergenerational programming, access to recreation. So there's a whole lot here that has gone into the draft plan. We're going to continue to refine these, but each of these strategies has a kind of a spread within the plan. It identifies potential partners and resources. And our working groups have been really instrumental in helping to fill in the blanks. Mayor Ward attended many of our working group meetings and steering committee meetings and offered great feedback from the city perspective. So I just want to, thank everyone who's really been involved in helping to put this together. So where do we go next over the next several months? So we're going to continue to engage the community. We have an event coming up in about a month, which will invite people into the new Elite Training Center that was recently constructed at Pine Meadows. And we're going to utilize that event to continue to share the updates around choice neighborhoods and what we're doing going forward. So the housing plan, I want to just kind of take a look at in a little bit more detail with you all. So currently at Pine Meadows and Lake Terrace, there's 180 apartments. We've started to develop a plan here that includes around 516 units overall. It does include an off-site location, which is currently owned by a local church, just north, or I guess we're kind of looking north is to the right here. So just west of Northeast 25th Terrace, this is a vacant property. So we've expanded out of our GHA footprint a bit, just to show the vision of what can happen here. But this is about 516 apartments, what we've showed, around 30 home ownership units. We have several large green spaces and open spaces. And we also are trying to further embrace Fred Cone Park, which is just to the east. So currently all the buildings on the site kind of turn their back to Fred Cone Park. This design flips it so that new homes, townhomes, apartments are looking out at the park, helps to create a safer feel, more accessible, more of a beautiful view. It's a great amenity. The library's right there. And so we're trying to build into the existing areas, thinking about trail connections. We want to encourage people to get out and about and exercise. And you also see, instead of the parking being right in front, we have designed more traditional blocks where the parking is in the interior of the block, and the buildings themselves would have front entries, porches, feel more like a traditional neighborhood, and that feels more like some of the best parts of Gainesville. We also have some opportunity for mixed use development right on East University, some ground floor space that could be either retail or service uses. Number 5 here is the new Elite Training Center that's going to remain as the heart of the community overall. We want to build around that and continue to embrace it. And we're also, respecting the natural environment and having adequate setbacks from the streams and from the flooding areas. We've identified some initial detention ponds and such. So this is really our jumping off point for further refinement. And so we've presented this plan to the community. We've gotten very positive feedback. We have inserted this plan in an RFQ, request for qualifications, to bring on a developer partner. The Gainesville Housing Authority and the city are currently about to begin evaluation of 2 different proposals that came in on the RFQ, which just closed about a week ago. So our next step as the planning team would be to start to transition this to the development team, refine the architecture, the building placement, the phasing, the financial feasibility over the next 5 or so months. I mentioned the Elite Force Training Center. Many of you are probably aware of this. I think there was a ribbon cutting a few weeks back. This is a tremendous new facility that is an adaptive reuse of a former building. It sits right at the center of the site, 4 different rooms that are going to hold a number of different programs. And so we have what's called early action funds as part of the Choice Neighborhood Planning Grant. We want to continue to build off of this tremendous investment and utilize some of our funds to create a plaza space. So here's the Elite Training Center. So just to the south, we want to be able to start to create an outdoor plaza space with landscaping, potentially shade structures and seating. And over time, think about whether there's an opportunity to reuse the former barbershop space, which is just to the south, as a pop-up fresh food market. And so we're kind of building off of the momentum of the training center. The other portion of our early action funds will go to supporting, I believe, a cohort of 5 entrepreneurs that are local residents that want to start a business, beginning with training at the Elite Training Force Center, potentially going over to the GCRA new farmers market or community market that's looking to take shape at the Cornerstone development later this summer. And then really helping to support them over time and thinking about how we can really create a pipeline for these folks. And I believe there was a meeting last week, and over 10 residents showed up with different ideas that they wanted to potentially turn into businesses. So this is really what it's all about. We have this big, bold vision for the future of the community, but it's that personal touch and thinking about how we help to move individuals forward in their life goals and creating the spaces to be able to do that. So we're really excited that the early action is going to help promote that and also create a great anchor for the redevelopment overall. So last slide. We're still waiting to receive our formal comments from HUD on the draft plan, but we're continuing to move forward there. I mentioned we're reviewing proposals from the development partners to come on board. The early action has continuously been refined. We're waiting for the final approval to gather the funds from HUD. We're updating the draft plan. We're starting to identify implementation partners and steps. And our final plan will be due on September 13th. And that leads us to the great unknown, which is potential Choice Neighborhood Implementation Grant application. And so what we know right now is that the program was funded through the last budget that was approved by Congress about a month ago. It was funded to the tune of about $75 million, which is less than previous years. Previous years have been 200, 300 million. So it's 75 for 2025. We don't know any more than that. So we don't know if they are planning to release a notice of funding for implementation grants this year, if they will roll that money into a future allocation for next year, if the program will be modified with the new administration, or if the program may go away completely. And so we're kind of playing this out from many angles, and we're really looking for how we can secure commitments from partners to help implement this plan with or without a large influx of federal funding. We're hopeful that there will be that opportunity next year, but the plan is really designed in a way that we can take bites of the apple going forward. And everything that we do over the next year, including the Elite Training Center, helps to build the story for why we should get additional funding and helps to create leverage opportunities to bring in additional funding from the federal level. So that's kind of an overview, but I want to thank everyone for their support in this effort. We still have a ways to go to complete our plan by the fall. We encourage everyone to be involved and to stay up to date on what's going on. And I think there's going to be a lot of great news coming out of the community over the next 6 months to a year as these projects really get off the ground. So I'd love to, answer any questions you may have or provide any clarifications on where we are with the process.
Very good, thank you. Anyone else want to chime in on that, or are you ready for us to go to the?
I'll chime in, Mr. Mayor. Malcolm Conner, GHA. Just want to thank city and the city staff, the city manager, and the staff that has really walked with us every step of the way and been very helpful in this process. So just wanted to put that on the record.
Very good, thank you. It's an exciting process. I love watching y'all work. I mean, you're doing the terrific stuff here, and really, it's hard to imagine that if the funding exists and the program exists, that we won't be successful in bringing it home to East Gainesville. So, Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so just so I remember, does Choice Neighborhood, does it completely replace Hope 6, or is it kind of an extension? And I forget under HUD.
Yeah, it's the next generation from Hope 6, so it replaces that previous program. And the thing that makes Choice more unique is that Hope 6 was primarily focused on the site itself, and Choice broadens the lens to the wider neighborhood. And so if and when we receive $30 to $50 million of implementation funds, we can use 15 to 20% of that for neighborhood projects to help build out infrastructure, improve parks, support businesses. So it has that differentiator to it.
Okay, because this basic site plan looks much more like what I'm familiar with Hope 6 projects, particularly in bigger cities, because it's usually in a more urban setting, but it looks a lot like this is what I'm saying, the site plan where you have some internal parking and a mix of townhouses and duplexes and some attached apartments, but a real more mix. So it makes a lot of sense to me compared to what I've seen in other places. So I best of luck in that. I hope this would be great if y'all actually got the funds for implementation. I do want to ask because it can do some of that offsite. Is this and Madam Manager might have to remind me about what we're doing with Strong Street Station Strong Foundations funds. Is this would this be a potential opportunity where we could buy with that pool of money, buy the land and partner with GHA, so we would own it,
This is clearly an opportunity.
Okay. Of course, the county could also as well. I just throw that out there because we don't have that many opportunities for using it, and GHA is a partner one of the few partners that could probably make it work in the end when they're ready and when we have our revenue stream, if we haven't spoken and spent it elsewhere. So I just want to keep on kicking that idea around that I'm willing to look at it. Mr. Kiner, I'm willing. It's on my brain, Madam Manager, it's on my brain as well. But if we don't get implementation on this, then we wouldn't want to get stuck holding land that we can't develop towards affordable housing. So I just put that out there. But thank you for this, and good luck, GHA. It's good stuff.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we are co-applicants, and so GHA has taken the lead, and they have been extremely effective at what they have done in conjunction or in collaboration with Collabo. Collabo is known across the country. They've developed quite a few successful applications, and so GHA went after them, and we're really fortunate to have them, working on our the plan. I'll put it that way. So hopefully we'll be successful.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
I do not have anyone signed up for public comment.
I really appreciate y'all being here to share this with us today. I'm keeping my fingers crossed and setting up all the prayers I can and all that for this to keep moving forward. So thank you very much. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mayor, we're on to ordinances for second reading. Ordinance number 2025-246, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Chapter 26 of the City Code of Ordinances to create Article 9, valet operations, to regulate valet operations that occur on public right-of-way or public property within the City of Gainesville, Florida, establishing permit requirements, establishing operational requirements, establishing revocation, appeals, and suspension processes, providing for civil citations, amending Appendix A, Schedule of Fees, Rates, and Charges, to establish regulatory fees, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move recommendation that the City Commission adopt the proposed ordinance 2025246.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
No public comment.
Very good. All right, please call the roll.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel? Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Book is absent. Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes 5-2 with Commissioners Duncan Walker and Book absent. I got to say, for something that had lots and lots and lots of conversation to come before us on both readings with zero public comment is interesting to me, but happy to have it moved on. So, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Ordinances for first reading. We have ordinance number 2025-170, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Chapter 26, Section 26-32 of the Code of Ordinances relating to the use of traffic infraction detectors, amending Chapter 2-377, authorizing the magistrate to hear contested hearings of violations of Chapter 26, Article 2, Division 2, the Gainesville Traffic Safety Enhancement Act, providing for enforcement, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Very good. So do we have a presentation or anything on this? I know we had a pretty extensive presentation before, but we'll... Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Carla from the Department of Transportation, Division 0 Coordinator. Thanks, Mayor and Commissioners, to receive again our presentation. It's a very brief presentation about the ordinance revision. I always struggle with that.
Tap it on the thing there, see what happens. There you go.
Thanks. So again, it's just a joint effort between several departments, city departments, the Gainesville Police Department, the Transportation Department, and the Public Works Department. And also we have the city advisors, Andrew Person and the Philman, and also the city attorney, Lee Libby, that assist us on the ordinance. So basically, from last meeting, we followed up with the red light running cameras recommendations and revision of the current ordinance. So as a background, I'm not going to present it again, but we all know that Gainesville intersections, it's where we have a lot of crashes. And also, just a matter of fact, the police department issue more than 400 citations due to red light running camera inside city limits, and some of them we counted 22 that involved traffic crashes, and more 70 from other agencies within city limits. So this review includes the recent statistics that I just mentioned, the selected target intersections, and some general language updates, just adjustments. So within the scope of the amendment and reviewed version, we included language about the statistic, but the selection of location that was a requirement of the heightened safety risk that warrant additional enforcement measures. So we had to specify these locations. That's what I'm going just to refresh everyone's knowledge and our process of selections. So we select 15 intersections to start with, and of that we compile data from total crashes, but also just red light running crashes to start the evaluation, along with severe and injury crashes, and we place the equipment to validate our assumptions from data collection. So we included these numbers, the violation in every intersection, and we ponder the intersections that we recommend to start with based on the data. So the pilot intersections that we included in the revised version of the ordinance are the 15, but we recommend to start with 2 pilots because it's more manageable, as we mentioned that on last meeting, but just because we had to include and specify on the ordinance, I included that again in this presentation. So we have these outstanding violations and a higher number of violations in the selected intersections. So just an example, I'm going to pass a little further on the presentation and further statistics on the 2 selected intersections, why we selected. It's basically a combination between not only total crashes, but severe and also the measured violation for our sample. So again, the full summary is here that we have evidence that these intersections are good candidates to start with. And I'm going to pass now to Captain Summer Hallett.
Good afternoon, Captain Summer Hallett, Mayor, Commissioners, Madam Manager. Thank you for having us again. So again, this is just a really quick review for us, and so that you guys can move forward with direction for us. So the violation fine would be $158, and then the statute breaks it up as to how that money is dispersed. So $75 to the county or municipality issuing the citation, so $75 would come back to us, and us is the city. $70 to general revenue fund for the state, $10 to Department of Health Emergency Medical Services Trust Fund, and $3 to the Brain and Spinal Cord Injury Trust. The physical impact of this ordinance is expected to be revenue neutral. A violation consisting of running a red light is dedicated by a traffic infraction detector, which will result in a fine of $158. Again, $75, we would retain the $158. The retained monies will be used to pay for the city's vendors for installing and running the system, to cover additional work by GPD to review citations, and to cover costs of the city's special magistrate. Because there is an appeals process if you feel like the violation is not accurate. So the staff recommendation is that the City Commission adopt the proposed ordinance. I know it says number 2. There was a glitch on the clerk's side that didn't take that out. So it's just we're only recommending the commission adopt the ordinance.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions or any Commissioner Eastman?
Thank you. First of all, thank you to all the transportation staff for all of your for all the work on this. I love seeing all the data and us finally getting around to this. I know that implementing red light cameras has been a multi-year process. We talked about it years ago, and then it came up, I think, in older Vision Zero work. How much of an impact red light running has on injuries, on fatal crashes, things like that. So I'm really excited that we're going to be implementing it. I'm glad we're implementing this on a more rolling basis, finding places that we think that we can oversee it, and then expanding out from there. As it relates to the retained monies for the $75 of the 100, we're saying that this is revenue neutral. Have we looked at other cities? Are they revenue neutral as well? Like, where did we get that outcome on this?
Ultimately, the goal of the cameras is to reduce those crashes, right?
Right.
So as people pay more attention to the red lights and that sort of thing, that those violations will come down.
Right.
So that's where we're getting the neutral part. It's also my understanding that in the contracts, what will happen is that you pay per approach, right? So if you have 2 approaches or you have 4 approaches, if it's a 4-way intersection, you pay per approach. If you get to a point where the cost of those approaches is more than the violations are bringing in, that we're not responsible for making up that difference. Does that make sense?
No, I don't follow.
So if each, for example, and these are made up numbers, okay?
Fine, yeah, that's perfect.
So if each approach is $2,000.
Right.
Okay, so for a total for one intersection, if we're just doing two approaches, that's $4,000. If over the course of time, the violations in that intersection are only $2,000, we wouldn't need to take money out of general fund or something like that to make up that difference.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
All right. And then
So that would certainly be spelled out in contracts and during all that.
And does the $75, does that cover our administrative? We have to pay for our administrative costs out of that $75, right? It's not like we have an administrative fee for implementation on top of.
Right, the $75 of the 158.
Okay. What I had seen in other jurisdictions is that any excess money was allocated specifically to Vision Zero or other car and pedestrian, trying to improve safety if there is any excess funds. I don't know if we looked at other municipalities or other counties that had looked at that sort of thing.
Correct. I believe that monies are used for traffic safety programs. I know they are with the school zones, but I believe that's the thought behind this as well.
Okay. Would we need to include that within the ordinance for that? I mean, so right now, if there's any excess funds, that would go into the general fund, right? With which we assume is not going to be happening. We say that we think it's going to be revenue neutral, but
I'd have to defer to Mr. Nee.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, this is new, and so, the way I'm looking at it right now is probably setting up in a separate fund and just kind of monitor it and not put it in the general fund. That's how I'm approaching this.
Okay. Whenever we get this back, does it have to be put into ordinance in that way if we want it, or could we by resolution potentially do that in the future, or how would this work?
Yeah. Ultimately, it's going to be a budgetary concern for you. I think what I've heard anecdotally, and from the work being done by the officers involved, is that in other jurisdictions, this has still proven to be pretty intensive, personnel-wise. So what I've gathered, not only words in their mouth, is that there's a concern that this isn't thought this is some sort of money pot. And I think the mayor mentioned that last time this was discussed. This is not expected to raise money, and nor does this obligate the city to continue to use cameras if it isn't helping alleviate traffic accidents and is becoming too cost impactful. Beyond that, the excess of these proceeds that aren't mandated to go to particular places by statute is going to be a budgetary issue for your management and ultimately for the commission.
Yeah. Do we normally make funds like this that are special revenue funds? Is that based in ordinance, or is that just based in our budget process?
If I might respond, Mr. Mayor, based on what I'm seeing here, there is the $75 to the city or the county. I think it could just go in the general fund and we just fund it, as a cost for the police department. In this instance, because it's new, I'd rather isolate it. That would be my recommendation to the commission, that we isolate this revenue for now.
Right.
And see how it works out.
But not necessarily by ordinance.
It doesn't have to be by ordinance. Would you confirm that?
I agree, Mr. Mayor, and you wouldn't normally, I think, tie your hands like that. Ultimately, that may be a direction you wish to go when you see what the result of this program is, but you wouldn't have to.
Right. I've tried to look up other cities that have implemented red light cameras. It's Orlando that I saw had done some good work with. I think they expanded the red light cameras out before we did, and so they've gotten that under their belt, and any excess money has gone back into Vision Zero type work. That's not an ordinance. I don't know how exactly they structure it, and so I'm comfortable so long as we know that this is going to be in a special revenue item, and because it's hard years later to come back around now that it's addending our general fund and say, but we actually want to take that out of general fund and allocate it over here, similar to like what we did with our discussion earlier related to parking. It's I would like to on the front end have those, because this is really supposed to be meant entirely for reducing traffic fatalities, pedestrian fatalities, car fatalities, all of that work. So I'm comfortable approving the ordinance, but I just want to make sure that that's the direction that we're going in, is that this is separate.
It will be isolated into a special revenue fund.
Okay. All right, perfect. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right, I see no further lights. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
I do not have anyone signed up.
Okay. Let's go ahead and call the roll then. Oh, yeah, no, we're going to need a motion. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I'd like to move ordinance number 2025-170 on first reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. And now let's call the roll.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Engel?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Book is absent. Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes 5-0 with Commissioners Duncan Walker and Book absent. All right, Madam Clerk.
We're on to commission comment.
Go ahead, Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to bring up something. So we have this we have this honorary we have this policy in which folks from the community can submit honorariums for our street renaming. That's been that we've had, as far as I can tell, it goes back to about 2009 that we've had that, and it's been a really great opportunity that we've had that have allowed us to, honor folks that have passed away in our community, that have honored our community in some way. I've noticed that in the last couple of months, this program has really expanded. We've gotten a lot more applications and things in. I was wondering, what I want to make sure is, as we're getting these applications in, that we have roads that we continue to honor folks with in perpetuity. That we have right now as I've looked at other policies from around the state, ours is much more open than a lot of other policies. It's, like I said, it's held in perpetuity. As far as I can tell, the stretches of road there's not really a limitation as to what the stretch of road is. And I was hopeful that we could, at some point at a future GPC meeting, have staff just kind of look at our street honorary policy, see if we can compare what other cities are doing with that, just to make sure that this is something that we can continue to do into the future, and that we still have, roads going on into the next few decades. As we're going forward. So that.
Okay, so if there are no objections, we'll just put that on a future DPC agenda.
Right, I just wanted to say something.
Yeah.
I think when it's put on the agenda, that we notify the community, make sure that the community understands that that is on the agenda.
Yep.
It's been a very popular program. People would like to see it continued, and I don't want them to think that we're putting a damper on it.
No, I like I said, I think it's a great program. In other places I've seen, there's ways that it can be, you can honor a road for, say, a 10-year period. There's areas where you would honor a single block. There's ways that you'd be able to maybe put some bounds around it so that that we make sure that we have roads that can continue to be honored and for the foreseeable future.
Right. So I think we definitely need to notify the people who already have streets named for various family members, so that it's not a surprise to them.
Absolutely. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Good. Okay. Thank you, Commissioners Eastman and Chestnut. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Attorney, you may have to chime in at some point here. Recently, there was an issue that came up with GRU and deposits, and they referenced our city charter. The GRU authority, or at least their CEO, referenced our city charter, referenced ordinances, I believe, about deposits, about the different sections and what is allowed under city ordinance. And I need a little help understanding where we're at, where we cannot evidently do anything to affect GRU, yet they look at our ordinances and defend their actions based on our ordinance. So I guess I want to know, can we change the ordinance so that it's clear that they have made a decision, not the city commission through their ordinances?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner. Without knowing all of the details, I think I read the media accounts of what you're talking about. And with the transition in governance over the city's utility system, what the amendment to our charter provided for was that any regulations and even ordinances to a certain extent that conflict with the direction and control of the operations of the utility system would be subject to the GRU authority. And what I mean by that is the status quo would stay in place. It is my opinion that the GRU authority cannot create an ordinance, but the ordinance may not be effective if it deviates from the direction on operational matters of the GRU authority. And what it comes down to is we've done a deep dive in this, obviously, over the last couple of years, is that our ordinances, is it chapter 26? I'd look it up. But
27.7.
That deals with the utilities. Yeah, so it is. We have many ordinances that would define the relationship between the city as utility provider and the ratepayer customer. Many of these things didn't have to be ordinances. To adopt them as ordinances over the years, over the decades, I assume it was meant to be the most transparent way. You would have 2 readings, they'd be published, and so that relationship, those sort of contractual terms between customer and utility provider would be part of our code, also easy to find. They aren't necessarily things that would have to be in a code of ordinances. So they are still the procedures and the terms of the utility agreement, the tariff, I think they would call in the trade, between the utility provider and the customers and ratepayers are still largely included in our ordinances as supplemented by resolutions that the GRU authority has been passing. They are still, it sounds like from the media accounts I heard, and again, if that's wrong, then that's all I know right now, and we can do a deeper dive into it if you want. But they are still, in many cases, relying upon those old ordinances which define the relationship between utility provider and customer. So the fact is, whether or not the requirements related to account deposits and so forth are holdovers from past commission actions when the city commission was the operational governing body over the utility, or whether it's based on new resolution of GRU authority, it is within, those relationship matters are still within the control of the GRU authority. They could change those policies regarding the relationship between customer and utility provider. It's within their authority. And so I don't know if there have been, I don't know that would be correct to say, and I don't know that anyone has sort of pointed to, well, this was a decision by past commissions or not. It doesn't really matter. If the GRU authority wants to change the deposit requirements, they can, unless there's some sort of bond covenant that I'm not aware of that would cover that, and I don't think there are. So,
my understanding is that, and I could be wrong, maybe I need to read from multiple media sources, is that Mr. Brawlarski did say, oh no, that's city policy, that's ordinance policy. And so and I'll be honest, is that if we get full control over GRU back, I don't know that I like section 20 or chapter 27, section 27.7.3. Standard deposit or full deposit for unsatisfactory payment history on a previous account with the city, and then you come back in, and so I don't know that I want it there if if I have my druthers, and so it's a weird situation, and I don't want anyone to be able to point and say, well, that's really the city's decision, that's city commission's decision. I don't want people to be appointing that when we don't have an ability to, can we remove it from our ordinance? A section, just like an individual section.
I think in good conscience, you wouldn't remove it without notifying the authority that they need to adopt resolutions. And those are discussions, to be frank, that we've had over the time of this transition, is that these ordinance provisions that define the relationship between provider and customer may be better placed in a book of resolutions adopted by the governing body, and they could do that, and maybe they will do that. The transition of control, I would argue, is complete, but there are still a variety of actions that could be taken. But I think in terms of enforcing those deposit provisions, it's outside of the control of the city commission.
For sure.
In terms of changing to make those requirements between utility provider, and customer, even though it's still the city's utility, is within the control of the GRU authority. And whether they are holdover provisions from before the creation of GRU authority or not, those type of provisions are under the management and control of the GRU authority. And I don't think anyone on this board has made any indication to say that they aren't.
Right now, I understand it to be a holdover. It's just a weird situation. If a member of the public was confused, it is confusing.
I'm not able to comment on what
right, and I may have misread.
May have said, and whether it was accurately portrayed in the media or not, but that's certainly a conversation that you could have, or anyone could have with their management. Is what was intended? Was this accurately reported? What was intended? I don't know beyond that. But yes, the upshot is that the requirements of account deposits, and whether they're extended or refunded or expanded, that is something between the management and board that governs the city's utility service and the city's utility customers.
Right, I understand perfectly. And I guess in a different world, if Mr. Balarski had just said, this is a holdover policy, and until the GRU authority changes, then he has the authority to, until the GRU authority votes differently in their, let's say, book of resolutions, then he has the ability to do that. GRU has the ability to do that, and they're going to take that step. So, anyways, it's a weird situation. So I wanted to ask about it because if it's that we really can't touch it, it feels weird. The idea that we can't touch something. If we don't have control over GRU, then why can't we touch something? Just merely say, this is not our decision-making process. This needs to be your decision-making process. Warn them and say, it is fully your decision-making process, so make sure you have it somewhere. But anyways, I just wanted to bring it up because I don't like being told it was my decision or the commission's decision when it's not. It's the 4 members. It's still just 4.
No, that's 5.
Do we get a 5th? I'm sorry. There are 5 members out there who they can make that decision to change the policy on deposit. So thank you, Mr. Attorney, for giving me a little understanding of it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. I would add to that my hearing of the reporting on it was simply a decision was made that was inconvenient to explain and that impacted customers negatively, and rather than say, yes, here's why we did that, it was easier to try to blame the city commission. I think that's what happened, and I think that is regrettable, but I certainly was not surprised by it. Commissioner Engel.
I was going to say basically the same thing. I think it comes down to you're not talking about somebody who's speaking in good faith. So they are going to ignore what ordinances they want to ignore, like what the transfer should look like. They're going to, blame us for what ordinances they want to try and put somebody else on. And that is, the way it has worked since the foundation of that board, and I think it'll probably continue to go that way until we come to some resolution with it. So I'd say there's not much truth coming from that direction, so don't tie yourself up in knots about what it is they're saying.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. And just and on the same point, we're going through tougher economic situation. We might be looking at even higher economic situation. I hope that the GRU authority takes a really serious look at the fact that levying a $270 additional deposit on people that have already had trouble paying their utility bills as we go into summer is very, very it hurts people's pocketbooks a lot. They're already seeing, there was a change in December by the GRU authority to increase rates above 1,000 kilowatt hours, which has now put GRU for those high use months at much higher rates. I think we're at the 2,500 kilowatt hour. I think GRU is now the #1 most expensive municipal utility in the state of Florida, if I remember right. It's so everyone just watch your electric bills this summer. Try to keep your air conditioning low, and I hope that the GRU authority will take a look at the additional deposit, as you said, Commissioner Willits, because it's tough times right now. We're looking at even tougher times, and $270 and higher GRU rates really hurt folks right as we're going into that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. I see no further lights. Go one more time. All right, we have some important items to work on this evening, and I'll see everybody back here at 5:30. Everyone to the evening session for Gainesville City Commission. Today, May 1st, 2025. I tell you, I'm about to just name the NJROTC from the East Side High School as our permanent Pledge of Allegiance folks. Gainesville High School tonight. Oh my goodness, look at that. All right, we have a mistake in the agenda. Okay. Or is the agenda correct and y'all just got you usurped the opportunity? All right, I'm glad you said that. All right, so it's not permanent. I got it. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk.
We have the Pledge of Allegiance by our Gainesville High School NJROTC.
Very good. Y'all are not NJROTC. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. That's the Gainesville High School at JROTC. All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have proclamations and special recognitions. 2025-226 special recognition, City Clerk, Certified Municipal Clerk.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome.
I'm sorry.
Welcome.
Thank you. Members of the commission, city staff, and attendees. Thank you for the opportunity of being here this evening. My name is Leanne Williams. I am the Florida Association of City Clerks Northeast District Director and the Deputy City Clerk for the City of Alachua. It is with great pleasure that I appear here this evening to congratulate your city on the recent accomplishment of your City Clerk, Kristen Bryant, on receiving her Certified Municipal Clerk designation. Kristen began her journey right here in the city of Gainesville when she was hired in March of 2019 as an executive assistant supporting the city commission. In September 2022, she moved to the agenda coordinator role and was soon appointed as interim city clerk. The commission saw her dedication to her work and to the city and promoted her to the city clerk in January of 2024. Kristen didn't let grass grow under her feet as she attended her first conference in October of 2022 and began the road to CMC. She joined the International Institute of Municipal Clerks and its partner, the Florida Association of City Clerks, which are professional associations that promote continuing education and certification through university and college-based institutions. When speaking of her training she received from IIMC and FACC, Kristen replied, "The training program covers a wide range of topics, including municipal government operations, ethics, public administration, record management, and legal aspects of local government. This comprehensive education strengthened my expertise and ensured I stayed up to date on the best practices in local government. The CMC program focused on fostering a commitment to public service and improving the quality of local governance. I have always been interested in making a positive impact in my community, and that is why I sought out public service and entered this program." Currently, of the 667 members in the Florida Association of City Clerks, only 35%, or 234 members, have reached the Certified Municipal Clerk designation. To achieve the CMC designation, Kristen has attended 5 conferences, 4 webinars. She committed herself to service by participating in the FACC Bylaws and Manual Revisions Committee, which she now chairs. All of this and much more have earned Kristen her CMC through the International Institute of Municipal Clerks, approved Municipal Clerks Institute program conducted by John Scott Daly, Florida Institute of Government, Florida State University in Tallahassee. It should be noted that this program provides 120 student instructor contact hours of in-depth course managerial and leadership skills, social and interpersonal concerns, and technical training needed to deal with changes taking place in government today. The program aids municipal clerks in improving job performance and recognizes the professionalism of the municipal clerk's office. Upon the completion of the CMC training, Kristen remarked, "The opportunity to connect with other municipal clerks and professionals is a big highlight. Through conferences, workshops, and study groups, participants get to meet and learn from others in similar roles, shared experiences, and build lasting professional relationships." But this is only the first step. A true professional never rests on their successes, but instead keeps reaching higher. The Master Municipal Clerk Academy was established to further professional education of city clerks and to meet the challenges of the office. Academy members must demonstrate that they have actively engaged in educational and professional participation that keeps them current with the changing events in the local government scene. It is quite a task considering the daily demands of the city clerk's office, but I have no doubt that Kristen is up to the task. Your city clerk is now part of an elite group of local government professionals, which she could not have joined without your commitment to her supports and efforts. On behalf of the Florida City Clerks Association, the President, the Board of Directors, its members, and the Florida Association of City Clerks Professional Education Committee, and the Northeast District, we congratulate you, Kristen. Thank you for joining me in congratulating and recognizing your city clerk, Kristen Bryant, of the City of Gainesville, on her impressive accomplishment as one of our newest certified municipal clerks. Kristen, if you will come forward now, and Mr. Mayor, we will now give Kristen her pin and her certificate.
There's more.
Yes.
So if I could get the city clerk staff to join me up here.
We also have folks from other cities here.
Oh, excellent, okay. And well, we no, trust me, this is good.
The city clerk is supposed to know what's happening in the meeting.
See, you've already blown it there. You hold that for us. All right, City of Gainesville. So this was clearly a surprise to the city clerk, but the city clerk staff is very good at putting things together and managed to put this together. City of Gainesville, Florida, Office of Mayor Harvey Ward proclamation. Whereas Kristen Bryant first arrived at City Hall in March of 2019 as an executive assistant to me, carrying what is currently 22 years of administrative experience into a role where she blossomed into an integral and necessary part of the City of Gainesville's operations. And whereas Kristen was never destined to remain an executive assistant, examining her work for the city and community demonstrates a passion for public service that is needed in a rapidly changing world full of uncertainty, ultimately culminating in her appointment as permanent city clerk. And whereas on March 6, 2025, Kristen was awarded the International Institute of Municipal Clerks designation of Certified Municipal Clerk. This award is reserved for a limited section of clerks that devote themselves tirelessly to demanding educational course requirements over 3 years. And whereas this award is a testament to Kristen's work ethic and signals that at her core, professional excellence is not only one of her goals, but something she is constantly learning and growing with, honing her skill set for the betterment of not just herself, but for the city, her peers, and subordinates. And whereas, if you are fortunate enough to know and work with Kristen, you would understand she is an exemplary example of selfless public service, committing passion and integrity to her work in and outside of the city clerk's office. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim May 1st, 2025 as Kristen Bryant Day in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of you to join me in honoring City Clerk Kristen Bryant and celebrating her personal and professional accomplishments, and witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 28th day of April, 2025. Congratulations. Of course, yeah.
Do we get, do we do pictures first? Okay, let's, okay. And give me a chance for water.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we'll do with the clerks.
And would you recognize the clerks from the other?
Yes.
We have another.
Oh, you got another one.
All right, everybody, ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
So it's not often that the city clerk gets caught off guard. I don't think this was run through a workflow for the agenda review. We'll need to talk about that. But I am so grateful to everyone here for all of the support. The team that has, some of you have seen me grow into the position, and some of you I welcomed onto the team. And from the surprises all this week from you all, I have truly felt the love that we try to bring into the city and the love starts in our office, and we're able to spread that out into the community and certainly to the commission that we support. This has been an incredible journey so far, and I'm hopeful that this is just one more step along the way. I'm so grateful to everyone for this honor. So thank you so much.
Yeah, but
The professional clerk.
yes. So now we have a proclamation for the municipal clerks and all municipal clerks who are good. Come on.
Everyone who's supposed to, my clerks, come join me.
Okay.
Somebody else hold.
All right, whereas the office of professional municipal clerk, a time-honored and essential part of local government, is one of the oldest public service roles and remains a cornerstone of our democracy, and whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and the agencies of government at other levels, and whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all, and whereas the city clerk's office plays a critical role in ensuring transparency, maintaining public records, supporting the legislative process, and serving as a vital link between residents, the city commission, and city departments, and whereas the city of Gainesville is proud to recognize the exceptional service, professionalism, and commitment of its city clerk's office to fostering civic engagement and good governance, now therefore I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim May 4th through May 10th, 2025 as Professional Municipal Clerk Week in the city of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me in further extending appreciation to the entire staff of the city clerk's office and to all professional municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. And witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 18th day of April, 2025.
All right. Well, this is the one that I was prepared for. So I just wanted to make sure. So Municipal Clerk Week, Professional Municipal Clerk Week is actually next week. But my fellow clerks were going to be here with me today, and I thought it would be a great opportunity to honor all of us because the Professional Municipal Clerk Office is so essential to city government. And as the mayor read in the proclamation, City Clerk's Office is uniquely set to be the history keepers for the city, to assist in equal measure both city departments as well as the city commission. And very often we are that first face of the city or towns that we represent. And I've told many of you that one of my the best parts of my job is when somebody comes in our front door and is at an 11, and then we get them to the services and things that they need, and they leave at a 1 or 2, that I've done my job. I had a lot more to say, and I'm a little overwhelmed with everything. But municipal clerks do all of these things, from people who walk in the door to very complex records requests, supporting our commission, to all of your amazing policies and things. And it's just really, really important that all of the city clerks across the state and indeed across the nation get recognition next week with Professional Municipal Clerks. So please join me in celebrating these awesome clerks. And I would be remiss if I didn't introduce everybody. So this is Diana Mendola and Leanne Williams, you met from Alachua. And then we also have Patty Polk here from the town of Micanopy. So thank you. City clerk staff, we're going to have staff meeting tomorrow morning. All right. Thank you all.
We're just getting cranked up on these proclamations, y'all, so. All right, who's joining me for National Historic Preservation Week month? The whole board, right?
The whole board.
I'll let you hold that, please. All right. All right, whereas historic preservation has proven to be an effective tool for revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, and maintaining community character while enhancing livability. And whereas historic preservation is a relevant platform in which the histories and stories of all of Gainesville's residents can be preserved. And it is a goal of the city to be intentional in preserving the neighborhoods and cultures that represent our citizens. And whereas it is important to celebrate the contributions of past generations told through the physical evidence of the past in those historic buildings and sites that still remain. Whereas celebrating the power of place is the theme for National Preservation Month 2025, to honor the ways preservation strengthens communities, brings people together, supports a healthier planet, and creates places people are proud to call home. Whereas this effort to highlight the work being done by our preservation community is co-sponsored by the City of Gainesville and the National Trust for Historic Preservation. Now therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as Mayor of the City of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as National Historic Preservation Month in the City of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me and participating communities across the United States in recognizing and participating in this special observance, and witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Gainesville, Florida, this 22nd day of April 2025.
Honorable Mayor and Commissioners, thank you very much for this recognition. We very much appreciate it. We work pretty hard and not as hard as staff, but we work pretty hard too. And we try to do the city right in what we do and promote historic preservation and preserving the resources we have in this wonderful city. Thank you.
Everybody, 1, 2, 3. One more. Thank you.
All right, that last but definitely not least, because you're the auditors, International and Internal Audit Awareness Month. Please join me up here. Whereas internal auditing is a vital function that strengthens organizations and protects stakeholders in both the public and private sectors. And whereas the internal audit profession requires specialized knowledge, training, education, and adheres to a globally recognized code of ethics and professional standards. And whereas the Institute of Internal Auditors serves as the profession's leading global advocate, provider of certifications and guidance, and has members in its North Central Florida chapter, including staff in the City of Gainesville's Office of the City Auditor. And whereas the Institute of Internal Auditors recognizes the importance of promoting awareness of the value internal auditors bring to organizations and their commitment to accountability, transparency, and good governance. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as mayor of the City of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as International Internal Audit Awareness Month in the City of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me in recognizing the important contributions of our internal auditors. And witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Gainesville, Florida, this 22nd day of April 2025. All right, and well, say a few words here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, commissioners, charter officers, and everyone else up there. I, as a city auditor, work in the city auditor's office, am very pleased and grateful to all of you for supporting our mission, and thankful for giving us this proclamation during the Institute of Internal Auditors Awareness Month, which is always May. All of us here are part of our local chapter. We have Lily Lai, who's on the board. We have Rachel McCarthy, who's on the board, myself, who's on the Board of Governors, and Stephen Mary, who's our city auditor. So again, thank you very much. We just wanted to say that auditors really do have a positive impact on our community and our organizations through our work by evaluating our processes and our controls that help ensure efficiency and effectiveness within all of our various organizations. Again, we appreciate and thank you from the bottom of our hearts for supporting us. Thank you.
All right, 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are on to early public comment. We have no one signed up, so we will go on to the business discussion items. 2025-333 Citizens Field School Board Discussions Update. With the recommendation, the City Commission receive the update and provide direction as needed.
Okay, thank you. Madam Manager, do you want to kind of set us up a little bit here? And I will tell you, there's obviously a lot for us to think about, and it would have been easier if this had been set up by the economic development conversation, but we got a little backward on things, but that's okay. We have folks from the school board here with us tonight, so we'll move forward with some things, and then you can hear from us, and we can kind of coalesce what we're looking for as we go forward.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, about a month ago, there was a school board meeting, and of course, the Superintendent Patton, got an approval from her board to start having discussions with the city regarding the potential of a conveyance of property to the school board. Of course, we had a meeting, this commission had a meeting, and I was also authorized to start some conversations with the superintendent. We've had 2 meetings, one in late March, one in early April. Those meetings really have not resulted at this point in anything that can really be shared with the board substantively. I think there have been conversations that have been held between maybe members of the school board, members of the commission, and I think both of us as professionals, we're trying to allow that maybe to calm itself down while we maybe resume meetings. We did, and I think maybe that second meeting, we provided a list of questions to the school board to provide us some input on. And at that point, I think we paused. And I think probably in order for the conversations to move forward with us to be able to substantively get something out of it that we can react to, maybe a proposal from the school board to the city, so that we can have something to react to and actually work around. Would be a little bit more concrete, in my opinion, as to how we might approach something that can come back to this commission and they can bring back to their board. And by the way, our thought process was to come back to you in June with something that you could, consider. And so we're in advance of that. But I just kind of wanted to make sure that the board knew that the 2 meetings that we've had, we've stopped short of having any meetings beyond that to kind of allow some of the conversations to take place.
So thank you for that, Madam Manager. I personally, I feel like we're probably at a place where we're in sort of a limbo here, and it makes sense to let the folks who use the field primarily come in and tell us more concretely what you need from us, I think. And as we work on the overall campus at Citizens Field and where everything falls into place, we need to know what you need from the city of Gainesville and from specifically that piece of property and what the overall use is for. It makes sense for us to kind of let it settle and let these conversations have settled, as the manager said. But I would invite Superintendent Patton and Member Certain, if y'all want to come up and make whatever comments you would like, we'd love to hear from you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think, first off, I appreciate that your city manager and I had some great conversations. She had staff there, we had staff there, but I think what we shared was that we needed to hear from you all then at that point, because it's one thing that we need from you all, and it's just simply, are you able to transfer the field to us? Because short of that, we cannot spend capital funds on any of a facility that's not ours. I think you know well where our budget sits with a almost $20 million deficit for next year. So we do have a way to fund things, but we can't do it without a yes that you can transfer the field. So it sounds so simple and short, but it is simple and short because there's nothing we can bring back. If your vote is to transfer the field, then we can bring back, here's what we'd love to do with it. But short of that, if the answer is no, then there's nothing we can do because we can't use general funds on the stadium. Very encouraged to do it. We would love to do it, but it's really having to see where you guys stand.
Madam Manager, did you want to?
No, I just wanted to just state, we understood at the point that the school board had their initial meeting that a conveyance or a transfer of some type was the basis, was the foundation for them being able to partner and participate. And I understand that. I was given the authority from this commission to have those conversations, not knowing where it would end up. And so at this juncture, if there is a proposal, if the school board is interested in a conveyance, the qualifications or all of the issues around it would have to be discussed with our attorney. We haven't gotten there yet. So if we just had something basic to work from, then we might be able to have a conversation evolve. But right now, you know, we're kind of like at a stalemate.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Member Certain, did you want to weigh in, or I don't want to?
Well, good evening, and it's good to be here with each of y'all. Superintendent Patton pretty much said what I was going to say, and I haven't actually met with several of you individually. Commissioner Chestnut, our meeting was canceled. I hadn't been able to get back on your calendar, and had some informal conversations in the community with Commissioner Book, and it is pretty much where it is now. When you all came to our chamber, when we met there, and the motion that I made, I knew very well that we did not have general funds to be able to undertake and contribute to any type of renovation or, rebuilding of the stadium, which is what the initial letter that we got, the board received from the city manager. So I felt the easiest way to be able for us to move forward and to bring improvements to it and to keep our teams there. You all know that we have 3 high schools that play there. 2 schools have approached the district, board members as well as the superintendent about building stadiums at the individual schools, but that still would leave a 3rd school that has no place to play. As I've told you all individually, I think for the benefit of East Gainesville and the revitalization that we've all been calling for so many years, I think keeping athletics, the high school athletics there, if we improve the field, and add some additional features there, track and other things of that nature, that could also be a draw for other activities. Right now, as it stands, there are some specifications that we'd have to build to FHSA standards to be able to do that, but we can do nothing if we don't own that property. And so I don't know what the conveyance will look like. I'm not an attorney. I bring the accounting knowledge to the table, so I don't know if it's as simple as because we're governmental agencies, you can do that type of thing. I don't know all of that, but that has been my ask as I've met with the others individually, and I've talked with you all informally. So.
And just to add a few other comments. So we very much want to, if that field were transferred, to make sure we take that extra step and build a track. Why would you not? It opens up for more sports. It allows then also like lacrosse, different areas. Also, one of those items that we had talked about too was like, how do you also do it a little bit quicker? We're pretty historic. Maybe that's a nice way to say that, how we've always built things. So as we talked with your city manager and her team, including George Burgess, we talked about looking at things like doing a design build. So it's a little unique for our school system, but it can be done. We do it in lots of other places. So that, too, we will want to get things moving along, too. So I just would share a couple of comments that we chatted back and forth about where our interest would be, because short of a design build, it's design, then put it out there, then re-put it out to the. So even that helps with cost, but it also helps with time. We don't want to drag things out forever. We have schools that need to be able to play. We talked through, and she did a great job, too, of representing you all, and we said one of those concerns too is just what right now we have a 1-year lease, and they were amenable to looking even to have the 2nd year because it would take that long to get it built, but not until, even if we're building it, would still get through 1 more season. So we had some really great conversations, but it all stems back to are you willing to transfer the field? That's what it all stands. So that's why you don't see a bigger proposal. We've talked all about it. We're love to move forward and do a lot of things there and everything else, but it stops with you all to see if you'd be interested in having that. We mentioned last time too, we feel it's an economic driver for the city of Gainesville. You host tournaments, and that's why we wouldn't have it build it bigger for other sports, so it's not limited to just football, soccer, lacrosse, all those. And then those soccer and lacrosse are both girls and boys sports. They're not, football's limited to just males. But anyway, very excited and hope that we get to be your partner on that. I think it was made very clear to us that you're looking for partners. So here you stand, two people representing people that would love to be a partner.
Mr. Mayor, if I might comment. So the conveyance would need to have many stipulations around it. I don't know what many means, but it would have to have some stipulations around it. And until we can get something on paper, just in terms of what the school board is looking for, so that we can really engage with our attorney and work towards something, we need to have, I think, a baseline proposal from the school board.
Okay, all right.
So hearing that, so then the proposal, meaning like what we would be thinking of, like what I just verbalized to you, to be real clear, so we come back to you what you're looking for?
If I might, if the school board is interested in a conveyance, and that is obviously the baseline for how you say you're able to participate as a partner, then if that means that you would then have the property, assuming that the conveyance is there, you would be responsible for bidding the project. I'm just kind of playing it out right now in my head. You'd be responsible bidding it out. It would no longer be city. All of those things could be negotiated in an agreement or stated in a proposal that you all submit to us, and then allow us to work on that.
Perfect.
Changes back and forth, whatever.
We'll get that right back to you.
But we
then.
don't have anything to really react to or respond to.
Okay.
And whether this commission ultimately agrees to it or not, we need to, as staff, have something to work with. And right now, we really
So we want to get that back to you ASAP.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and we have lots of lights up here, so we'll have lots of discussion. So if y'all want to sit up close, I'm sure they'll be a reason for you to come back. So hang on just a second there, and we'll go to Commissioner Eastman first.
Yeah, thank you. And so first, as I said in the last meeting, and I'm glad that you guys are here. I mean, I think this is a great partnership. What you talked about is like, how are we going to work together? How can we be partners in this? And I think this is one of those partnerships where we are both steering in the same direction. We have overlapping interests in all of this, right? And just from what you stated from before, I mean, this is a park that has seen over 60 years old for various portions of it. It is on our Waldo Road corridor, which has been a core part of how we've tried to reinvigorate our city. It is a neighborhood park. It is an important sports facility in there. Of course, you guys need a sports facility as well. I think if a conveyance is how that you guys need to move forward with it, like you guys spoke about at your meeting and at our last meeting, I feel very comfortable with that. But like as the city manager said, I'm looking forward to getting some kind of some kind of the stipulations there, because we want to make sure that this is a park that we can be proud of. That this is a park that is fronting Waldo Road. It is a park that is used by a lot of the neighbors around there. Is this going to be a new stadium? Is this going to be a renovated stadium? What is the timelines on all of this stuff? We're looking at breaking ground, I believe, in early 2027. Is that right, Madam Manager? So it sounds like you guys want to move quickly as well, which means that we are right in line with all of that. But so yeah, I'm excited to get back some kind of a proposal or something that would kind of work with some of these details out.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so I think, Madam Superintendent, you said you all have a $20 million deficit?
On operational general funds, not on the capital side.
Okay, so are PICO funds still in play in the state?
There have been no PICO funds to district schools in well over 20 years.
Okay, so then where would funds come from for you to do this?
So we have our local capital millage, the 1.5 mil that's assessed locally. The state allows us to do that for capital improvements and maintenance and things of that nature.
Okay, is that something the public would have to vote on?
No, that is the 1.5 mil it was 2 years ago and it was reduced to 1.5 mils, but that's all the districts in Florida are allowed to assess that with no vote.
And how much is generated from that for this district?
Let me see, about 25 million, 23, 25 million each year.
You can come on and sit up here so the public can hear you. Okay.
So, and it generally, those go up just a little bit every year because as our taxes go up, just even a little bit, so does the millage. So
So-
it's not a fund that goes backwards, it actually goes forward.
All right, so then you would be looking at dedicating $25 million, is that what you're saying?
So we would be dedicating X amount. We have to figure out what that is, but then also remember too that we have that other options for us, like to sell like to Terwilliger, the old Terwilliger school, because that's a place, although it's an option for us to put a field there, we're not going to look at that as the board members talk, because first off, you're going to block more traffic out there. We don't want to do that. And it's just not the right location. So selling that and getting it rezoned could also be an expedited of like upwards to $12 million to help pay that bill right away also. So that it's not just capital funds, it's assets that we have that as we reduce our footprints have different funding sources also.
Okay, all right, thank you. So what I'm looking at, and in a conveyance, I would want it spelled out detail by detail, not just a global conveyance, but a timeline. How much you plan to put into this and when. We would have to do, you'd have to show a lot to have the voter confidence that the East Side neighbors would fully believe that you're going to follow through, that they're going to get a brand new stadium, a state-of-the-art stadium, is what I think we're looking for, but I'm not sure that that level of confidence is there at this date with the school board. So it needs to be spelled out point by point, because we have promised the people on the east side of town that we are going to deliver for them a stadium that they can be proud of, that people can come to town, and that our boys and girls do not have to be embarrassed to have them play there. Yeah, that's what they've said to us.
So let me tell you, Commissioner Chestnut, my colleagues will tell you that when I've come back from traveling with my kids, I used to always say, why can't we have nice things here? Right? That was before we had to have some sales tax. Because the state was not funding improvements, and the voters did agree to give us those funds. And we have used those funds. We started, the projects that were started were in East Gainesville, our first top 3 projects. But, I mean, I think you have my commitment at our board, that our students have to have some place to play. And if we're going to build, I think if you look around the facilities that have been renovated and rebuilt, they have been top-notch, first-class facilities. The work has been very well. And I think there's a commitment from myself, as well as my colleagues, Dr. Patton, to be able to do that. And the need is there. If you all take Citizensville offline, we have to provide some place for the students to play. The option of building 2 temporary stadiums at 2 schools would still leave GHS out. I think the money would be better invested into renovating Citizensville. We would get more bang for our buck as a district as well as for our community, so.
Okay, so if I may continue.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I think the citizens have to have that confidence. They do not have that confidence. I think they have confidence that the city of Gainesville is going to do something for them, but they do not have that confidence. These are the people that I see in the grocery store, at church, in the neighborhood. They do not have the confidence that you're going to follow through. So your conveyance can't be global. It must be very, very detailed. Now, that's 1. 2, I think it is really precipitous to even invite at this point for any kind of letter of conveyance, because we do not have a proposal from our consultants. We don't know what we're trying to convey. You don't know if it's something that we can afford to do ourselves. So I think it is really, really precipitous. If we got a proposal from you after June, then I think that's something to entertain. But to take to upset the public right now, and this is what it would do. It would upset the public now to come out with getting something from the school board when the city doesn't even know whether your consultant is going to propose something that costs $10 or $20 million or $30 million. We don't have that information. And so I think that we're being quite precipitous quite precipitous. And inviting even anything from the school board at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Willets.
Mayor. Well, I think what I'm hearing from Dr. Patton is that you have not heard definitively from this commission that we would be interested in conveying, should even everything go perfect. We haven't quite got there. I think we've talked individually. There's been some conversations about different ways we can achieve what we want at Citizens Field and MLK. But I think it sounds like the school board needs to know if conveyance is even on the table, right? And so I support the idea that we're going to find a partner who brings some dollars to the table, because we don't have all the dollars we need. They're already a partner we need on site. And so I think they're asking for that, in essence, first step. I don't know if I want to wait till June. I do have a question about whether and this is not for the manager's office or for Dr. Patton, I know there's, in backup, we have an email from Mr. Persons on April 2nd to school board leadership. Did we get all those answers back to kind of that?
No, we did not.
Okay, because that there was a lot in there about, where this might fit into the school board's plans, so that we understand where this conversation is going to start. And part of that we got some confirmation about that, about where y'all might do some of your funding. And so, Mr. Persons, I know that, thank you for starting this part of that conversation, but did we get any of those answers back at all or in pieces?
Ultimately, I think that's what we followed up the letter about, because I think at the time the school board wasn't able to answer a lot of those questions. And they are important because whether it's a new stadium or a renovated stadium, it does affect the overall site design about where other facilities are placed or moved on the site. So there's a time element too, in terms of really, as we're getting closer to this June date where we're coming back to you, being able to dial in some of these elements so we can really kind of settle the site down and move into the next phase.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Persons.
So I want to also, I'm sorry, Commissioner. So when you say that we didn't get back to you, the answers to those questions were also exactly what you just stated. We need to know where your thought is, where your vote is, because I know I don't have the ability to speak on my 5 board members' behalf. We can talk, but I'm not going to say this is what the board is doing unless they have that conversation publicly. So the rest of the answers that we couldn't give, we need to know from the 7 of you. Yes, no, you're like what you just said. Are you interested in a conveyance? But I know we have to hear that directly from the 7 of you. Just like our answer back to you would have to still be, and so we talked back and forth with your city manager to say, when is your board talking about this? So she mentioned it would be that first week in May. She also mentioned, rightly so, that there was, I guess you were supposed to have had a meeting that talked about all of your projects, but specifically this at this meeting. So exactly what she told us is exactly what's happened. And that's why we can't answer the rest of those questions until, is it the 7 of you or 5 of you? What is it that you're going to do? Because then we can answer the rest of those questions.
It sounds like we need a joint meeting. First of all, we're not quite there, but we're going to need a joint meeting between boards at some point. But so to Commissioner Chestnut's point, that we're going to need some more information about really what you want. Are we conveying the outprint of the stadium as is now, or do you need additional land? Because I know part of our plans for the whole site, there's some options, right? And so we do need to know kind of what your real interest is stated, whether it is a brand new stadium and whether it's on the exact same footprint or not, because we don't even know what we're conveying at this point. Because we could convey you the physical stadium, and then it turns up you need a little more, and we haven't done that yet. I am interested and perhaps even committed to conveying it if it gets us a partner who can tap 10, 15, 20, who knows how much money, to achieve both some of our goals and the school board's goals. I want us to be good neighbors as well to the school board. But timeline needs to be in there, what the school board is thinking about. I don't know if Commissioner Chestnut is looking for, are you going to play 3 high schools there for 10 years of football and then maybe something down the line, 10, 15, 20? I don't think 99 years, so a bit of a timeline, because that would be part of the promise to people in East Gainesville and overall Gainesville. So those are just some of my thoughts. I'm committed to the idea that if y'all are a partner who can tap some funds that we don't have, and maybe also ease part of the relationship that we've had going for years, I'm interested in that idea of conveyance, but it's going to have to come in essence with some strings. But I don't want it to be so many strings that y'all can't do it. I don't want to tell you get to do that for 50 years. If you say, hey, we can do 20 years, oh fine, or 15 years, and we get that goodie out of it. But what it does do, once I think we make that conveyance, depending on how much we would want written into it, Commissioner Duncan Walker really wanted to talk about like statewide youth sports tourism versus this is really just a good facility for us and perhaps some school district tourism, but not, or school district, what's the word? Yeah, like school athletics coming, but not the real tourism, the sports tourism that I think she was talking about. And so that is an important thing that if we do this, it is cutting out one of our options that we kind of had considered about. Anyway, so I offered that, but thank you all for being here and working, and to Vice Chair Certain as well. I know I met with you. I'm interested in conveying part of it to get you as a partner. There needs to be more information. I don't know who needs to make a first step to say whatever, to say that. And so I don't know, Madam Manager.
But they're the anchor tenant.
Right.
And so we need some baseline information, and we really just don't have it.
But I guess, and I don't think they haven't spent years thinking, what do we want? We have done a little more long-term planning.
So, yeah, and I appreciate
what do you want?
understand that, Commissioner, because first off, I came here in November. This wasn't even mentioned at all to me. And in a matter of just like 2.5 months ago, I was like, oh, do you guys want Citizens Field? What do you want to do with it? I'm like, it's not even been a conversation to us. So
Welcome
we're
to
not.
Gainesville.
I know. Well, and so I'm not going to turn around and direct a bunch of resources to go and get, the fields looked at. What do we want until we hear from you? What do you want? And I'm not. I don't want to use this word wrong, backdoor, but I don't do that. I want to be sure that we hear the 7 of you. She and I can talk as much as we want, but until I hear what 7 people say and our board hears that, then if it's that they're interested in a conveyance and because the majority are at least interested in that, then we can go back and do that. But if the majority of you don't even want to do that, then we need to hustle it up and figure out a different avenue for fields in a year. But to be honest, this did kind of come out of nowhere. I mean, and that's good. We want to move it ahead. We only have 1 more year. So it's also, we're not going to spend $15,000, $20,000 getting different bids and everything else if we don't even have partners that have said, yes, we want to do that.
Well,
Then I'll
it's
hear
clear.
back from
we
people.
want your money. So I think what the manager is saying that is we need anchor tenant. We need to hear from you what it is, and I know it's quick planning. What it is you would want out of that conveyance? What are you looking for with a rough plan? Where your finances are, so that we understand the scale that we're agreeing to as well. Brand new stadium, if it's renovated, sounds like y'all want a track, so it sounds like it's going to be a new stadium. I'm ready for that continued conversation about conveyance, but y'all got. It sounds like we're looking for more from the school board to say, what do you want? What would you need? What would you need out of it? And then we can look at the conveyance. So I don't.
So, yeah.
Madam Manager, I mean, am I going down the right path here?
Make a comment here, y'all. Go ahead.
You're allowed. The conversation around 8th and Waldo and Citizen Field has been going on now for many years, at least 3 since I've been here. And I know that, Superintendent Patton is new, and maybe the discussion is not as deep and as ripe as it is with the rest of us, but I think the board members on the school board side are aware of the conversation and the community meetings. The overture about working with us came from the school board. It didn't come from this commission to the school board. It came from you, your leadership at the school board meeting, to work with me about a potential partnership, conveyance, whatever that means. A conveyance is legal in nature, and our attorneys haven't been involved in any of these conversations to date. And that would need to happen. That conveyance would have many stipulations around it, and I don't even know what some of them are sitting here. And so the expectation that the commission, even tonight or even in a month, would be prepared to say this is what we want is premature. So again, we need some baseline information from the school board in terms of what the expectation is for them to expend millions of dollars in that space. And then we, our attorney and the team can be involved in responding to that. And it'd be transparent to the public, and we can bring it back and forth to the different groups until some kind of an agreement is reached. But we need a baseline request from the school board.
And I think, and if I'm misspeaking that the board doesn't know about it all, let me rephrase that to say, of course the board knows that citizens feel it's a question. They know we had a timeline. It had never come to a school board meeting for them to have a 5-person discussion. So let me make that, it's a very big difference for you to think that they don't know or I didn't know. It had never been the sense of urgency that you're ready to now act on it. So that's what I did, was bring it to the forefront so that 5 people could have that conversation publicly.
So let me distill this a little bit, because it is simpler than all the multiple directions we're taking. The background is that some of us have been talking about this going back into the last decade, and we've been talking in more earnest in the last 3 years, and certainly in the last year, to the point that we've engaged our consultants to crystallize the possibility and the broad cost of what might happen there. And I say broad cost because the costs change underneath us every single day, and they're not getting cheaper. What I think we need as an order of operations, because that's what we're talking about now, is just order of operations instead of this here, this now, this another time. For us to know how to move forward, I think we need the school board to be able to say, we would like to continue, number one, we would like to continue to use that facility. That our teams, I'm speaking for
Right.
you, would need to use this facility. We want to continue this partnership. We understand, school board understands that the city needs some financial participation for that to happen. And the best avenue for that, for the school board, would be for the property or some of the property to be conveyed to the school board. And that if that happens, these are the list of things that the school board would like to use it for, and the conditions under which the school board would be broadly comfortable, not as a final document, but broadly comfortable, and then bring that document to us, to the city, and then we can more intelligently say, okay, here is what our current partner, our sole tenant wants as an anchor going forward for the next however many period of years you all are interested. And having that in hand, we can then speak more intelligently to our attorney's office to start drawing up documents, and to us for even medium term and final approval. And then we can all be able to more intelligently go to the people and say, this is where we are in this process. Are you comfortable with that? If not, come talk to us. And that's the order of operations as I see it. And then, by the way, parallel to that, we're going to continue working with our consultants to work on numbers, because this is not just about the field. It's about the field and the parking and the pool and everything else on the site. So we're continuing to work on that parallel to the discussion with our partner and anchor tenant. Is that a fairly clear order, or am I missing something?
Sounds good, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right. So
I've heard 2 different timelines. I heard one that's saying after June, one that's in between, and then also, to my knowledge, just to be sure everybody knows, we're not looking to do this for 5 or 10 years and drop that kind of money. It would be the permanent
It's a
thing.
long-term thing.
I've heard that a couple times. This isn't like we're going to go spend a lot of money. It's a permanent solution. It's, yeah. Right.
Right,
Yeah,
right. So, and I think for timeline,
I mean, we'll start on it right away. If we're needing to get you actually quotes of what those dollars amounts are, that's
so to
not
me,
a 2-week thing.
and I'm just speaking for myself at this point, to me, intent is the most important thing.
Okay.
Public intent.
So be able
you're
to
saying,
spell
and we're
out
saying,
a new
this is
field,
a
a
thing we
soccer
would like to
field, a
do.
this or that. Got it.
Assuming that we can come to agreement, this is where we want to be before we start working on details, before we've even said, this is the thing
Well, that
we're
we
trying
can
to
get
achieve.
back to you quickly then.
And then there'll be a lot more deadlines,
yeah.
following that, 100 deadlines broadly. But without that statement of intent, that public declaration that yes, both sides want this to be the thing, if we can work out the details over the course of months,
Great.
that gets us, I think, a bedrock to work from. Madam Manager, does that make sense to you? Okay. All right, now I've got a couple more lights here. Commissioner Engel, if I haven't stolen all your things.
You stole most of my stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I was gonna say it sounded like nobody could figure out who was the chicken and who was the egg in this, as far as like the best way to move forward. And I think
We have it.
we've got that kind of covered. The only other thing that really came to mind talking about this, the last time y'all were here, the idea was floated about conveyance, and I think it got a pretty chilly reception from the board. I think 2 or 3 of us spoke directly against actually conveying the land over, and we're talking about whether we could keep it here or not. So if what you're looking for is some like assurance that the conveyance is on the table, and that's something that we're willing to look at, I think we can
Good. Thank
definitely
you.
say that that's not off the table. But like I said, I think what we need is a proposal. What are you thinking? What are we thinking? How are those things going to mesh up? And I think the first steps of those have been lined out pretty well.
So, so I appreciate you recognizing from our point, we came to the meeting
Sure.
thinking it was a half hour. I mean, it was like two and a half
Yeah.
hours.
That's how
So
long
we
it
kind
is,
of
huh?
left thinking like, where are they?
Sure.
Except for the fact that we knew Cynthia, your city manager, and I would start going down the road, but it's hard to say, have us just to talk when we don't. Tonight already, I feel a lot more direction, like we know where we can do, we can come back, we can get that intent going. You have something in writing to move, so I appreciate the more clarification so that we can move forward.
Right, because I tell you, a thing that, the only thing about all this that gives me any willies at all is the idea that we might end up building a stadium on spec, and you all say, yeah, we didn't really want that.
Right, well,
I
no.
don't want that to happen.
Right,
Beyond that,
and
I think we
neither
can make
would
it
we.
happen. Yeah,
Neither
so.
would we, for sure.
Okay, so Commissioner Engel, you good?
Yeah, it's all
Okay,
right.
all right, Commissioner Chestnut?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that Commissioner Duncan Walker, and I'm sorry she's not here this evening due to a death in her family.
Oh, sorry about that.
Thank you. But she was very, very interested in sports tourism and economic development for Alachua County, for City of Gainesville. And so the Citizens Field would be a part of that. But we're really looking for economic development for the whole city. So I think that when you come back, she should be here. But I personally, I still stand by this. I think it is precipitous. We will be getting information from our consultants in June. We're looking at economic development for the city, May 8th. And so I don't want to raise your expectations, and I don't want to confuse the public. So that's where I am. I believe she's at that same point. We're interested in economic development, and part of that economic development is Citizens Field. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut, and we're out of lights, so, no, we're not. Commissioner Book. Yeah.
You thought you were out of lights,
Go
Mayor.
ahead, Commissioner Book. He came and went a couple times.
Yeah, I came and went a couple times. I mean, are you trying to find some direction out of this? Is that what you're kind of pressing the?
Eventually, we'll get to that, but it's a simple motion, really.
I don't know what the last motion that was made was to direct the city manager to work with the school superintendent in developing plans for Citizens Field. That was the motion that was made on March 13th, 2025. Is there any reason that we need to elaborate on that motion from, as far as I'm concerned, that's a perfectly reasonable motion. No, that is the standing motion that was there from before.
So that continues to exist. So we wouldn't have to do that to make a new motion. You've heard what we've said, and I would come back with with what we've talked about, unless that goes off the rails in the next 2 minutes.
So the only thing is, I also have heard Commissioner Chestnut say twice, and then she's kind of implying then that our Commissioner Duncan, do you not want that before June? Is that the
If I may speak for
majority?
myself.
I mean,
Yeah, if I may speak for myself, no, I do not want it before June. I go back to, I think it is precipitous. Now, I don't know what Commissioner Duncan Walker would want, but I'm just alluding to what she said when she was here about ecotourism. But I think it's quite precipitous, and it's going to be quite confusing to the public. It's going to be quite confusing.
so Mayor, I guess I look for you to help us with
So I've
this.
got some more lights, and then I'll go back after it. It's a Commissioner Eastman, do you have something else to add?
Yes. Well, the only thing that I have to add is that I have full confidence in our city manager to be able to have this conversation. I don't know if you're going to get unanimity on every detail of process of everything else that goes forward. I will say that we unanimously voted to delegate to the city manager to have these conversations. I would prefer to get this back in June, before June, because I need to know what scope we're looking at for Citizens Field, something that we've not. That was a large part of that conversation from the last discussion, is we've not really had the ability to have the conversation as to what is the scope of this project, how much are we willing to put into it, how high in the priority list are we willing to go, are we willing to take out general obligation bonds, these. You guys were unfortunately there right at the front end of long conversations, but without full direction from this commission as to where we want to go with it. What I need to know before we go forward with the rest of it is the school board comes in, then that opens up more opportunities for other portions of this project. If the school board doesn't, then that potentially opens up the ability to, I'll just throw it out there, have that be fields, potentially use that space for something else, or are we going to put the money in? There's a lot of decisions there, but this is a key kind of cornerstone of the direction all of this goes. And until we know where the school board is, I don't know how we kind of decide what those are. And as I said, we gave a unanimous direction to the city manager to sort that through, and I think the world of our city manager, I think she'd do a great job with it. And so I'm comfortable with that motion standing, unless there's more direction you'd like to, that we think we need to give there.
All right, let's go round the lights. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I assume we don't have any public comment or anything on this at the moment, is that correct?
We could send some your way if you'd like.
I'm totally comfortable right now without it, but if it was, I want to give them a chance to
Okay.
go
No, I'm
before
kidding.
since we've had so much conversation here. So there's been a tremendous amount of groundwork which has already been laid for what the 8th Avenue recreational complex, multi-use, comprehensive, involve the neighborhoods, figure out the mechanisms to get trails into it so there's people that can get to every aspect of what's there. And we've done that over the last 2 to 3 years. Mr. Mayor, you said the conversation was longer than that, but the real substantive conversation has been in the last 24 months, right? And so I feel like we've provided a tremendous roadmap for the school board to look at what that complex should look like right now, and it's already in writing. It's the consultant report, which lists 2 or 3 spec plans. It has different aspects of what can be considered. We've had tremendous conversation up here, which is resource that you can use, right? Because we already have the minutes for it. And that gives you the information that was actual direction right from here of the 7. I don't know if it's 4 to 3, 5 to 2, 6 to 1, 7 to 0, it doesn't matter. It was actual direction. And so I think that you have the ability, I don't know if you've looked at that, Dr. Patton, I appreciate Vice Chair coming, but you have that document is available right now. And that is direction that the city has provided for what we want that to look like, that we provided already. How we get there is what we've been debating over the last few months, and the funding pieces, the leveraging partners and things. So I would say that the written specs and the stipulation should start with reviewing that document right now. It's May. That probably takes you, I don't know, that would take us a month to review it. It's pretty comprehensive. It doesn't matter to me whether it comes back on May 2nd, which is tomorrow, or June 1st. You need to review that document. So that's critical, because we've already provided that and voted on
we
it.
have. Thank you.
And I'm assuming that hasn't been done. I'm not asking for a question, but it's voluminous. And so stipulations in writing, that what I think I hear the city manager is talking about is put in writing, this is the time frame. These are monies that would be potentially committed. This is leasing agreements. For example, we had a leasing agreement where we were the owners and the school board was using it. Well, golly, we can't have that. I don't think we can have that built-in isolation in an 8th Avenue comprehensive complex. We can't. So the specs are there, and so there might be some stipulations, might be use for the other partner, and that could be us if we're the other partner, right? In
thank you.
perpetuity. So that's a stipulation. The neighborhood charrettes have already been done. There has been tremendous community involvement, and all that is in the consultant report. So what I think we should see is some things that align with what the community has already told us they'd like to see. And you already have our in video and every other format that you want that's laid out specs that you would put in writing. And then it comes here, and I assume the city manager has staff dissect it and says what they think might work, has the city attorney dissect it. And look, we do need partners. But the complex cannot be in isolation. I know the school board needs that property for good recreational use for their football teams. They do. On the other hand, we need it as part of the city's comprehensive recreation use for that entire area. And potentially a regional draw, which is what I think Commissioner Chestnut was talking about and alluding to for Commissioner Duncan Walker. So those are just my few of my thoughts. But I believe that the guidance is already there. Commissioner Eastman was talking about the motion was made to pursue. The specs are now, available to you. Sounds like there's been a lot of individual meetings. I wasn't in one. Doesn't sound like you were in one. Commissioner Chestnut and I did meet, 2 or 3 weeks ago, I think. It was just a sunshine meeting. And the chamber was there and talked about economic development. So there may be some minutes from that. That's just a piece of us. So that's not commission direction, but there is additional information there from just 2 weeks ago.
Thank you.
You might want to consider. So those are some of the things I think. That was a long lecture, wasn't a question.
No,
I just
no,
thought
no,
that might help
it's
you
helpful.
find the pieces that are already provided in writing that maybe then you put in something in writing, which I think, Madam Manager, is what you were talking about. Put something in writing, move from there. Is that
Great.
correct?
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you,
It was
Commissioner.
kind of a long
It's all right.
thing there.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Engel.
I just want to mention this because you had asked about timeline, and you got several answers. So, from me, this is going to be a fairly long and complicated partnership to get towards this awesome goal that we're going to get done. What I would like back is like a good list of substantive answers that we've got and several first steps towards moving forward on that thing. Whether that takes to the middle of June or whether you can get that done in 2 weeks, I said when that process, I don't want it rushed so that we can get it before a certain date. I don't want you to hold it back till it's after a certain date. This is going to be a long process, and I'd say like as steps are ready to take, let's take them. So I said I wouldn't shoot for any particular date, but I'd like to get this moved forward in a steady fashion.
Thank you. Yep. I think we
you,
would
Commissioner
too.
Engel. And once again, it's not a perfect analogy, but it's close. If I had a private company and I were going to develop a mall, and I had great plans for that mall, and I had 2 or 3 different versions of them, and I'd worked with all my consultants, we had spent some good money on getting ready for it, but I'm not going to put a shovel in the ground, and I'm not going to go borrow the money until I have something in writing from, let's say, JCPenney that says, we want to be your anchor tenant in the mall. To use a 40-year-old analogy, because they don't do that with malls anymore. But we need some kind of document, some public document from our anchor tenant and our biggest partner that says, yes, this is real. We do want to do this. Because until we do that, until we have that, we're talking around it, sort of. We're assuming you do.
Yep. So we'll do that.
Yeah,
That's our commitment. We'll
that-
get it back to you.
And on timeline,
We're
I'm
excited
ambivalent.
about it.
I'm ambivalent on timeline personally, but But without that, us going forward and building the mall or borrowing the money to build the mall scares me. So that's where Commissioner Chestnut.
All right.
Thank you. And I think I would also like to know, and the public would like to know, if we decide not to convey the property to you, do you still plan to play 18 games at Citizens Field? You can include that if you want, or you can answer that tonight. But I need to know where your commitment is.
So in other words,
if we do not convey the property to you, do you still plan to utilize Citizens Field for your football games? That's what
well, I
I'd
think
like
it
to
would
know.
also be dependent if you're going to move forward and build your own stadium or not.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get an answer from you on that. Whether or not you're going to be a participant if we build our own stadium.
Okay, so we'll take that back to.
You can put that
to
in
ask.
in your response. Thank you.
And in a broader context, we're talking about a lot more than 18 uses. I mean, because you got 3 sets of home football games, but also home soccer games,
Lacrosse.
You've got
Boys and girls.
You got the 5th graders coming out there. You got lots of really cool stuff that we don't think about. We think about Friday night lights and Thursday night lights.
Well, it will be
But it's
a
more than
lot
that.
bigger usage.
Yes. But for me, the only thing I'm looking forward to really move this process forward is just a statement of intent that has some detail to it, that's that's robust. But without that, then we're just kind of dancing, and it's time to move on from that phase. I feel like.
Yeah, I guess for me, like the question, Commissioner Chester, you said, do we have a commitment to play if you all were to build it? I could give you an unequivocally yes if the terms are like they are now, because we don't pay anything to play there. You know what I'm saying? Like we have a lease. I think they've been 20-year installments, and I think it's been like for $1. So we would be foolish to not accept a deal like that if you're going to build something for us to play. But if we don't know what the conditions are, the financial obligations, it's be hard to kind of to say that. But as I keep saying, GHS will still need a place to play. Even if we were to try to, and there's really, I don't even know if we really have enough space, truly have space to do it at Beholds, but we know for sure there is no space at Gainesville High School. So we got to do something. But I just want you for me, I'm just sitting here, that's a hard answer to say. I know if you build it and it is the same terms of the lease that we have right now, I myself and other future boards would, of course, would say yes, but
But I don't think it would be those terms.
right. So that's the thing is, and that's where we get into, if you're leasing and it's that type, depending on the type of lease that it is, we're then hamstrung onto how we have to pay for it. Because if it ends up being a capital lease, we can't, if we don't own it, we can't bring it out of capital funds. We have to bring it out of operational funds. And our budget is just very taxed right now. And with the way vouchers and things are set up, I don't see that taxing and that pressure on our budget easing up. So a lot of it is a lot of variables. We will definitely get the
That's why we'd rather just build it so that we can use it and it's not a problem.
Okay. Okay.
Thank
you all for being here.
Thank you,
and-
everybody. Thank you, City Manager.
So the beauty of the process is that we're here to represent the people, as are the members of the school board, and the difficult part of the process is that we're here to represent the people, and so are the members of the school board. So, this is the way we have to work it through. So I appreciate you all being here. Does anybody else need to make a comment on this, or we I don't see any other lights? Okay, Madam Clerk, Madam Manager, you feel good? All right. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Okay, we are moving on to 2024-603, disposition of former Gainesville Fire Rescue Fire Station Number 1, 427 South Main Street, with the recommendation City Commission set the reserve price for the property at $1 million. Authorize the city manager to list the property for sale for 45 days and take sealed bids. Authorize the city manager to move forward with the sale of the city property located at 427 South Main Street to the highest bidder and in accordance with the term sheet in the backup.
Mr. Mayor, Phil Mann.
Welcome.
City Manager's Office. So this will be our third time trying to dispose of the former fire station. The first attempt we did this, we tried to do a public-private partnership. where we would lease the property and somebody would come in and develop it. And we had several people show up for that, but nobody submitted the bid. So the second attempt was we tried to put it for sale for a reserve price of $3.16 million, which, if you remember, is the average of the two appraisals we had at the time. We did not get a single response back again. So our recommendation now is to set the reserve price for the property at $1 million. And that's staff's recommendation, and we listed for sale for $45 in 45 days. And see if we get.
I'm in for $45.
46. For 45 days.
Gotcha. All right. Commissioner Book.
Was it, that's the sum total of the conversation for us, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just a question. Tell me, when we sell the property, I just don't have a good understanding, what is our allowable uses for the monies that come in on something like this, regardless of what that figure is?
So it's zone public service right now, and Andrew is not here, but it's zone public service, so it would be any of the uses allowed under public service, or the buyer could bring it back and rezone it.
But you're asking for the sale, I mean, what we use the money for.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm asking there is no restriction on our allowable use for the money that comes in. Regards. That's
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yeah,
for the recipient, us as the seller.
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. So can you just explain, so that you're saying this is the reserve price? So previously we asked for the appraised price, right?
We asked for the minimum bid to be $3.16 million. Now we're asking for the minimum bid to be $1 million.
And that reserve price just means that we won't go below that.
We won't go below that.
Okay. Why haven't we decided to just, I mean, I think everything around that is zone DT. I think U8's across the street. I don't have the zoning, but like, why didn't we zone that ahead of time and then try to sell it? That seems like that would, like, you're selling it to someone who is now going to have to go through the whole process of a rezoning, right?
The thought process for staff when we brought the recommendation forward was that we would let a developer look at it and then propose the zoning that they would like to develop it at. I know when we did the public-private partnership, what we talked about was a multi-use, multi-story building where the first floor would be commercial, then some office, and then residential above that.
Okay. So they could they could bring forward a PD potentially, something like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. I think it would, I don't have a problem with zoning it as what makes sense for the context of that area. And then say if that would help move this process forward. But I mean, if the reserve price of $1 million would help move that forward, I'm comfortable with that. That's fine.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had the same question with the zoning. Like, why not zone it ahead of time for what we want and envision out of a city? That's our job, right? And then let people. Originally, I understood a little more if it was going to be part of this partnership, where we were kind of saying what we wanted versus just zoning it. Because knowing that whoever buys it is going to have to come back to us for zoning at this point. I mean, unless they figure out a way to do public services as a private operator.
Mr. Mayor, we did talk about the various possible zoning things, and as I stated earlier, we thought the best option was to let a developer propose it. I mean, we could zone it any number of different things like downtown, but we wanted to get the biggest and best use of the land, which would also give us the biggest and best price.
Right. It does. It feels a little backwards though to not just go ahead and zone it, as we envision our city. But I understand we're also looking for best price, and so it leaves it a little open to a developer say what they think they can do with it that we might not be thinking of. $1 million seems it's disappointing we didn't get a bid, but what's the logic for $1 million versus 2, or since from 3.16 down to 1?
So when we first started this process with the public-private partnership, the appraised value of the property was just over $1 million.
How many years ago?
It was like 2022, 2023, so it hasn't been that long ago.
And it went from 1 to 3 that fast?
Yes, sir.
Interesting. Okay, well, then that makes me feel a little better about the.
There's a nice part.
1 million. There's a park there. Yeah, we put a lot of money in the park across the street. And okay. And I think it sounds like it's what we're gonna do to get moving on it, unless we think there's some other better use that we can use it. But it's a pretty small property for a lot of our uses, right?
Madam Manager.
Yeah, before I came on board, there was a relationship with the city and the university. And Phil, you have a little bit more background.
Yeah, so that goes back to the public-private partnership, Mr. Mayor, that I was talking about. The idea was the university had a program that wanted to lease or utilize a floor. And that was when we had the town and gown partnership, and we were going to lease them the floor, and that was part of the stipulation of public-private partnership. We would do mixed-use retail on the first floor, they would get the second floor, and then we would do apartments, condos above that.
And we were gonna spend $1.5 million to make it all up to code.
Yes.
That was the
existing
stopper.
building does not meet code.
Right. And that's why. All right. Well, I think I can support the 1 million and see if we can get this both our money and get it activated at some sooner than later.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. Commissioner Engel.
People keep stealing my talking points. I was in the same boat where I thought it may sell better just zoned as something that's potentially useful. And knowing that you're not going to originally have to, first step, be going through a zoning process. And I was also concerned that the reserve was that low. I mean, it seems like looking at a more useful zoning and a $2 million reserve might get you a little bit bigger bite on the apple. And I don't know what it cost us to hold, but it seemed like a low bid for as high as those estimates were coming in.
Mr. Mayor, I think when staff looked at the appraisals that came in, we felt they were a little high to begin with. And I know we've had discussions that the St. Francis House is potentially going to go for sale next door, and their appraised price is roughly the same value that I've heard. The larger issue is, and why we're looking at reducing the reserve prices, goes back to what our appraisals were in 2022 and 2023, and also the fact that whoever purchases the building, the first thing they're going to do is demolish the existing building. We had to grant ourselves an exception to stay in the building.
Is there a fire pole in it?
I don't think there's a fire pole in that one.
So the old fire pole, the fire pole from there got moved to the new fire station, as I recall. That
Yes.
was one of the few things that they got moved because it was the historic fire pole from the old fire station.
Aye, fair enough. No fire pole. Sell it.
All right, Commissioner Book.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it. The 1 million as a reserve seems awfully low. It's extremely lucrative property in the center city that's going to have use, whether it's for government or other private enterprise, over a period of time. And so I would assume, Madam Manager, that merely by the fact that we're considering lowering the floor to this, that we don't see any future use for the city to hold on to this property, at least at the moment, correct?
We do not.
Because that's the first. The other thing is, how aggressive are we in reaching out to government partners, the county, and making sure? I think sometimes we put things out there, but unless you make a contact to say, do you understand where this property and what it is, and make those, those specific networking contacts, that we probably benefit. So the county, Department of Corrections, Parole and Probation has a number of properties downtown that they're leasing currently, so they pay rent. Have we reached out to these government partners that are already downtown to see what they might have interest? Because that might, it's probably not at this top value, but it's also probably not at the bottom value. So just a little contextual information there would be helpful.
We could add them to the list to distribute this to, and then see if we get any feedback, kind of like we're doing with the Job Corps site.
And no, I don't. I just know that it is a blight and it is a hiding place for folk downtown, if you know what I mean. And we really, as a city, from a liability point of view, we need to aggressively try to move it, to a private hand.
I think the floor is too low to start. I support selling the property, and I think we probably need to do probably a little more aggressive marketing with the other government partners that may have interest in the property right down there, because it won't be blighted if they were to pick it up, right? Because just by virtue of the fact we're about to have county expansion, not 2 blocks to the north, means that we're going to see some real development occurring. And then there's a couple projects that we're talking about 3 blocks north. So the Streetery and what's potentially occurring at 233 West and 238 West all have the capability to, at least in the long run, make this property a little more lucrative. I do understand our necessity to want to unload the property and benefit the city. So thank you for that context. Thank you, Madam Manager.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Book. So I have many thoughts on the whole thing. Any piece of property is worth what someone is willing to pay for it. I thought the previous appraisal was a little pie in the sky as well. But when the appraiser says this is what it is, we have to trust that. But it turns out it was not worth that because nobody wanted to pay that. And the reason that it is not worth what it might seem is that there's a tremendous cost to either bring it up to code, and as we learned, that is, I was partially joking at $1.5 million, but it really wasn't joking much. It came into pushing 7 figures, as I recall, to get that up to code, and that was 2 or 3 years ago at this point. So we are saying to a potential owner, we will sell this to you for X dollars, and you're going to have to either come in and demolish a very solid building, because one of the reasons that it costs so much to bring up to code is it is built incredibly well, so well that it's hard to fix. And so looking at it, it is a very valuable piece of dirt, but the building that's on it is a liability. A financial liability, which also brings with it a community issue in that when somebody shows up with a bulldozer at this well-loved Fire Station 1, this room is going to be full of people complaining that somebody wants to bulldoze Fire Station 1. I mean, that is, and every potential buyer knows that is part of what comes with owning that piece of property. So it is probably not worth what we would like it to be worth. The current liability to the city, of course, as has been alluded to, is that people live there right now, and that we would rather people did not live there right now, and that there is commerce there that we spend money on every day trying to stop. And then we do stop, and then starts right back up as soon as the blue lights go away. And that's it's kind of the definition of blight. And unfortunately, it is a well-loved, very solid building that is creating the blight. And that is not a happy situation for anyone. But we've been working on this since 2017, at a minimum, because we moved Fire Station 1 into the new Fire Station 1 in 2017. We cut the ribbon on that, moved them in. So that's been sitting there on people's mind since 2017, and really in the back of people's mind since we set out RFPs to build the new fire station. I would love for there to be a perfect situation, but I don't know what that perfect situation is. And I fear that if we say, well, 2 million's what we want to guess at, and we come back here in 4, 5, or 6 months or a year, and nobody has bid on it, then we're having the same conversation again. And we have lost value in the meantime of whatever the community value is, what it could be, doesn't get better. So I don't see any other lights. Do we have any public comment? Or?
Yes, sir, we do. Paula Stamer.
Welcome, Ms. Stamer.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I don't have a lot to say. I simply wanted to express my concern, which has also been expressed by other people on other matters, such as the Thelma Bolton Center, and I believe someone spoke to you earlier today about concerns regarding the city block that Holy Trinity owns and is proposing to sell. The main concern is that with unavoidable sales and development and so on, that the city make a genuine effort to try to retain, to whatever extent it's possible, what has been traditionally a kind of low-scale, not very intense presence, commercial presence in downtown Gainesville. Now, I realize that may seem like an oxymoron. You've got downtown Gainesville, where else should you be putting a commercial presence? And this isn't a concern about or a wish to avoid any commercial development. The concern is the level and intensity that might be invited and permitted. I think personally there are a lot of places in this city where we've allowed buildings too high, too much space, a lot of it's still unoccupied, and we're losing, which to some extent of course is inevitable, what had been a slightly small town feel about Gainesville, which is what has given the city its appeal and makes it attractive. It's kind of user-friendly on a human scale, as opposed to prodigious big city blocks that are not very inviting to human activity. So I simply ask that to the extent you can, you bear that in mind. I don't know what the height restrictions are for that block. I think if they're very high, it's inappropriate if we want to retain some of the flavor of that area. I know it has its problems. It has a park, which is difficult to maintain and make really attractive. But it has other lower buildings with less intense activity, and it would be unfortunate to lose them, which often happens. I know there's at least one nonprofit in that area, the Civic Media Center, and there may be others. I haven't been there for a while. And as things become more intense, they become more expensive, and you force out these nonprofit organizations, which I think provide a lot of the vitality to this community and help make it appealing. So I simply wanted to put in those words, and nothing very specific or helpful to you, and I don't know what latitude you have at the moment for putting restrictions on a space that you're already having difficulty selling. But I think a really high-rise building there, by which I mean, 7 or 8 stories, not 20, would be inappropriate in that space. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is that the only public comment? Okay, all right, very good. Thank you. Commissioner Willits.
Commissioner, I did have just one question. Can we, it's the whole property is not quite the entire block. It is the part of the front of the block on Main, and then on the backside it's kind of the rest, the other half of the block. Is there any option to sell this in pieces so that we have smaller scale development come in the back of the block versus the front? I understand the front, the main building, may be more difficult, and also they probably have to take down a wall that joins Civic Media Center. And so I just don't know whether, is it that selling it as one huge piece also is perhaps less unattractive than selling it as 2 pieces, the front and the back. I'm just thinking a little bit.
Right, and I hadn't thought of it, so we'd have to explore that.
Particularly if we don't succeed in this go-around. Because we talk a little bit about liking the idea of, I like more granular development, where in a downtown you don't. In essence, someone would be building a block-sized building if they wanted to in that shape of configuration. But if it was front half versus back half, the back half that might be more appropriate for, I don't know, townhouses or something like that. So I throw that out there as, are we limiting ourselves because we're if we'd already torn down the entire building and it was completely blank slate, we'd have different types of people thinking different things. So anyways, I throw that out there. Probably won't change anything for tonight. All right.
That's where I'm at.
Thank you. So there are no lights, but somebody's got to make a well, I guess we don't have to make a motion. We could just roll on as we are, but.
We have to make a
Commissioners-
motion. I mean, when we talk about low-slung development, which I agree, it is good to have, I think, a mix of new and old buildings within a specific area. And I will say that catty corner to this is the old Baird building that's now a workspace. You have some great work going on just south of there with everything going on at South Main Station. Just south of there is Depot Park, of course. Right across the street is Hazley Lynch Park. I mean, I do think that having a mix of different styles of buildings, both old and new, historic, new buildings. I mean, that's part of what makes every downtown, I think, a vibrant area. This is not doing any good for downtown as it is. It is a fenced-in old fire station. No one has argued that this is an historic building. It is not a particularly attractive building. I am happy. I mean, I guess I would probably. All right, here's what I'll make the motion of. I'd say the city commission set the reserve price for the property at $1,500,000. Authorize city manager to list the property sale for 45 days to take sealed bids. Authorize city manager to move forward with the sale of the with the city property located at 427 South Main Street to the highest bidder and in accordance with the term sheet and backup. And I know that the 1.5 million is sort of taken out of there, but 2.8 million was one of the lower prices. They're going to have to do some amount of remediation within the site. Frankly, I would be surprised if we get many bids out of this as it stands with, just how downtown property has been selling recently and how things are moving forward and where interest rates are. But I'm willing to kind of take a crack at it at 1.5 million, see if we can set that at a reserve price and move forward with it.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second at 1.5.
It's the same thing. It's just instead of 1 million, it's 1.5 million. It's exactly what's written on here.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I don't see any other lights. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passed unanimously with Commissioner Decker Walker absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are on to 2025-329, purchase of real property for urban forest conservation. With the recommendation, the City Commission authorized the city manager or designee to execute a contract for purchase and sale of real property, including all documents to effectuate a closing with David K. Craps, trustee of the David K. Craps Living Trust, for the purchase of approximately 51 acres of tax parcel number 08231-00-00 in the amount of $1,820,000 plus any associated closing costs, subject to the approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
We have kept thank you, Madam Clerk. We've kept our city arborist here for an hour and a half waiting for this moment. So,
thank you so much. Excuse me. I welcome the opportunity to discuss this with y'all. I think this is a great purchase, and I can explain from our perspective in urban forestry and public works why that is the case. This property is the David Craps property located just south of 39th Avenue, northeast 39th Avenue, kind of in between Main Street and northeast 15th Street, about 0.3 of a mile east of Main Street. It's approximately 51 acres. The asking price, or the price that we've agreed with the seller, is $1.82 million. The appraisal came in for this at $1.7 million. Urban Forestry went out and evaluated the trees according to the Land Development Code. What are the trees worth on the property? This is a high-value urban forest area. There's $1.36 million worth of trees on this property. If you put the land appraisal of $1.7 million together with $1.3 odd $1 million, you're up to around $3 million, a good bit more than we're paying for this property. As I said, there's really good quality urban forest in this area. We're going to purchase this, of course, with the tree mitigation fund that is designed for just such a thing as this. We've got 54 trees there that are high quality heritage sized trees. We've got 1,441 trees that are regulated trees that also have a value for the urban forest. This property not only conserves and preserves urban forest, which is what the tree mitigation fund is designed to do, it does some other things. Springstead Creek bisects this property, so we protect that creek, which then flows into Hogtown Creek. There's a majority of the property, probably 80%, is within the Murphy well zone, secondary well zone. The rest of it's in the tertiary well zone. Projections say that the entire property will be within the primary well zone for Murphy well field in about 10 years. So we're talking about protecting our drinking water by protecting this property. There are wetlands embedded in this site. It's it's definitely a developable site that, we take away from that potential by doing that and maintain it in good urban forest. We would propose to create trails. We're able to do that through the Tree Mitigation Fund and serve some of our underserved neighbors that border this property on two sides. Let's see, what else? This area of Gainesville has suffered some canopy loss. You're probably familiar with the military complex that's being developed north of 39th Avenue on the east side of Water Road. No mitigation was paid into our tree mitigation fund through that clearing. We've had to do some clearing in Flatwoods Nature Reserve, Conservation Reserve area, because of FAA regulations about airplane flight paths coming to the airport. So we've had tree canopy loss there. And so this preserves that. You see the subject parcel there in yellow. And it would be our recommendation to acquire this. I think we're getting a great deal doing this. And I'm open to any questions.
All right, thank you. We have just a few questions here for you, Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. Thanks, Dave. And I first let me just say how much I appreciate all the work that you guys have done on moving forward with acquisition. I remember when I came in, it was something that I was really trying to push to see. We had this big pot of tree mitigation funds. There's a lot of hoops that had to be jumped through internally in order to get to acquisition. I know there still is. So I know by the time that this comes to us, a lot of love and focus and depth have been put into trying to make sure that this goes through all of the processes before it comes this way. I'm curious, so you mentioned, so when I'm looking at tree mitigation fund with all of this, obviously the tree mitigation fund is an offset it's an exaction, I think it's called, for trees that are cut down, and then you're doing urban forest. So one of the first things is, for the urban forest, for me, I really want to focus on places that have a lot of tree loss or places where you're going to have heat island effect. And so when I saw this come forward, you said Murphy Wellfield is right to the north of there. I think is that the East Side Operations Center? That's you have public service zoning that's right up there to the left there. This didn't look to me like a place that had a lot where we would be acquiring property specifically to mitigate tree island effect and things like that. But probably almost more importantly, the recreational opportunities on this, where a lot of times we're using tree mitigation funds as an expansion of our existing parks or along areas where there may be trails in the future. Did this get reviewed at all for the ability to do recreation? You mentioned trails being put onto there.
Correct. We have the ability with the tree mitigation fund to put in trails, and we will do that on this site. We'll make this accessible to our surrounding neighbors in that area.
It just looks very nearly all of it is a FEMA flood zone. Is what it is. One of the things that I noticed when I was in there is that it's and it's hard to get that into a passable trail for most of the year. I've not actually walked back on the site, but how wet is it on that particular parcel?
There's portions of it that are wetlands that when we surveyed it, were not holding water at the time. There's sections that would not be developable because of wetlands, but a lot of it is, and it's very traversable, extremely so.
Okay. And then did this get reviewed? I don't know what process these generally go through, but I know Nature Operations in the past has looked at ecosystems, strategic ecosystems, things like that. I mean, what is the environmental value of this particular parcel?
We've had some review through Jenny Ford talking about the conservation values that are preserved by this and the well field values, that sort of thing. I've not had direct conversations with Nature Operations. Flatwoods is about half a mile to the east. It's not directly connected, but it's in that general vicinity.
Okay. And then, but then also it's also a significant amount of money. I mean, we're talking, it's 1.8 million. How much money do we currently have in tree mitigation fund?
Approximately 12.3 million at our last accounting of that.
All right. So this is, so a lot of money is in tree mitigation, but this would be about 10% of that, and then it's slightly above appraised value.
Correct.
So it's, it just, I don't know. What do we think are the chances of this actually being developed in any way? I mean, with all with the wetlands, with the with the feet, with so much of it being wet.
It's for sale right now. It is up for sale right now, and I would say that the wetland portion of this tract is about 5 to 10%. So the majority of it is developable. It is in FEMA A flood zone. I would say about 80 to 90% is in FEMA A flood zone, but I'm not a developer, so I don't know exactly what repercussions that has for developers, but obviously something could be done with this. We lost the southwest corner of that property to a car dealership.
Right.
Who beat us to the punch on that, so obviously they think they can do something with it. And
Right.
we've got neighbors and neighborhoods all around it that was developed, so I suspect it quite easily could be developed.
And that's if I remember right, that section was business automotive, so that could be used for that.
Correct.
Which is, so the zoning was just a little bit easier for them to
Correct.
expand out in that direction.
And as far as heat island effect, you do have a lot of pavement just to the west of this. There's a lot of businesses and, hardscape and lack of trees, or relative lack of trees just to the west of this.
All right, perfect. All right, thank you, Dave. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Arborist. How accessible is the site, the property right now?
You can go right onto it. I believe it's, I'm not sure, about midway through the track. If you come in, I don't know which one of these. Yeah, I don't know about that. But if you come in on the east side, about midway down, there's a place where you can park right there, and you can go right through a gate and walk down a trail that goes on each side of Springstead Creek. So you can go on the south side of Springstead Creek, which bisects the property. So it's
It seems to me like it's probably, acquiring this using tree mitigation funds is probably right in line with the mission and the values and strategies of the city for both tree acquisition, conservation, preservation, and benefits the community in many ways. So I'm 100% supportive. I do ask always the question is, what are the disadvantages of this, of us acquiring this particular land? What are the negatives here? Because we need to know those, if there are some.
I really can't think of one. This is a great property.
So,
I can think, we have another property that we're trying to acquire in the southwest portion of Gainesville near Split Rock that would have slightly higher conservation values because it, comes up to Knapphaw Prairie and it's got superior forest. But that's the only property I can think of the dozens that we're considering that to me would have a little bit higher value than this one. This is 51 acres of really good urban forest canopy, and it's, as you say, it's exactly what the Tree Mitigation Fund is designed to do. I really feel like it's an entirely appropriate and great expenditure from that fund.
thank you. That's all the questions I have.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Conser. So this, I kind of get, I thought this was partially developable, but then I don't know. Then I got the impression that most of it wasn't developable because I know it's being merely in part of the floodplain versus FEMA versus actually undevelopable is two different things. And so, but it sounds like you're saying it's really high quality forest as is.
Correct.
And so this is, would 1.8 million be our largest one expenditure out of tree mitigation? Does that sound?
Yes. So far.
We did a 1.5 for the Weiss property because we only bought a third of it or so.
That was before my time, so
Before
I really
your
can't speak
time.
to that one as much.
Right. So Weiss combined with city and county was a big deal. That's crazy. But the portion that was the city, I think I read it was 1.5. So this would be our largest single expenditure on it.
Yes, so far that parcel I mentioned in near Split Rock might exceed 1.8 million. I don't know.
It's big.
I'm not the.
I didn't
I'm
know
not
the
the
Split
appraiser.
Rock one was as big as, they said we might get a little bit, and now I think it's a little bigger than a little bit out there at Split Rock. I know what you're talking about.
Yes.
Okay, so it sounds like it's got a lot of great trees on it. I'm interested in how we balance, though we got a lot, $12 million or so. I'm interested in how we balance the need not just to preserve great existing forests, but where we can help put trees back or other kind of canopy, other kind of urban forestry. Because, if you just look at a Google map around here, there's a lot of already protected, woodlands around here. In East Gainesville, when we talk about wanting potentially market rate housing on different portions of it, not that you can build the whole thing out, or it probably would have been done, right, when the rest of this was, developed. I worry about taking out land that could be market rate housing to have a thriving population, diverse economic population in East Gainesville. So I worry a little bit about that, but it sounds like it's a really great property. My thing is, I want to balance this with buying property in Southwest Gainesville, frankly, just because we got a report last week that kind of told us a little bit about tree mitigation, and the numbers we saw previously through FY24, though we've had some more recent purchases that we'd have to throw into the mix. You do this and it becomes even more lopsided that we gather 63% of tree mitigation funds in District 3 and we spend it elsewhere. And so I've been harping on it, but now I got more data to back me up. But I love the idea that this would be, I think it's Northeast 35th. We have a stub out. I think we own this stub, or what would have been, not a stub, but a right of way, so that we could provide some access to it. And if you look at our parks map, right there, north central Gainesville is slightly lacking in park access. Right there, particularly to the east. So I'm still interested in how we. Well, I think we have the money. I think we do have the money right now, but it represents taking resources out of Southwest Gainesville, taking everything that we think trees are, taking those resources out, turning it into money, and then spending it somewhere else. So this is my problem with, this is great, but we need more stuff in Southwest Gainesville spent where people in Southwest Gainesville gain that kind of, close, accessible on four sides, as opposed to a Terwilliger Pond that is hard to access. Great conservation area, great swamp, completely hard to access, versus something like this that we could access on three different sides. So I think that's all I got. It's the largest purchase. So, but it sounds like it's just the trees that are currently on it are a great example of forest right in the middle of the city.
Yeah, we've got 54 trees that are of that high quality heritage size. It really is a nice place to walk through. The portion of the property that fronts 39th Avenue, primarily pine trees, but you get a little bit behind that and you run into some really nice places.
That's what I didn't quite understand, because I thought it was timber. My brain thought timber because on 39th it looks more like, pine timberland. But you're saying deeper in,
Correct.
It's more of the normal mix for.
Right. We run into more hardwoods.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, and we have a strong mindset to try to be equitable and try to plant trees. We're in the process of getting a tree and vegetation planting contract, which will allow us to really accelerate also the planting of trees in every district.
Yeah,
we got a lot of money. We're well aware of that.
Sounds like y'all are dreaming up ways for us to spend it, right?
Well, we want to be good stewards of that fund.
Yeah,
we want to be good stewards of our urban forest, and so it's just a great opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Conzo.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. So I have no lights, but I have a lot of thoughts. I want to buy the property. Right? Let me just get that out there right away. I want to buy this property. I want the commission to do this for the people of Gainesville. The primary reason that I want to do it is, you said the magic words, well field. That's a big deal. We must consider this as we move forward. Keeping doing our part, such as we can in this building, to maintain the quality of Gainesville's drinking water matters. We don't have the capacity to look after it in many ways, but this is a thing we can do. And I think it's important that we do that. I'm becoming concerned because I represent, as do two other folks up here, 4 districts. I don't want us to get into a situation where we start playing districts against each other. That's not healthy for our community. We haven't done that in the past. We should be vigorously representing each district, and that's good, but I want to be careful when we start talking about taking from one and giving to another, because I can make that argument for every district. I want us to seek more land to protect in Southwest Gainesville. I think it matters a lot because that does tend to be a developer target more than the rest of the community does. But there's a lot of reasons that District 1 needs more support as well. And this is an opportunity. I mean, there's a creek running right down the middle of it. One of the things we've talked about for years is making sure that we protect lands surrounding the creeks in our community for a couple of reasons. First, for the community itself to be able to take advantage of it, but also because as we have storm events that are stronger and see the banks of our creeks overfilled, I don't want us trying to have to explain to homeowners along this creek that we could have bought how we're not going to be able to help them the way that that they thought we'd probably be able to help them, and neither are their insurance companies. So this is an opportunity to purchase that creek land. It is 54 good quality trees that we can protect for their lifetime. But another thing that we don't talk about much on the dais that we need to be aware of if we're not, is that as this fund grows, and it has, I remember when it was $7 or $8 million, as it grows, it is not going to remain unseen. And as we get a growing pot of money, somebody's going to want to come take that money. And we need to be aware and spend that money for its intended purposes while it exists. There are other elected bodies in this state, let's say, that would happily come take that $12 million.
Well said.
And we got to be aware of that. And the people of Gainesville have given us an intended purpose for this money, and we need to be spending it for that purpose. And yes, it is it is a limited resource, but we've watched it grow, and it will continue to grow for some time, because when people build on places where we really want development to happen, they're going to take down some trees and they're going to pay into this fund. We need to be good stewards of not only the fields and the properties that we have, but also this pot of money. And watching it grow is not being a good steward of it. This is not something where the bigger it gets, the better off everybody else is. The bigger it gets, the higher the flag on top of it gets. And I want to be really aware of that as well. This is a good piece of land for us to own. We have the money to own it. That money will get replenished faster than we think. And I have lots of ideas for tree mitigation, for planting and for picking up things like the property around the Split Rock Conservation Area and that sort of thing. There is a great deal of opportunity for us to be using this for very good purposes, and we need to do it, but this is one of those good purposes, and I look forward to the city of Gainesville owning this property. We're not seeing any of the lights. So,
I want to ask a question.
Commissioner Wells.
Where does this, big, and I've always had concern when the commission changed the tree mitigation, we loosened the rules a little bit to be able to spend a lot of removing invasives and some other infrastructure work to support our forest or an urban, canopy. And I said we need to be worried about making sure we spend the big chunks in some of this kind of like get land, plant trees, or save trees. And so there was the Birch property that would have helped us kind of complete my brain is Hogtown Creek waterway, you know, down, I guess it's south of Newberry, west of 34th, and it sold in November for 1.2 million. Was that a piece of property that we had looked at? I don't know if you remember that birch property. Were we trying to buy it and we just didn't get it in time? Because if it was a question of money, I hear people say, well, there's not enough land in Southwest Gainesville for us to buy. You put a price on it and you can buy any piece of land from just about anybody.
Yeah, we were actively seeking that property, but the seller already had a contract with the buyer. So
Right.
we kind of had to wait and see what was going to happen.
It's because if we're talking about this big chunks, go back to them and say, hey, you bought it for 1.2, we'll give you 1.3. It's not as big as this, but arguably it is I'm going to argue it's a more important piece of a system of greenway. And the neighborhoods, the neighbors in, is it Sugarfoot? They would love us if we buy it. So anyways, I want to compare, because now I think we've been given little pieces, and now we're talking about much bigger pieces. So I don't know. It's got me dreaming about bigger pieces. I can find a couple 100 acres in my district just past the interstate. Be pretty expensive because I think other people have plans for it.
Right.
And I don't think it's great forest, but I think maybe someday it could be, right? So, but it sounds like this is our existing good forest versus something we're going to have to remediate for 100 years before we get out of it what we want. You still have invasives, though. You need to
Sure.
clear
Yeah,
them
we've
up.
got, I can assure you that we have dozens of property that are our queue somewhere in our process to try to acquire. And some of them have been small properties. This is our first really good sized property. So we are actively working on doing everything we can in every area. Quick story. They say that natural resource professionals like myself, 90% of them grew up within 5 minutes of the woods. They could get on their bike or go over and get in the woods just like that. And so if we have areas that are conserved all throughout our city, that's just a great blessing really to everybody. And when we preserve canopy and urban forest here, we really in a lot of ways benefit everybody in the whole city. It does go to the whole city.
All right, I'll just leave with, if the commission, if y'all didn't see that report that came out on last Thursday, the GIS that's linked in there, the kind of GIS page, will show you some of all the potential properties across the city. There's a tab in it on the map side that says potential. You can go poke through and see where city staff has looked at land, is interested, has part of that process to really start to go see where some of that land is. Sometimes it's hard to look at it and see the size of it to really understand how big it is, but it's very interesting. I think people should look at it. I know, and thank you, Madam Manager, for your staff for putting it together, and thank you for being involved in it, Mr. Conzer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Book.
So I was just thinking that this property basically abuts North Main Street and all the auto businesses, light industrial, tremendous amount of businesses that would potentially create environmental damage for the area, especially with the watershed and the creek that you said and the trees. And it is a gigantic piece of property at 51 acres. And I don't know where we have a property that's that large within the city limits that we even have the potential to acquire under this type of circumstance. So I'm wholly supportive. I'm happy to make the motion. If somebody else felt that they wanted to make the motion, I'm good with that too.
Go ahead and do it. I don't have any other lights.
So I'm happy to make the motion, right? Okay. I move approval of 2025-329, purchase of real property for urban forest conservation. Authorize the city manager or designee to execute the contracts and the sale with the seller, trustee, and the purchases for approximately 51 acres in the amount of $1,820,000. I did the math. That's about $36,000 an acre, which inside the city does not to me seem unreasonable for valuable property.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Did we ask for public comment on this yet?
No, sir, but we have no public comment.
Okay. All right. Very good. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, and I'm happy to support the motion. I do want to, Dave, you said you had you have a list of properties that you guys are looking at. I do want us to be strategic. As you said, I also grew up right next to the woods, though I was out in the county when I was doing that. It's I think making sure that we integrate green space directly into the fabric of our community, I think is one of the great things about the city of Gainesville, is something that we need to be constantly thinking about. It's also, a lot of times that is about, very selective parcels and very selective areas, and making sure that that is, integrated deeply into that. This is a very, very, very large parcel that has, it gets a lot of opportunities, a lot of things within there, but just making sure that this is all integrated into what we're looking at for our flooding areas, what it's looking at for our long-term recreational areas, like Casey Willits mentioned, related to, the Hogtown Creek Greenway plans from back in the day, the East Side Greenway plans, all of that stuff that, that our residents have looked at. I know that you've looked at all those as well, and you've been trying to pluck out properties that have been along there, but I'd like to sit down with you guys at some point and kind of see what your long-term strategy is for, how we use these tree mitigation funds to ensure that, as you said, every kid can get close to a forest and to the outdoors. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Commissioner. So could we get the map back up before we vote? So when you look to our right of this property, there have been thousands, tens of thousands of folks who have grown up as children and through young adulthood and learned to appreciate having woods next to their house, or a block or 2 block or 5 blocks away from their house, where they could wander over and be a part of the woods. Now, sometimes that wasn't always for the best, and I will tell you that I grew up with a lot of friends in that neighborhood, so I can speak lots of things about that. But this does open up the forested world to thousands of kids, and that's something we can't always just find anywhere. And those are neighborhoods where, I think I've made the point, but we've mentioned it, obliquely, and I want to just have that graphic representation of all those kids growing up there right now, and the generations of kids who will come after them, because those neighborhoods are going to be single-family neighborhoods full of kids for the foreseeable future. And this is important to them, because we can't guarantee that the forest in other areas that we can see on this map. We guarantee this right now today. So, thank you.
Yeah, the woods that I grew up next to, that I played in, were gone.
Right.
And thank you, Gainesville, for doing something different.
Yes, excellent. Thank you. All right, I don't see any further lights, so all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passed unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk.
Commission comment.
All right, I don't see any lights, so thank you all for your time and attention today. We moved through some pretty weighty items and did some good work. So thanks, everyone. We are adjourned.